Good afternoon. This is the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a full committee, Mr. Rezar, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Koretz, and myself, Bernard Parks, as the chair. We will be, as we've done in the past, going through an overview by the mayor's office, the CAO, as relates to the budget, getting it started. And just as a housekeeping issue, just so as those who are following the budget, we will be adding the Convention Center and LA Inc. to the Friday schedule for those that have an interest. Also today on the schedule, because of a schedule issue, we're going to have the fire department present first as opposed to the police department. So those are some changes. And also just so as we move through these next several weeks, staff, we've routinely said business casual, but that for dress, but that also means shoes. So we'd ask everybody to be appropriately dressed. Greg Smith is going to get his shoes. But that's where we are. But colleagues, anybody want to make a comment prior to starting the session, or do you want to wait until after the presentation by the mayor's office and the CAO? Okay, we get rolling. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Budget and Financial Policy for the Mayor's Office. And alongside me is Neil, and I'm going to allow him to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. Neil Guglielmo with the Bureau of Sanitation. I'm on loan to the Mayor's budget team.
Okay. As many of you know, the mayor did something a little different this year. Is he asked longtime city employees to come in and essentially help him develop the city budget. So with myself from the fire department and Neil from sanitation, and we have someone from personnel department and water and power, we all came together to try to assemble a budget that made sense and was thoughtful, and that was our goal. Wanted to recognize and thank our respective general managers for allowing us to be gone for the last 5 months and develop a budget that made sense. And wanted to thank the budget team for their countless hours of work, the CAO and his team for his countless hours of work, as well as the general managers that we met with and spent a great deal of time with and going over the budget. So in developing the budget, we wanted to make sure we had a very open and collaborative process, and that we had an honest and pretty common sense budget, and that was our goal, and we believe that we did achieve that. What we wanted to share with you was a PowerPoint of just our analysis of the budget and how we ended up solving the budget, and I'll go through it fairly quickly. Many of you are familiar with some of these slides, but we'll be able to at least frame the budget for you.
Let's get this rolling.
Okay. So the first slide we have is what have we done to date, and what have we already implemented. Many of you know we e-ripped a number of positions out of the city. We laid off, we transferred, we furloughed. We've done a number of efficiencies throughout the city, and so those are things that have already been done. The next chart talks about our city's workforce. We have, in the current fiscal year, we have 34,000 city employees, 9,700 of which are general fund civilian employees, about 10,400 special fund, and 14,000 sworn. So if you just take a look at just the sheer number of, the small number of civilian authorities we have very few general funded civilians throughout the city. The next slide talks about some of our primary cost drivers, and if you look at the number of employees, retired employees that are in our pension systems, we have about 30,000 retirees in both our police and fire pensions and our LACERS pension systems. So essentially we have two workforces. Some of our other primary cost drivers, as you know, is our contributions to our pension systems. For this current fiscal year, we are estimating that we paid an $800 million towards our pension and health care costs, and in the next 4 years, that number should essentially double to $1.6 billion, which represents about 35% of our general fund. On our active employees, for our human resources benefits, we paid about $545 million this year, and that number will go up to about $668. So a very significant change again in our healthcare costs. What is our deficit made up of primarily? It's primarily made of our pension benefits. our employee COLAs, our health benefits, and a portion of that is for our capital program costs. The next slide we have for you is just our simple math slide, which I think makes a lot of good sense. If you just take your general fund appropriation of $4.3 billion and you just essentially pay your bills, so you pay your pension payments and your benefit payments and your debt service payments and everything else that you have to pay, just like at home, you end up with about a $2 billion left to fund the rest of the city's operations. And if you take that $2 billion on the next page, and you leave police and fire as is without adding any more cost increases, then you have about $647 million that's left to fund all the rest of the city operations. And if you have about a $350 million problem, it's very, very hard to cut your way out of this. And so that's our point of this slide. So you can see very easily that cutting is simply a difficult position for us to be in. So how did we balance the budget for this year? Well, we set out with a couple of goals. One was, first of all, we talk about mitigating layoffs, but originally we actually looked at could we lay off? And we talked about some very significant numbers of layoffs and what would that look like. But if you go back to that slide of the 9,700 general funded positions, that would have made it very difficult to do. We wanted to maintain essential city services. We really wanted to maximize as much service as we could with little disruption to the public. We solicited input from our neighborhood councils through our budget surveys. We conducted what we affectionately called as deep dive meetings. We met with our general managers. We spent a great deal of time with them. We really tried to partner with them. And we collaborated as much as possible and tried to right-size the departments to the extent that we could. Some of the budget highlights that we include is that we have a reserve fund balance of about $177 million. We continue hiring to attrition at 9963. We restored library hours. We maintained our street preservation program. We provided funding for pothole repairs, additional funding through Prop 1B. We maintained our graffiti abatement program to the extent that we could. And we provided full funding for emergency management, and we maintained in-home senior meals to be delivered. So what was our original budget that we needed to solve? The CAO's estimate has always been around the range of about $350 million, and it's about $336, so they've been right in the ballpark. What we also did, though, is we had to remove a couple of assumptions, and so those are always subject to debate. But we had to assume that the $80 million for police overtime was a one-time. It's a year-to-year. So we had to factor it back in, and then also assume that the modified coverage plan for the fire department was a year-to-year as well. And so we factored that back in. So our number came to 457. So it's two different ways of looking at the same, almost the same way of coming up with the budget deficit. So when we went to solve for the 457, we looked at, there's certain elements of the plan. 53 million of which is for the fire department deployment plan, which the fire department will be speaking to. The police department target was 100 million, and that was the 80 million for overtime. That would not continue, so we put that back in. And then a $20 million target in their salaries accounts, which they will speak to. Civilian furloughs, as you know, our budget does contain furloughs. It contains 26 and 36 furlough days. 26 days for those folks who did not get COLA raises, and 36 for those who did. We also know that the coalition has come through with their ratification of their contracts, which you discussed earlier, and the CAO will address that. But in order to balance the budget, we didn't want to assume ratification of a deal that didn't happen yet. We looked at different reductions in efficiencies, and we looked at maximizing special funds where we would take some of the burden off the general fund. And we looked at new revenue and some one-time solutions. Okay, fire is the next slide. We essentially, I touched on that already. The police chief will come in and he will, I said police chief, fire chief will come in and he will speak to it directly with you, and you can talk more about that. Police sworn salaries I also touched on as well. It's the $100 million that we targeted. Civilian furloughs, as I said, I'll go through these very quickly. and some of the reductions and efficiencies. One of the things that we did in developing this budget is we looked at eliminating vacant positions. We eliminated a total of 680 vacant positions throughout the city. By doing that, it served a couple of purposes. One was obviously the direct fund savings. There was also a pension savings, because those positions actually, we do pay a pension if they are funded, regardless of whether or not they're filled or not. And then the other piece is that if the city were in a position to actually start to effectuate layoffs, is that the bumping that would occur and the absorption into the other city departments would not occur anymore, because we've eliminated those vacancies and the flexibility in those accounts for the operating departments. So that was a significant structural change that actually right-sized the city. Some of the other reductions include reductions to council budget, mayor's budget, recreation and parks, cultural affairs grants, elimination of the swing shift of 311, general fund support on on our Channel 36. We did take a 10% reduction in the homeless shelter program, and we did some consolidations, treasurer with the Office of Finance. We looked at the Northeast San Fernando Valley Animal Shelter to partner that out. We transferred some lot cleaning, weed abatement, illegal dumping, and we tried to implement as many public-private partnerships for the cultural affairs and continued that. The next slide is what our workforce will look like now. That 9,700 number has now gone down to 9,100. We have a workforce now of 33,000, so we continue to shrink our workforce. And keeping in mind that of the 9,100, 60% of those positions all sit in public safety. For special funds, again, we tried to minimize the burden on the general fund, so we maximized our special fund usage, but also making sure that whatever money that we did use out of special funds maintained the fund. We did not go in to try to take as much as we can and then exhaust the funds. Revenue, one of the issues that you'll be talking about with DOT is we provided as-needed money for part-time traffic officers and allow them to come in and issue citations during peak hours. That does represent about a $9 million revenue bump for the Department of Transportation. And we did a few one-time solutions. When we first started out, one of the things we didn't want to do is we really didn't want to borrow any money. This was something that we felt that was reasonable in doing. We have an early retirement program payout that, as you know, we have $21 million that we are responsible to pay out. We decided that to go ahead and issue commercial paper for that, which would pay a one-time cost with one-time funding. Commercial paper being very inexpensive right now, the cost to borrow $21 million was $500,000 over 5 years. We also looked at convention center debt restructuring. We were going to restructure the one payment from the convention center and push that back towards the end. The cost to do that on conventional financing would have been, to borrow $30 million, it would have cost us $24 million. So we decided to go ahead and issue commercial paper at a cost of $500,000 because it was much more reasonable. So those were the two things that we did in order to free up some cash. Our 4-year outlook, this was the original 4-year outlook that you've seen from the CAO's office, which showed our deficit if we did nothing. After our budget, that we have a 40% structural change. This is what a 4-year outlook will look like. And Miguel will be speaking to that as well. So that is our budget presentation, essentially, and we thank you for your time and attention and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions in the mayor's office before we go to the CAO? Okay. This is Santana. Okay.
Your last graph there, so the 4-year outlook shows our deficit increasing each year, correct? And are you calling this the structural deficit, or is this more your assumptions for each year? This is the structural deficit, right?
This is, and so when you looked at the first slide, that was our structural deficit.
Okay.
The second slide.
And so this year, how are we addressing not only the immediate needs for next year, but how are we addressing the structural deficit if, in fact, it's increasing every year? I mean, can we comfortably say that we are addressing it in some capacity?
The way this budget is set up is that we have addressed 40% of the structural deficit. So the large portion of the part that's not addressed is the furloughs. And we all know that furloughs is a one-time, and it will renew it year to year. As labor contracts and agreements come through, which Miguel will be speaking to, our hope is that they'll be able to buy down those furloughs, and that those furloughs will then turn into long-term structural savings, which will put us on the road to actual bigger structural
And that
changes.
solution's not included in this?
That is not
graphic?
included in this
Got it.
presentation because our budget was printed before the ratification of
Okay, thank
any
you.
contracts.
Good afternoon. I also want to take an opportunity to thank my office for working very late. And in fact, a couple of my staff stayed and actually watched the sunrise to ensure that the budget was printed on time. And I want to particularly thank them, and certainly want to thank the mayor's office and their leadership for providing the direction necessary to ensure that this is a budget that is balanced. I too have a PowerPoint. I'll go quickly through it. A lot of it's a lot of the same information. Again, if you go to the next slide, it's simply a reminder of everything that we've done in the last 2 years, much as a result of the leadership of this committee to address the over $1 billion combined of deficits that we've had to encounter in the last 2 years. And this budget certainly builds upon that success. The next slide, if we could move to the following slide after that. Okay. Again, shows you over the last 10 years how our budget has grown and stopped growing, and again, we see it growing slightly. And we'll go into more specific detail on the revenue and our projections for revenue. I know there's been some concerns on that. But again, this is a $6.9 billion budget, 2.5 of the special funds, 4.3 the general fund. While our budget is growing very, very slightly, our workforce is the smallest workforce it's been in over 10 years. And as you've heard me argue time and time again, it's important that we continue on a strategy to further reduce the workforce to be able to address the structural part of our deficit. If you can move on to slide number 4. Slide number 4 is simply a reminder of the importance of the reserve fund. The reserve fund is a critical component of our budget. It's what bond rating agencies look at to determine the fiscal health of the city. And so we've had to rely on the reserve fund in the past to close our deficit. We are recommending in this, we recommend in our mid-year report, and it's included in the mayor's budget, that 50% of any one-time revenue that is not accounted for in the budget go into the reserve fund and be locked into the reserve fund until we hit the 5% that's required, or that's generally a rule for 5% of the general fund. If we could go on to slide number 5. Again, this, as Georgia indicated, we reported a $350 million deficit in the last FSR. The budget revised that to 336. Some of that is as a result of the changes that were done in healthcare. Primary co-pays that were increased in a variety of different areas, and other smaller changes. The difference between how we have been defining the deficit and how the mayor defines it as articulated by Georgia is really an issue of policy. We understood the modified coverage plan as a permanent part of the fire department's organization, and if it would ever to be removed, it would be replaced with something else. And so when we projected out the deficits in the future, we didn't assume that the MCP would be discussed again the following year. And so and as it relates to the police department has done an incredible job of controlling overtime costs. They have the authority to go up to 400 hours. The average number of that each police officer has is about 126. In our conversations with the department, they believe, and they can certainly speak to it when they come up, they will be able to maintain the kind of overtime oversight that they've had in the last 2 years, regardless of what agreement we reach with PPL. Certainly, it's going to create an impact on services, as the current overtime policy does. And so we didn't assume that we're directed by your council, by the mayor, to assume an overtime policy back to where it was during the Brand years. And so that part of the deficit we did not add. I think it's important that this issue be clarified in the context of these discussions, because I think we need to speak with one message to the bond rating agencies as to what the size of our deficit is. If this committee believes that overtime is an issue that gets discussed on an annual basis, then we should change next year's projected deficit to reflect that. And so that would obviously increase the deficit based on whatever ultimately your committee decides. And obviously the discussion around the deployment plan in the fire department, based on your ultimate decision, will bring some potential closure to the fire department issue. The next slide walks through the major elements of the coalition agreement. That obviously has an impact on how we proceed. We received this morning the final vote count. I discussed it today at council. We will be spending the next few days really calculating how this should be baked into the budget, given that not all of the coalition members voted in support of it. The ones that did not support the agreement are heavily in the general funds, clerical workers, in particular, safety, security, and the deputy city attorneys. Those are heavily general fund workers, and so so we have to make sure that when we apply this agreement into the budget, that it reflects to the extent we can the level of accuracy on the impact. But of course, the agreement has a number of different elements. It's not only, there's obviously the focus has been on the issue of 4% contribution to retiree health care, but it also includes freezes in salary steps. It defers a 2.75 salary adjustment next year, and it establishes a revised schedule of pre-negotiated COLAs for the next years. It includes 4 unpaid holidays during the Christmas and New Year period. It includes additional savings, targeted health care savings every year for the next 3 years. It banks excess sick leave payments. On our end, it extends no furloughs, and guarantees no furloughs, rather, and also extends a contract for 1 year. To be clear, this agreement does not speak to layoffs. The city continues to have the authority to lay off employees. And so there was targeted savings for the next 3 years, $63 million next year, $76 million the year after, and $51 million 13-14. So again, we have to sort of make those adjustments based on who voted for it and who didn't. The other element that we should talk about, that should there be a gap as a result of the mix and the blend of those individuals who supported the coalition agreement and those who didn't, if there's still a budgetary gap, we will recommend additional furlough days as a way of closing that gap. The next slide number 7, speaks directly to the issue of commercial paper that's in the budget. I know there's been a lot of discussion and some concern regarding the use of CP for operating purposes. It's important to point out that this was done as a result of having gone through a series of reductions and really seeing a gap. And so our debt group looked at every single opportunity of borrowing to be able to mitigate that gap, from parking securitization, tobacco securitization, deferring retiree health care contributions, doing the securitization of the power transfer, MICLA, and also the convention center debt restructuring. At the end, after looking at all these alternatives, it was very clear that the most cost-effective program at this point in time is the use of commercial paper. And what this budget includes is $21 million to pay for the final ERIT payment, and then $22 million for working capital. These various, this particular commission paper program is one that we believe we can make an argument to the bond rating agencies and to investors that it is a responsible, the most responsible tool that we could have in light of all the other tools, and certainly in light of what many other jurisdictions have adopted. Houston adopted a major pension obligation bond program. We've all heard about the work that Chicago did on their meters and their garages in contrast to other major cities, and given the significantly small size of this particular commercial paper ask, we believe it while is not something investors necessarily are delighted to see, it can be explained.
Let me just ask you this on that. On the commercial paper program, it is very good right now, and you want to extend it over a 5-year period.
That's correct.
How can we feel comfortable that commercial paper, which can change daily, weekly or monthly, or cyclically or something, that we'll be able to keep it at that kind of a level over that 5-year period?
Well, what we would do is we would basically borrow in a range of interest from 0.32 to at maximum 1.02. And so based on that range, we believe that it's still fairly reasonable, at most about $1 million cost. In addition to that, it's part of the recommendation is that any new unanticipated revenue, that we spend half of that to buy down this commercial paper program even faster than on the schedule that it's in. One of the reasons we're recommending this program versus others is that we don't intend to borrow the money until we actually need it, so it'll be done in pieces, and so your interest payments are not from the very beginning. We're not borrowing all $43 million all at once. We're borrowing it throughout the year at the time that we need it, so we get some savings in that context.
If it goes up and gets different, you can stop at that given point, and then what would you do to solve a problem?
Well, at that point, we would have to make recommendations for further reductions, additional furlough days in the areas that we can, or layoffs at that point.
Okay, thank you.
The next series of slides really go into very more specific discussion regarding revenue. And I know this has been a point of concern for some of the members. If you compare this budget to the last budget, we are basically calling a 0.1% increase in revenue from budget to budget. That is close to being flat, as we could say, other than just saying zero. We are basically projecting very little growth compared to the last budget. We are seeing some growth in particular areas that are sensitive to the economy, in sales tax in particular, and in those areas it is consistent, if not more conservative, than other jurisdictions. So if we walk through in property tax, we're seeing a modest growth of $27 million. Utility users tax, we're seeing a decrease, which is consistent with what we've been seeing the pattern of, and again, we believe it's in part due with the canceling of hard lines and people just relying on their cell phones. A slight...
Let me ask you on that utility user tax, there's some worrisome feelings, don't we have, that there could be some change and a court action on that utility user tax?
Litigation on the telephone users tax.
Right.
And I don't have a good status of that right now, but we know it's still on, I believe it's still on appeal. So
So it's our hope it's not going to impact this particular year.
that's correct.
I mean,
Okay.
it's a sizable liability,
I know.
to say it.
Say the least. It's
To
a
say
big
the
deal.
least, and it's retroactive from what I understand. So, there's certainly,
Do we have any sense of when they might make an action on this?
hopefully, not very soon. I mean, I think that, we will get briefed by the city attorney on the status of the case.
Yeah.
But, it's not something we're anticipating in this particular budget.
Okay, thank you.
Again, going back to the list, a slight increase in business tax of $27 million. That's based, again, on, the economy starting to pick up again. Increase in sales tax. Documentary transfer tax is essentially flat. Real property tax, slight decrease. TOT, on this particular area, we adjusted it. It's interesting, we adjusted it, reduced it slightly after the earthquake in Japan, knowing that there would be a potential impact to TOT. The number that we were projecting prior to that was slightly higher, but we still believe, and we're in talking to LA Inc. and to experts and economists who look at these particular area, we still believe that Los Angeles will continue to see an increase in visitors, and that should result in the increase in TOT. The parking user tax, a very slight increase. State motor license fees, and a slight increase, and a few others. So again, in aggregate, budget to budget, we are recommending a 0.1% increase. Now, I know there's been some discussion about the concern regarding our last estimates that were reflected in the December FSR and the controllers. And the majority of the revenue estimates are similar. It's important to point that out. And frankly, the overall difference is about $100 million between ours and the controllers. And it's primarily comprised of three categories. One, in property tax, departmental receipts, and special parking transfer, revenue transfer. In the area of parking tax, estimates assume growth in the assessed value, and the departmental receipts are higher due to our ability to actually analyze the numbers through the budget process. And the SPRF transfer was determined through our analysis of the surplus. One other category that's also different is utility user tax, and ours is 9.5 below the controllers. If you look at sort of on a graph the last 10 years, the pattern that revenue has gone through, we could see it reached the peak in 08-09. We saw the significant drop that we all unfortunately had experienced, and then we started to see sort of in a magnified way on a quarterly basis how in fact it went through a period of being flat. And then we're projecting a slight increase again. The controller's latest estimates would assume that we're continuing to see a drop in revenue beyond what we actually saw at the height of the impact of the recession in 09-10. The next series of slides go into specific detail on the main general fund taxes. Again, showing the graphs, you could see the increase that we've experienced in 08, the huge drop, and a slight increase again. And again, it went from 0.3 to 2.5, and we're actually on target based on what we had projected it to be in the budget. It's slide number 12. It drills down on property tax. Again, it shows it being flat after a period of growth that we experienced in the last decade. The documentary transfer tax, we believe is increasing very slightly, but it's essentially, so small that it's pretty much flat. And the Sales tax, the sales tax is the most sensitive to the economy. Unemployment is declining. There is, we're seeing more businesses come to Los Angeles, and people are spending, we're seeing that on a national level, and so we are projecting a growth in sales tax. If you compare us to other jurisdictions, the state legislative analyst assumed a 7% increase in sales tax. We are assuming a 5%. The LAEDC, Economic Development Corporations, is assuming a 6.3% increase in sales tax. Beacon Economics is assuming a 7% increase. UCLA taxable sales for California is assuming a 6%. Our colleagues down the street at the county, Mr. Fujioka, is in his budget has a 5% increase. The only jurisdiction that we could actually find that has below ours is the Muni Services LA City Sales Tax Forecast at 2.3. But in light of the fact that all other analysts who do the tracking are above where we're at, we believe that 5% is a reasonable growth. On slide number 15, we look at sales tax on a quarter-by-quarter basis, and again, this chart clearly shows, that's as close to flat, with a slight increase. In the last FSR that demonstrated a drop, it's sort of in the middle of on September 10th. We saw it's not a drop, but it's frankly a less growth than we anticipated, a 2% growth versus a 4.6% growth. We made up with that in the Christmas receipts. At the time that the last FSR came out, we did not have the Christmas receipts that came out prior to the mayor's budget, and so on average, we believe that we'll end the year exactly where we budgeted. The next slide, on slide number 16, again shows the direct correlation between unemployment rates and the sales tax. And not surprisingly, given the pattern, sales tax is increasing slightly as unemployment rates decrease slightly. And then the final part of our presentation is, again, Georgia touched on it as a reminder of the projected deficit for the future. This budget, again, builds on the progress that the city has made to reduce the structural deficit. When I first got here, the fifth-year outlook showed us reaching $1 billion deficit. The fact that we've reduced it so significantly really speaks to the commitment that the city has made to identify ongoing solutions. It's impossible to solve a structural deficit overnight, and that's why in the council and the mayor had directed us to come up with a 3-year plan to provide a direction on how we ultimately eliminate that deficit. Once we bake in the impact of those agreements that were ratified by the coalition, we anticipate the structural deficit for next year to reduce slightly. We'll know what that is once we establish what that looks like. And then, of course, once if there's a direction on how to consider the fire deployment and the overtime differential in perspective for next fiscal year and the following, and that would obviously increase the projected deficits in the future. And again, you've all seen these charts. The drivers of the deficit continue to be the things that we've talked about. It's the cost of us as workers. It's the fire police pensions, the civilian pensions, workers' compensation, health. We've made progress in this budget in reducing the health care costs. Unfortunately, we saw a significant increase in a $50 million increase in the sworn pension costs due to two things: the change in the rate of return assumption and the change in the healthcare cost assumption. Both of those things increased the deficit by $50 million just in 1 year. We are starting to hear from our colleagues at Lacers that they are contemplating doing an analysis, an actuarial, to look at their rate of assumption, and I would not be surprised that sometime in the next fiscal year there is a discussion at the Lacers board about reducing the rate of assumption, rate of return assumption from 8% to 7.75%, in the same way that the sworn pensions did. That would obviously increase our pension costs on the civilian side. And again, the next slide is more focused on pension costs directly. And then finally, on slide number 20, it's again a reminder that, you know, the principles that direct our office and the recommendations that we give come from the strategic plan that your council and mayor adopted, that focus on responsible management, a focus on core services, alternative service delivery models, and developing strategies for a sustainable workforce. The city has made progress in all four of these areas in the last 2 years. We have a roadmap for the future. One of the things that I would recommend that as we move forward during these hearings on identifying alternatives to some of the solutions, whether it's on the commercial paper piece, whether it's readjusting the revenue. What I would recommend is that should there be any gap that's established, that we look at that your body give recommendations on the kinds of cuts that should be put in place to replace those changes in those areas. Where to the extent possible, we would like to see a budget year where we're not coming FSR after FSR with bad news to report. And it would be helpful on our end if we had a roadmap of where we should make reductions should some of these assumptions not actually turn out to be where we expected, or should we, for some reason, experience an unprecedented or an unexpected drop in revenue due to circumstances beyond our control. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Karen, on a housekeeping thing, could you keep us a running list of the report backs, and also the wish list, that as we go through issues that we probably will not vote on them one by one, but we can kind of do a summation at the end where there may be suggestions of changes or alternatives, so that we can know that at the end of the our end of the session on May 10th.
Yes, absolutely. We'll
Okay.
keep track of those.
Very good. Let me start off with some questions on, and I may jump back and forth between the mayor's office and the CAO, but one of the things I want to ask is that in both the presentations, there was a comment made that we cut over 600 vacant positions. And I'm just wondering, were they vacant in the sense that we took them, or did we do any analysis to determine whether they were the most expendable? Were they part of some of our core responsibilities? Just what process did we use?
Thank you, Councilman. What we did is, when we looked, we evaluated the positions, we worked with the CAO's office and came up with a list of all the positions that were vacant. We looked at the positions that were in the managed hiring committee process, and then we also worked with the analysts, respective analysts of the departments, as well as the departments, and talked to them specifically about that. We met with them and we asked, if we were to take them, what would the impact be? In many cases, because of managed hiring, many of the positions were vacant for some of them 2-3 years. And so we went ahead and talked to the departments, and although they reluctantly agreed, we decided that we were going to go ahead and sweep those vacancies.
Okay, and these are positions above and beyond what you put into the Brown Book?
These are positions that are factored into the Brown Book. We came up with a list of, what we did is one of the things in working with the departments, one of their concerns was if you were to completely eliminate the position, as you know, it'd be very difficult to bring that position back in. We'd have to go through the whole creation of the position, the class specs, the civil service process. So what we decided to do is, in the Brown Book, we have a list of positions that we qualify as positions for expedited approval. And those positions truly don't have authority, but what they would do is they would actually, the departments would be able to come back to the council, ask for that position to be restored, ask for a resolution authority, and go through the process. We ask that personnel would take a look at it and make sure that that position is still valid. Since we've gone ahead and swept a number of positions, is it still a supervisorial position, or is it still needed? And then it would have an expedited approval where it doesn't have to be recreated from the beginning.
But the 600 that's been identified as cuts are not in the Brown Book. They've been removed from the TO and they no longer exist.
They've been removed from the DPO, that's correct, but they are in the Brown Book, and they state positions, and I'm not sure what the exact title is about, positions available for expedited reapproval.
Then how do we distinguish the ones that are cut and those that could be revived?
We have it broken out in the Brown Book. There's positions that were actually eliminated,
Okay.
and then there's positions that were put onto this list. So we're able to track them a little bit easier.
But it's important to clarify from the perspective of, identifying what future deficits would be. Our expectation is that those positions that are eliminated are eliminated. So there would have to be circumstances that would justify bringing them back. But in terms of, otherwise we would have to bake those positions back into our projections in the future, and we're basically assuming that they're eliminated.
Okay. Let me ask another issue. We, as a committee, have pushed forward, I think it was Mr. Smith's recommendation as part of the financial policies that we have that 1% on infrastructure, and we barely got looks like 0.25%. And what I'm wondering is, how did we select those particular projects, and whether is there any other consideration to increase that number? Because the one thing we have to say in the city of our infrastructure has not been well taken care of, and that 1% was really just a filler to say, pay attention, and yet we're hitting about 0.25%.
The reality is, since that policy's been adopted, I think we've actually set the money aside one or two times. And essentially every year it's been almost assumed that we're not going to fully budget that amount. And one of the white papers that we submitted in our mid-year report is that we actually evaluate that policy. Either we're going to do it and be consistent in applying it, or we find an alternative way to actually deal with our deferred maintenance. Because just because we don't budget for it doesn't mean that that deferred maintenance goes away.
I know that's exactly why it was put in there, and I think that's the seriousness of, I think in the past, in the prior budgets, our tendency is not to deal with it annually, but then when something really breaks apart, then we're into, let's go fix it at significantly higher dollars. And so, and although we've not, I don't recall if we ever hit the 1%, but I don't know if we've been this far down the list.
No, I think you raise a legitimate concern. I guess the only point I'm making is that we just need to be honest of the fact that it's a policy we haven't implemented, and just it's obviously not working, and it's not likely to work in the next few years in light of the deficits that we're projecting. And so what my recommendation would be is that we actually figure out a different way of addressing the core issue, which is deferred maintenance, or just basically say, no matter what, we're always going to hit that 1%, and then make the appropriate reductions that will result in, because we won't have that funding to mitigate layoffs or furloughs or service.
But I think that was the seriousness of why it was put in there, because we tell ourselves each year we don't have sufficient funds to do the 1%, but we always find more money when it falls apart. And that goes with our technology, and a few other things that if we don't invest in them, rather than incrementally fixing it, we then have to start from scratch and fix it for good, and then 10 years, 15 years later, we do the same thing again, as though these systems and the infrastructure doesn't grow old as we move forward. And so that's one area that maybe, Karen, if we put on our wish list as we move forward, that we really need to look at how we might, not look at this in a situation that is pretend, but that we need to fulfill that commitment, because we will pay significant more if we don't pay attention to it annually. Okay. And then the other issue, just to kind of comment on some of the issues, again, I may be alone on this, but the issue of the revenue, having sat through the last 2 years, and I think we probably were in somewhere in the neighborhood, a couple $100 million or more of revenue shortfalls. And what I'm concerned about is, although we look at it of a $7 billion budget and we say we may miss it by 1%, that's still several $1 million that we have to find. And sometimes our incremental budgeting of finding the money to fix those shortfalls isn't what we would do if we looked at the budget in total. And so we sometimes do more harm because we have to find 15 million here, and next FSR we have to find 30 million, and we basically go where the money is as opposed to a real assessment of what our mission and our role is. And again, having sat through the last couple of years, we end up with, I'm going back now, but it seems like it's between $200 and $300 million shortfall. And although last year we knew there was 50-some million that we started off with, and it turned out to be what we projected, it still puts us about 75 million for this year, and I think it was 100 plus the following, or the previous year. So I'm just concerned that that we miss it by 1%, or we look at issues in which we have 70 to 80 million or 50 million. Where's that going to come from? And normally what we see is the very things that general managers have planned to do, or in many instances council office think are priorities, get whacked in the last 6 months of the year. And what was somewhat enlightening to me when I read the information from Rec and Park, to see the 2 pages of functions and activities that they have ceased or diminished in the last 2 years, gives a real picture of what the budget has done to at least one department. And that department basically is one that actually gets a funding off the top. And so it's pretty clear that other departments are suffering as much or more. And those are the kind of calls we get in the council offices, is what about those services that no longer exist? And so I'm just concerned that when we are, as we call it, optimistic, we find out on the weekly budget session that sometimes that optimism isn't in our favor, because we're going to have to pay what they say either now or later. And so one of the things I found it difficult to assess where we're starting from is that when I read the controller's report on where she did the review of our reserve, was it the reserve fund, or I forget what the title was, but she did a report a while back by charter that she has to do our estimate of revenue. And she had 4 economists give us an assessment of what the current conditions are. And I believe in the mid-year report, your report reflected at least 3 to 4 economists that said where we are. And if you read all 8 of them, there was not a rosy picture, and none of them were optimistic. And so that's what I had difficulty figuring after reading those 8 different economists. How did we start this year higher than last year?
Again, no one has a crystal ball to predict exactly what the revenue is going to look like to 100% accuracy. And, Rex, I think you all know, who has been doing this for over 20 years, is someone that is often looked upon by other jurisdictions because he generally gets it right. And so, we're certainly, optimism is something that I try to follow, but not when it comes to, the revenue, because at the end of the day, it's our office that has to come back and tell you that we're off. What we would recommend is that should there be a different perspective on the revenue, and that we actually establish what that is. And even if the current revenue is what's finally adopted, but that there be a discussion early about what will happen if those revenue marks aren't met, so that it's not, to mitigate the crisis element of what we've gone through particularly the year before. And certainly we could have a session just on the economy and have the same economists that we talked to come in. I know the controller will be here later today, or tomorrow, or later today, and she could certainly respond to her projections on the revenue.
I think when she was here before, she used the word optimistic also, and I think that's the concern, is that we've been optimistic for the last several years, and we've suffered each year on weekly reports and weekly meetings, and again, to budget weekly and finding 10 to 20 or 30 or $50 million really destroys departments and services, because most general managers tell us that if you tell us what I have July 1st and let me manage it, I'll do a much better job. But if we come to them in October and then December and then January and we take resources from them, it's very difficult, almost impossible to manage. And so I would just like, in fact, let me ask if, Karen, if we could look at that controller's report and also the mid-year and pull out the 8 economist reports so we can share that with the committee. But I would really like to have you look at those numbers, and I know that some are more sensitive, and particularly the fees and fines, they fluctuate wildly and things of that nature. But I think what I've seen is that by the time we get the first hint in the first quarter of next fiscal year, we then only have about 9 months to turn the ship around. And as things happen in the city, 9 months ends up being 6 months, and then 6 months is in the last 3 months, and then next thing you know, it's even harsher than what was originally the problem, because we have to do it in a very short time. So if you could look at that, and so that we can, by the time we have this come through, that if we get new numbers, if we can assess it in the sense of looking at the numbers more clearly, and particularly in light of what has been offered for the 2 reports I've identified, I think it would be very helpful that at least we can all be optimistic together, or we'll have maybe just one pessimist.
And also, in addition to the controller's March 1st report, there may be some other information from what other jurisdictions you're looking at, and that can be incorporated into the view too, so we can see how it compares with what others are projecting as well.
And I think it would be helpful on the report, excuse me, the reports that we have received, if we can put them in a little collective, clip them together so you can read all those economists at the same time. Mm-hmm. You get, I think, a better sense of where all of them are saying almost the same thing about slow and gradual and over time, and again, none of them had a happy face on the end of the report. Yes, sir.
And one of the comments that sort of alluding in the background is 2012 is a big election year, and some of us have been talking about other revenue streams that we might have to find or create or work with. And I know, Miguel, you and I have talked about that offline, and this might not be the appropriate time to discuss it, but from your perspective, obviously, revenue streams are the key to the budget, and you've gone through where we see our revenue streams going forward. frankly, I'm not an optimist right now on the economic upswing, though I do see some reports that say things and I see other reports that don't. So we're still in a very difficult position. At this point in time, do you have any thoughts of what we could potentially put on the ballot in November of 2012, or areas we should be looking at? Some of us have put motions in talking about other revenue streams, but I think that discussion might be relevant somewhere within this process.
Well, I think one of our white papers in our report suggests that the CLA and my office work on coming up with a series of options for the next presidential election, and we'll start doing that. You're going to start seeing pressure on some of the programs that we currently run to increase rates, as an example. You're going to see that in wastewater in particular. Without rate increases, they're likely to face furloughs this year. But because, the voters of California and the legislature have tied our hands on what we could do, it's becoming increasingly challenging to come up with other revenue-producing options. A parcel tax is something that's available, but usually a parcel tax is for a particular service. A general tax is a hard thing to sell in terms of getting the most flexible revenue to help address this issue. So I agree with you. It has to be part of sort of a long-term solution, but unfortunately, our options are more and more limited.
And Councilman, just to add, in the last couple of years, the City Council has had a revenue day where different options are brought forward, and you can look at things on a looking forward basis. That may be something you want to consider doing again as we look at what potential options may be out there and what the council may wish to move forward with on a future ballot.
Right. Thank you.
I think we asked the CAO to think about that after, July?
Yes, summer study.
Okay. Let me ask another thing. From what was approved today on the MOU, what is your perception of the impact on this budget, and when will we see that impact? And let me ask you a question that several general managers have asked me. They're concerned that those funds, if you unravel the furloughs, that they do not have the funds to pay employees for those additional 26 or 36 days or 25 days. So could you kind of respond to that whole contract, furloughs, and the issues of how departments' revenues will fund them?
Well, I'll start with the last issue you raised. I mean, the premise behind our negotiations, as directed by ERC, was that we seek to negotiate away furloughs, and so that we establish a target for each bargaining unit in terms of what the total value of their furloughs would be based on the 36 days for coalition members, and then came with a plan to basically have enough savings so that we could actually eliminate furloughs and may live up to our commitment to not bring them back in the next couple years. That's why the targets increase the following year. So what the work that my office has to do in the next several days is calculate, given the mix of bargaining units that approved it and didn't approve it, what that represents in terms of the actual savings. Well, we could tell off the top about those who did not approve the coalition agreement, the clerical workers, the safety security, and the deputy city attorneys in particular. Those are areas that we know today have a significant percentage in the general fund. And so, particularly in the city attorney's office, the clerical staff that are in the city attorney's office and in the police department, the safety security, which are representing it in our jails and throughout, those are heavy general fund departments. And so those furloughs must be implemented in those areas to be able to have a balanced budget. And we will strongly insist that your budget have those furloughs. What we need to now establish is whether we have to possibly increase the number of furloughs to mitigate for any other shortfall that may exist. The plan...
Go over that again now. To increase the furloughs for those
who did not approve it. The plan has in there specific targets on health care.
Let me just ask one so I'm clear. Would they be the same people that are on the 25 or the 36 plan?
I'm talking about the ones on the 36
But
furloughs.
again, the 36 plan, and you're saying that they did not vote for it, so their furloughs could go beyond 36?
They may. I mean, what we have to do is calculate what the savings were, determine if there's a gap, and then look at, as one way of mitigating the gap, possibly increasing the number of furloughs. And it's a complicated process because the workforce is a blend of special funds and general funds, and so but we know that a significant percentage of those who voted against it are in the general funds. And so furloughs will be part of our recommendation for the budget.
If I could just take that another point, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but there's an LA Times blog piece or potential story that mentions that the 911 operators, and remember we had a room full of them, our general fund funded, and therefore they could go on this layoff furlough business. And if that's the case, how do we answer the 911 reality that is tied into public safety?
Well, if you recall, 911 operators are currently on furlough today. So it's basically implementing what you currently have. It will be having more days for those 911 operators, but they're part of that. Furloughs for 911 operators was part of the plan, that budget that your committee adopted last year.
I understand that, but the reality is, you were just mentioning you might have to go up more days.
Right.
Obviously, I don't want to see a 911 operator furloughed if I'm dialing 911, which is obviously of concern to all of us. How do we deal with that?
Well, I recommend we actually discuss that when the department's here, when we go through their budget, but what we would recommend as an overall rule is that there not be any exemptions to the furlough program. Sure. We find other ways to mitigate. Obviously, having response time is important, and being able to, the department has indicated there hasn't been a significant impact on the 911 as a result of the furloughs. So that's something we should probably drill down with the department.
But let me just, so it's clear for those who are listening, those that are on the 25-day program will not increase because of this vote. Only those that were on the 36.
Yes, we would not recommend increasing the number of furlough days for those who did not vote on this agreement.
Okay.
So anyone, the 26 days of furloughs are for those individuals who are not given a COLA. Keep in mind that those who voted against the agreement will get a 5% COLA next year. And so that's why there's this disparity between the 26 and the 36 days.
Then let me ask, what we've done on sworn and what's pending on civilian pensions and also these contracts, how do we see the impact on the human resources account and our, not this year, but next year's pension activity as far as our payment?
Well, when it comes to sworn, this budget reflects the new pension tier that was adopted by the voters, and so the savings that are being generated as a result of having a workforce that's now under a new tier, also having them receive a 20% reduction in pay that's comparable to what was prior.
But these are for the new hires?
That's for the new hires, that's correct. It doesn't anticipate any changes for pensions for existing police and firefighters. As we've indicated in the past, we're limited in what we could do when it comes to increasing pension contributions. I'll say it's not a secret. We are negotiating now with both police and fire, and obviously looking at retiree health care as a big issue. The likelihood that we will be able to mitigate or come to an agreement to impact next fiscal year is going to be a challenge because the Sworn Pensions Board has already taken action on what our payment should be, and we don't anticipate them changing that, even if we were to get a change this fiscal year. But it's certainly, if we reach an agreement with them, it would have an impact on future budgets, and that helps deal with the structural deficit. On the civilian side, this budget does not anticipate any changes in pensions. That's exactly the work that we have to do as it relates to retiree health care to determine what the specific impact would be. We have been talking to LACERS. We've been keeping them informed every step along the way. The LACERS board will be considering submitting to the city a revised bill for pensions and retiree health care costs in light of the agreement that was reached. Certainly, if your council were to take action to freeze retiree health care benefits at the existing levels within the next 10 days, that we would insist that LACERS board also take in consideration to impact next year's budget. They've indicated they can't guarantee that, but it certainly would help for the future years. And so that's how we're handling pensions as it relates to the budget.
Okay. Georgia, let me ask one thing that, and I've not seen this before, but in looking at the difference between the CAO's and the mayor's budget on deficit, the CAO has generally been at the 350 to 330 mark, and then on the mayor's budget, it jumps to 457. And I've just not seen in the past on our budgets that we added something that basically didn't exist the year before and then take it off on the balance sheet and basically call it a give on the deficit. And so somebody's got to explain that to us so we understand it, and because it just is the first time I've seen us use numbers that way.
I think it goes back to what Miguel was stating earlier, is it really does come down to a policy decision that the council would have to make. What we did is we considered the police overtime at $80 million and the MCP as one time, and that they would go similar to the furloughs, that they would be put in, and when you do the budget next year, you factor them in, and you either back them out or you continue them. And so our assumption is that we would put them back in, and like we do with the furloughs, and then we either back it out or continue it. So our thought process was we needed to show it, we need to make sure we accounted for it, and then ultimately it's going to be a decision of this body that will decide whether or not if you would continue to keep police overtime and not fund police overtime at that $80 million level, and then MCP now will probably go away as a result of the new deployment plan that the chief will speak to.
But what I didn't understand also is that how do we assess it as a give if they're getting time off?
The chief manages up to his level, his threshold level, and he's been managing well. Ultimately, there's going to have to be a decision whether or not he maintains managing at that level or not, and I think he would probably be the best one that would speak to it. So we just wanted to make sure we accounted for it.
But didn't we give him the same level of time as he was last year as we gave him cash? When we took the cash out, he got the same amount of time to manage. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we consider it as a give towards the deficit if they're taking time?
I know that the chief right now, or that CAO is meeting with PPL to discuss their contract, and part of that discussion, of course, relates back to overtime. And so that is something that they'll work out. But our factor was we just looked at it as it was a one-time. We needed to factor it in and back it out, and that's the way we dealt with it.
Miguel, let me ask you, a while back when we were EERC, and you gave us numbers as to the deficit and what you thought each group was responsible for. Does it alter the give and the fact that the deficit has been increased by $120 million? Does it change the numbers that you're seeking as it relates to the negotiation?
The number that we're negotiating is the one that was given to us by ERC, which is the body that I get direction from on labor negotiations. So that's the number that we're working from
But that was based
in our
on
negotiations.
But that was based on the deficit of in the 330 to 350.
Yes, that was based on universal targets that were given to all bargaining units, including sworn.
Okay. Does it alter the discussion if we use the mayor's budget as a guide at 450?
Again, until the ERC changes the target, then that's a target that we're going to be negotiating at. Obviously, this is, in terms of our, PPL is watching this carefully, and they've obviously asked us about the difference. Our response has been that the budget goes through a process. This is the mayor's proposed budget, and until that is changed and fully adopted by your council and the mayor, then we'll know what the actual gap is in the department.
Okay. Let me just ask you also on special funds, because we've moved so many people into special funds, are we contemplating that those fees are going to have to be substantially increased in order that special funds to continue to operate?
Right. No, I think your question is, are we looking at...
I just want to know if we've overexpended the special funds because of the general fund departments absorbing employees to prevent layoffs, the proprietaries absorbing. What I don't want to look at is that somewhere down the line we come in with a rash of increases on fees for special funds just to manage the absorption of employees that they've taken over in the last fiscal year.
Well, I think the city did an incredible job of doing an unprecedented number of transfers from the general fund to the special funds. I think the number is not likely to be to the same range in the future in light of what you just said. Many of the departments have reached a saturation point. Additional hires would likely put strain on some of their fee structures. We already know that some departments are already requiring or contemplating increases in fees, and if they're not granted, are likely to see furloughs in those particular areas. So, I think that's something to be mindful in the future. Should there be any future layoffs, is there enough capacity to absorb that workforce? Now, at the same time, many of the bargaining units that approved the coalition agreement are actually in the special funds. And so those dollars, particularly the 4% towards retiree health care, would have normally been paid for out of those special funds to make the general funds whole for our initial contribution. So there's a potential of savings that are generated in those special funds as a result of this agreement. That's part of what we have to calculate. Obviously this agreement has a mixture of both one-time and ongoing concessions. There's a potential when you aggregate all of the ongoing concessions, there may be some provides some additional and anticipated savings in the special funds. I'm thinking about sanitation as an example, that would either relieve pressure to increase rates or provide them an opportunity to do additional hiring that they weren't expecting.
Yeah, but I would hope that we'd monitor that if we're considering special fund increases in fees and permits and things of that nature, that is based on a full cost recovery, not an expansion of their workforce because they were pressured to absorb employees, and so that we're now going to the public and saying they're off the general fund, but we're going to fund them by creating fees. And I think that's something, particularly in this economic time, that I don't know if the public can absorb any more in the sense of the fees and permit increases that we've had. Okay. Great.
I think we've answered all of the issues, but I wanted to give you your first two report backs because they're general in nature rather than department-specific. The first one may require a summer study, you tell me, but as we've gone through the last 2 years of layoff discussion, furlough discussions, union issues, we've run into a number of civil service roadblocks or bumps in the road that have caused us a lot of time wasted and/or roadblocks that just stopped us from doing things we needed to do sometimes. The most famous, I think, was the bumping rights of a coalition member into a non-coalition job, and the city attorney saying we got to keep both those people in one job. So I think what we've got is 40 to 50 years of civil service changes that sometimes are in conflict with each other, sometimes are so out of date they're irrelevant. I would like to report back from you or a summer study from you, maybe to EERC, as well as this committee, on civil service issues that we need to begin negotiations with the unions on what needs to be updated or modified to meet the current needs of both the city and the unions, because there's some things that really hurt them as well. The second one is a report back, and that is I've grossed over the last year and complained to you and others about managed hiring and how that is working. You and the CLA keep telling me there is no problem. Every general manager I talk to says there's a problem. So I'd like a report back from you of all requests from all departments for managed hiring, unfreezes, or whatever the request has been, the date you received them, and the status. And I will show that to the general managers, because the general managers keep saying, we submitted that 4 months ago and we haven't received an answer yet. And yet you guys keep telling me nothing takes that long, it's not a problem. And so I want to know where, somewhere is the truth, and I would like to know where that is, okay? So those are the first two issues. Beyond that, I'm done for the moment.
Okay. Mr. Weezer? Is he there? Bill?
Not at this point.
Paul?
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Did he go?
First, has there been any effect on taxes from the business tax holiday that we've done, and what has been that impact, if there has been one?
I'll ask Rex to come up.
And have we taken that into account in this coming year's budget?
Okay. What he did.
Rex Olive with the CAO. The Office of Finance probably should give you the definitive answer on this. The way the budget was put together was the business tax holiday was last fiscal year, and we saw a little bit of it, of just a residual at the beginning of this fiscal year. What we have is these generally increase the tax base because they bring new business into it, and that's reflected in the budget because we have a 5% and a 4% increase in the business tax estimate.
So have we actually done all those calculations and included it, or are we just taking sort of a wild guess and put it in?
It's a reasonable estimate based on experience. The actual analysis would have to come from the Office of Finance.
Okay. A completely different question. There's a reference under property taxes to making an adjustment for a one-time event. What was the one-time event?
I'm trying to recall the incident. Do you have a page number?
Page number 6, I think, of the supplemental revenue outlook.
Yeah, thank you.
It says property taxes estimated to increase by $12 million in 11-12, but after making an adjustment for a one-time event.
Thanks, Ray. At the beginning of the fiscal year, we received revenue from last fiscal year that was originally expected to be received in May, and it was actually received in July. So we note that's one-time revenue, but it's not built into the base. It was just a revenue that should have been received last fiscal year and was received in July.
So just an accident of timing.
Yes, there is a lot of that when it comes to property tax, just shifting between fiscal years because of the way the county administers the tax. They look at it as not on a cash basis, but on taxes that belong to a certain fiscal year, and all of it just doesn't come to us by our June 30 fiscal year. So we have to estimate what will come in this fiscal year and what will come the next. And what that is a difference between the original estimate and what actually happened.
Thank you. And a completely different and broader question for the CAO. There's at least a few somewhat iffy assumptions in here that the council will support borrowing $40 million plus, that we agree with the revenue projections. Probably the thing that strikes me as the iffiest is the projection that LAPD will find $20 million in cost reductions. My suspicion, based on past practices, is we don't find them and we wind up cutting other places as we go through the year. So with all those iffy pieces and others, have you thought of other cuts that you would propose at this point to fill those gaps? And can you give us what a few of the first choice ones would be?
6 weeks ago, we provided you 50 different recommendations on reductions throughout the city, exactly for this purpose, to allow both the mayor and the council to consider a full array of options to mitigate the shortfall that we're facing this year and next year. Those options still are available to you for your consideration, ranging from elimination of departments to elimination of particular services like crossing guards. None of them are popular. All of them are very difficult and require a major policy discussion, but there's a series of reductions that we have offered. What we do recommend, and I said this in my onset, and I'd like to emphasize it, is that should there be any changes to this budget, or even as a backup to any unanticipated drops in revenue, that there be a discussion about what are the kinds of things that we should be cutting first, almost like in priority order as a backup plan, so that we're not engaged in sort of the constant crisis that we've experienced in the last 2 years. A predetermined list of those things that we will be reducing should our revenue targets not hit what we expected, or for whatever reason, should the $20 million that you identified in the police department not be realized. All of that, I think it would be very helpful to have a list already blessed by your committee and by the full council of where we go to for those reductions in advance of throughout the year.
Do you have a handful that you can walk us through of the ones that you think would be the best choices from a policy perspective?
None of these are best choices from a policy perspective. I think it comes an issue of setting priorities and deciding what the core functions are as a city. And if we establish something on a list, we're not placing value as to whether or not we think it's important. I'll give you some examples that are in this binder. The elimination of cultural affairs special appropriations would generate $3.1 million. The elimination of the entire Department of Cultural Affairs would generate $7.3 million. The consolidation of Disability Department of CDD would generate $371,000. The alternative funding for the 311 program that we have in our report would generate $1.5 million. Further reductions in the Neighborhood Council program would generate $3.7 million. Looking at restructuring the Board of Public Works could generate as much as $747,000 being general fund. Eliminating the Office of Employee Management Services and Board of Public Works would generate nearly $1 million in savings. These are just some of the examples that are in there. Again, none of these are if I stated them, it's not saying that I prefer this cut versus another cut. You asked me for examples. These would be options for you to consider.
With the, at least at first blush to me, the iffiest part of this whole budget is the proposed $20 million cut to LAPD. Because when push comes to shove, we all don't want to cut LAPD. I don't know that anyone has the stomach for it, so when they come and say we couldn't find anything, we probably wind up supplementing it. Is there a better way to hold their feet to the fire could we put the funding for their hiring for the year in the unobligated reserve and release it if they've found the savings they've promised? I mean, are there practical ways to actually make this happen? Or do we leave it in as a semi-facade placeholder for a $20 million shortfall?
Again, I would recommend, when I'm recommending as an overall approach, that your body predetermine what the cuts would be should that 20 million or even the 80 million due to overtime not be so that there isn't a question about the consequences of not hitting that target. And so if your body adopts an immediate list, if by October 1st it's established that you're not on target in terms of reduction, then automatically these reductions take place. That would be my recommendation, not just for the police department, but for the budget as a whole.
Well, my only concern is we make it too easy then. I mean, I think if we have an easy exit strategy and we know what we're going to do with $20 million in cuts, and the LAPD says, sorry, we didn't make them, the mayor told us to, but we didn't, then it's too easy just to automatically know where we are. I'm not sure I want to make it simpler. I want to make it easier to hold everyone accountable for what's in this budget if we do it, rather than to backtrack. So the question is, what can we do to do a better job on that one item, or not include the cuts at all, one or the other? Is there some way to actually have the department be held accountable, and to hold the mayor who put it in his budget to make sure that that department is held accountable? Do you have any thoughts, any strategies?
Well, each one of our financial status report will give you an indication whether departments are on target, and that provides, your committee is the one that takes a first crack at the discussion around whether departments are on target. The accountability comes when the general manager or his representative comes to the center table and explains that. And so I still believe that establishing sort of a predetermined list of what the reductions are within the department is probably not just with PD but throughout the system is the best accountability you could establish. Then your body has acted, has already said that should you not meet this target, it automatically means these following cuts take place.
Within the same department?
Yeah, I mean, each department would have its own version of that, obviously. Then it's not open for discussion. It's just already established.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood you, because I was thinking, well, the police don't do their 20 million, so we have to wipe out the departments you've talked about and make $20 million of other cuts, which I don't think would be a fair way to approach it.
Whether it's within the department or spread across the city, that's a decision, a policy decision that your body makes.
Okay, and we passed a medical marijuana tax. Is there any chance, based on the timeline of trying to deal with all the legal issues, et cetera, that all that will be in place in time to generate any revenue for this year?
We do not anticipate any new revenue as a result of that tax. That's as a result of the legal questions that the city attorney has raised around the legality of the tax and the concerns raised by even the advocates of the tax about the ordinance that is that dictates the licensing of some of these facilities. So we think, I mean, talk about iffy, that would be very iffy to anticipate any revenue as a result of that tax at this time.
Okay. And there's also been discussions of implementing a waste franchise and a waste franchise fee for multi-unit residential and possibly for commercial. Have we done an analysis of how much that might bring in, and would any of that happen in time for this fiscal year?
Councilman, no. The timing is such is that the official notice that was approved by the mayor and the council on a possible franchise or their change to our existing system for the multifamily residentials would be available after 2013. So for the 11-12 budget, we cannot recognize revenues from that.
Okay. And what about efficiencies? I know this continues to be a yearly discussion. I think some efficiencies are closer on the horizon in terms of better collection, in terms of more aggressively nailing down collection of our parking taxes and going after the scofflaws. The possibility of the ACE program, other things. Are we including an eye towards efficiencies at all, or are we completely ignoring that in this budget?
No, I think this budget has a number of efficiencies, including the consolidation of the Treasurer and the Department of Finance to eliminate redundancies, the recommendation to establish a part-time program for traffic officers as a way of building a group of employees that could help enforce traffic laws and without generating the same costs on our health care pension costs, and sort of creating almost an apprenticeship program where we would hire future traffic officers. Georgia, I don't know if any others.
In addition to what Miguel stated, is that also the Northeast Animal Shelter, the partnering out of the shelter, we also looked at the senior meals program and partnering with a private nonprofit to provide those services without hurting the aging population, but being more cost effective. We looked at transfer of functions of lot cleaning and weed abatement and illegal dumping from street services to the Bureau of Sanitation. So we reduced outside counsel litigation expense per the city attorney's recommendations, and so we looked at everything that we could possibly look at to maximize the amount of efficiencies that we could possibly attain for this year. And we expect that through Miguel's work on the white papers and the things that he's done, that we will continue to do that in the following fiscal year.
Do we have any way to capture expected efficiencies in collections as part of the budget?
Oh, the one thing that we did add is that there's $250,000 that's been set aside in the unappropriated balance to implement either an IG or whatever the council decides for the core recommendations. And so the mayor's office fully embraces the core recommendations and would like to see that move forward.
If that does happen, and I know there's been some modest controversy around it, are we anticipating the savings that position would help us generate, and are we capturing that in any way?
We did not capture that because we knew that it was still a policy decision that needed to be made through the budget process as to how the position would be set up. So we did not capture any additional revenue, but the hope would be that there would be some additional receipts that would come in as a result.
And even without an Inspector General writing hurt on this, I would hope that to some degree this gets implemented this year. So I ideally would like to see us capture some of those savings. I know the prior couple of years we've been hesitant to attach any kind of a number to a lot of efficiencies prior to their implementation. I don't know if we still have that queasiness to do that or not. But I can't imagine we don't see some improvement and some money in terms of collections, so I'm not sure why we couldn't include that as part of the budget process.
I just think we haven't quantified that yet. So if we can work with the Office of Finance and the CAO's office to come up with some sort of quantification of those revenues, we would be happy to assume those.
If you could include those, I'd certainly appreciate it, because I can't imagine we'd go more than one more year without implementing that, and pretty quickly. So there have to be some savings that we see as a result.
Let me just ask the last couple of questions. Miguel and Georgia, do we feel as though we've put a directive in the budget the last couple of years that every department was to come forward towards the end of the fiscal year with all their fee reviews? Have all those come in as far as any increases?
Yeah, that's a standard part of the process. I think that's part of their budget submittals would include any projected fee increases.
Okay, so we've gotten that. And then, Miguel, could you explain to us, when you mentioned, I think a couple of times in your report, that in looking at the new revenue coming in, where that should go, because I think we have a budget policy that talks about the stabilization fund as a repository for, I guess, one-time new money coming in. And you were saying reserve fund, or what was your intent? Then I think you mentioned also the prospects of some of those funds paying off some of the debt. So I was wondering, what is our intent, and what do we label as new revenue?
We've actually been discussing that internally in our office in terms of establishing parameters of what is defined. Certainly, any one-time revenue that's not anticipated in the budget is obviously new. If maybe, we weren't as optimistic as we should have been, and there's a huge surge in sales tax next year that was beyond what was budgeted. How we frame that really is based on how we end the year, because obviously new is not really established until the year has ended. If we look at it on a quarterly basis, just in the charts that we showed, some months we were ahead of target, some months we were below target. And so we wouldn't want to define as something new until after the fiscal year had concluded and looked at what was in there. The point that we're trying to make with this recommendation is that the reserve fund should be treated as important as everything else that we're doing. And the only way we're going to get to the 5% is if we actually commit to a process that establishes that at least any unanticipated one-time revenue, half of it go to the reserve fund. The other half will be based on what your council recommends, but because if you were to adopt the commercial paper program, we would recommend that you make payments in advance to pay that off faster with that other half. What that means is that as we anticipate shortfalls or changes in the year, if we were to experience a one-time revenue, we're not able to use that money to mitigate a shortfall. Because half of it would be going to the reserve fund until we hit the 5%, and the other half would advance pay our debt service on the CP program. Once we hit that 5% mark, then there's more flexibility to it. But the emphasis that we're trying to place to is that if we adopt this as a policy, that in a year's time, we could probably hit that 5% to allow us the flexibility in the future, and then to lock in those dollars.
What I'm concerned about is that, and I understand what you're saying, if you're talking about the contingency because of the fluidness of it, if you put it in the reserve fund, it's up for grabs. And again, if you wait at the end of the year, it won't be there. And so it would appear that the whole purpose of the stabilization was that there'd be requirements of how you took it out later, as opposed to, because the reserve fund, particularly the contingency part, is very fluid, and we're constantly front-loading grants and everything else. Some of it comes in, some doesn't. And so I just would like, as you guys think about that, how do we protect it? Because our reserve fund is probably the least protected fund that we have.
And I think that's what we're trying to get to, is we're trying to lock it. We're trying to get to the 5% and then lock it in. And that's really the goal. Once we do that, then your body could decide, well, we have reached that 5% and the remainder should now go to the contingency fund and start building that up. But the reserve fund needs to be treated as a priority, just like everything else. And right now, it sort of is the last thing we worry about. And so we've had to use it to avoid reductions in services and layoffs and all that. What we're recommending is that from here on forward, we need to commit to it and just hit that target, and then have that flexibility and not touch it after that.
Yeah, and I would a little bit disagree with that. As much as I've been a proponent of hitting the 5%, as the author of the stabilization fund concept, it was to take 50% of the revenues above and beyond projected. Now, when you talk about the monthly income or quarterly income from business sales tax, you have to wait to the beginning of the year. I understand that. But that doesn't mean you can spend it throughout the year and then get to the end of the year and say, you know what, we had a 20% uptick in business taxes, but we already spent it, therefore none of that goes to the fund. That wasn't the plan. The plan said you take 10% at the end of the year then of that increase above and beyond plan, and that goes into the stabilization fund, regardless of where you are in the reserve fund at that moment. So while it's important to hit the reserve fund, during the course of the year, you should be saying, Mr. CAO, Mr. Mayor's office, you should be saying, okay, we've got this uptick in revenue stream here and there, but we shouldn't go spend that, because the whole idea is that's how Sacramento got in such deep trouble. Whenever they had an uptick, they went and spent it and put it on their expenditures for the next year by building the bureaucracy or whatever, and then when the trouble hit, they couldn't reduce. They couldn't go backwards. So this says, as you go through the year, don't go spend it, because at the end of the year, you have to make that deposit in that fund. So be careful. And when you look at a new source of revenue that came out of nowhere, and other than grant funds, comes out of nowhere, you've all of a sudden got a new revenue stream, then that needs to go when you get it, not at the end of the year. So that was the intent, and I hope you'll bear that in mind as you and the city attorney particularly look at that policy.
What we could do with working with the CLA is, before this budget process is concluded, is find a way to reconcile. I think we all share, what I'm hearing is that no one objects to the different goals. It's just establishing better definition of what kind of revenue we're talking about, when in that process we actually park that revenue, and then how it fits in the various funds that have been established.
And I think the issue that we've been saying for a number of years is that 5% should be a real 5%, that 1% should be a real 1%, and that otherwise it's just nice paper and print. But we really need to make those things substantial, because eventually we will pay the piper for the 1% that we keep ignoring. And as we move forward on the reserve fund, if we don't put any away, we'll be budgeting every week like we do now.
Right.
And so I think that's what our concerns are. And my last question is that, do we feel that this 177 in the reserve fund will be maintained through the year barring unforeseen circumstances? Are there draws on it that are contemplated as the year goes forward? Or do we think that we'll pretty well maintain that?
Our goal is to actually increase it.
Increase it.
I mean, our goal should really be to hit that 5% by this time next year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay. If we could ask, we'll bring you right back, but we have the budget advocates, and we're going to have them come up for a minute. And I want to thank you for the quick response on their report. So we have the budget advocates, and then we'll get to the fire department. It's hot off the press. Monique?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What did he tell you on time? 10, have we put 10 on the clock?
Is that the report on us?
Thank you for coming, Mr. Handel. We've allotted about 10 minutes for you, and I think the CAO and the CLA have worked to get a response to your issues. We've just gotten it, so we're not going to be going through it, but we will be dealing with it at a later time. But we'd like to open this up for you to have comments, and so we can get started on our department presentations.
Okay, well, we obviously haven't seen these either, so we would love to be able to come back and address them one by one at a future date. But basically, again, we'd like to reiterate the fact that the budget advocates have gone through a very deep process this year in analyzing both the departments, talking to general managers, talking to staff, and talking to union leaders, and evaluating what's happening to our city. I'd like to address a couple of points today, and I'd like to start with, from our standpoint, the neighborhood councils themselves and work backwards. We understand the neighborhood councils certainly understand that this city is in dire straits. I don't think anyone can try and convince us it's any different. The union vote was extremely telling as to how people feel today, and we, the budget advocates, as representatives of the neighborhood councils, are here to tell you we continue to be here to support this city in every way we can. Part of how we support this city is with over 3,000 volunteers. Those volunteers help prop this city up in areas that, you guys really just can't get to with your staff, and that staff from departments can't get to. So while some council members may not feel that we're as important as we believe we are, I think our constituents believe that the work we do is very vital. So on that note, as you know, the recommendation is to give this neighborhood council group a 10% cut in their annual fees, in addition to sweeping the unallocated funds that are sitting in the accounts right now, which is estimated to be somewhere around $1.1 million, and to have an election holiday for a year, which is anywhere from $1.2 million to $1.6 million. So, having come back from the RAC meeting this morning and discussing these issues, certainly the neighborhood councils want to be a part of the solution. We're here today to tell you that we believe that taking almost $3 million from the neighborhood councils in one fell sweep is a very unfair cut to those volunteers and to the people who recognize the services we help bring to them. And we would ask this committee to look at the 10% reduction, which comes out to about $418,000, and find a way to reinstate that money, understanding that you're going to have the election sweep, and understanding you're going to have the allocation, the money that's sitting in the account sweep, which is going to again save about $2.6 to $2.7 million. We see that 10% as being something, in the words of one of my committee members here, is stabbing the heart and soul of the city of Los Angeles' people for a very small amount of money. So certainly we would advocate that you would reinstate those funds. Going to the actual budget advocate report itself and in the efficiencies and recommendations, again, we haven't met with the CAO or the CLA to know what was in their report, nor have we gotten back from the performance management unit in the mayor's office what it is they will support and move forward with and what they will not support. But in the end, our goal is to see you, the electeds, make structural changes, and you, the electeds, make fixes, not deferrals. And we're still extremely concerned that many of the things that are being done now are deferrals that are only going to lend to a worse situation in 2014 and 2015. And those were spelled out in both of in our motions and in our white paper. And I think you've all seen them and understand what it is we're saying as far as that goes. I'd like to ask Ginger to address the issue of some of the cuts that we're hearing about that are of concern to the neighborhood councils and to the people you represent. All of public safety.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. The $20 million cut to LAPD, I'm having a hard time understanding how that connects with, if you're cutting police department, then you're increasing crime. You have less cops out on the street. I don't see how the gang units will work and operate effectively. I don't see how the graffiti groups are going to work and run effectively, because if the police department is backlogged, then doesn't it become a trickle-down theory that everything and everybody becomes backlogged? How does this $20 million cut work? How does the closing 18 firehouses. How does that help to maintain core services? How does that help to sustain the city?
Let me just correct you on that. There's not 18 firehouses being closed. So let me just correct you so the public is not misinformed.
Okay, thank you. And the 3.7 million that is being suggested to be cut for the neighborhood council system, as Jay was mentioning, you know, we are the heart and soul of the city. We are keeping the morale of the city up and together. So I'm just really having a hard time digesting these cuts to public safety, because overall for the city, this is just not working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking very briefly at some of the issues that we brought forward to the CLA and the CAO, and looking at some of the comments that were made. First of all, the Inspector General. I know in committee the other day I read in the paper that there were some questions about the need for an Inspector General. Certainly we have the same questions. In my discussion with the mayor's office, you know, we truly believe that since the mayor hires the general managers, it is up to the general managers to make sure their department runs firmly and efficiently. And if they don't, it's truly up to the mayor to make the change in the head of that department. Having said that, I believe, and our committee believes, it's up to you guys to ensure they have the tools to make it work correctly. We've seen the billing and collection system, and I noticed the note in here that says it's being worked on in a central collection system. Well, you know, we dug deeper than the computer system. You know, we see the collection issue as a bigger issue than just a centralized collection system. What we would recommend is, as opposed to an Inspector General, that you would consider having a deputy mayor in charge of all collections. Because since the mayor is the one who actually hires and fires the general managers, if you had someone in the office whose absolute sole charge was to ensure that every department's collection system was in place and that we weren't losing money and writing money off at a regular basis, he would then be able to do as the gang, and it was told to me to relate it more towards the gang program that we had before, where we had a big issue with the funding and the coordination of the program, and by bringing in a gang person, a gang czar in that office, it was able to be straightened out and made a much more efficient system. So we look at it from the standpoint that rather than putting another layer of bureaucracy into our system that's already a system that needs to be fixed, it should really be done from within and starting right from where the power to make the changes is, and that's in the mayor's office. And again, not having seen this information, from the CAO and the CLA, I see a lot of information that says request city attorney to review and report back, request Office of Finance to incorporate, discuss, and review and come back. I would ask this committee to ask that these reviews are not done on a quarterly basis somewhere down the line. These are issues we need to deal with now because our deficit is now.
Let me make a commitment to you. After the budget process, we'll give you an opportunity to read the report that was submitted by the CAO, and we'll have that item agendized in one of our Monday Budget and Finance meetings.
Thank you.
All right.
In just quick closing, as you may or may not know, the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce endorsed the white paper and the principles of the budget advocates. That letter came out yesterday from the Los Angeles Area Chamber. We're working across the city to work with groups to incorporate them into what we're doing, because we feel, as the representatives of the over 4 million people of this city, as neighborhood council people, it is our job to help enlighten those people that we represent, to help bring to you some of the solutions that we see around the city and within the system. So we appreciate the opportunity. We look forward to going through this budget process with you. We know there are a lot of very hard decisions that have to be made. But again, we ask you, as we look at gangs, and we look at graffiti, and we look at police, and we look at parks, and we look at libraries, there's core services. And part of our paper was about the city council getting down to looking at what are the real core services that we have to give the people. And then I think what we have to do is create that nexus of which ones are about public safety and then which ones are outside of that scope. So we would implore you to, again, take a good hard look at that, and we welcome the opportunity to come back when we can read these reports.
Very good. We look forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comment at this time before we bring up the departments. Mr. McQuiston, you have 2 cards in for general comment and also on the revenue issue. So if you come up at this time, you can have 3 minutes. Everyone else, we have 2 minutes. Following him will be Richard Sanchez, Ronald Jackson, Mr. Camderon, and then Mr. McCosker. And those are the public comment cards. Thank you.
Jim McQuiston, you have my first paper statement on the mayor's income estimate. Now, I've gone through that myself, and I come up with only $4.295 billion, which is $83.6 million less than the mayor's estimate. Now, $83.6 million, I haven't actually gone through and taken it out of the expenses yet. So I took it out of the reserve fund, and the reserve fund then goes to a negative $54.8 million. Now that is a serious blow to everything, and trying to get $54.8 million out of our expenses is really tough now because, as the mayor said, we've cut down quite a bit. The answer is we should increase the income. But you'll notice on my item 2 there, we have increased fees. We're starting to charge people because the city goofed, and therefore the person who points that out gets assessed as much as $20,000 to $30,000 to do something that he should have been able to do, and the city just goofed up. Now, sooner or later, someone is going to figure that out, that why doesn't he go into federal court and kill the whole system of fees? And that may be this year. So I'm looking at all those fees and trying to figure out what we should reserve on that. The other thing that I want to say quickly on income, and that is Bill Robertson had a sidewalk committee up, and we found that people are supposed to pay when the city repairs sidewalks and streets. And right now we have quite a big bunch of expenses on sidewalk and street repair that we should be billing people. That amounts to quite a bit. But also the courts have said that if somebody trips and falls on those streets and the city knows about it, that the city can bill the property owners for whatever the liability was for the city. The city still has to pay it, but it can assess. So all of these things increase income in a way which is actually legal. And these things I think we should be looking at rather than some of the other less constructive fees that we're doing. And I'll discuss those in later papers.
Thank you very much. Next, we gave, what did I do with them? Did I eat up the cards? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Council, Budget and Finance Committee. I'm here on behalf of the Engineers and Architects Association. My name is Richard Sanchez, and as the organization is going over the proposed budget by the mayor, we see continual ideas of implementing furloughs. We see Mr. Santana also making that recommendation, and we understand the needs for structural deficit repair. But it's a little baffling to the engineers and architects that you have an organization or a department as the controllers, where the controller's office are the ones that actually go out and look for efficiencies in departments and where money is not being collected and where money is being wasted. As a result of this, I'm sure most of you have heard yesterday in the news that DOT parking enforcement, it was found that they were doing their job, but they were giving pass-offs where several millions of dollars were found. And this is as a result of the Comptroller's Office auditing of that department. And it appears that if you want to continue to find where these deficits are, it doesn't make sense to continue to furlough people or employees that actually look to find where those deficiencies are. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Committee members, my name is Ronald Jackson. I'm here representing the Chief Officers Association of the Fire Department. We have several concerns. You're going to hear a plan today by the Fire Department for the redeployment of resources. One of our main concerns is the public safety and our ability to manage the incidents as we see them today. By reducing 2 battalion officers, 2 battalion command teams, staff assistants, or the emergency incident technicians, you're putting us in a position now where we are in serious danger of not being able to properly manage the incidents that we're sent out to mitigate. The other concern, the second concern we have is that this plan was not fully vetted with the Fire Chiefs organization. On the surface, it may appear to be a good plan to accomplish the budget reductions that you want, but because we did not have a seat at the table, we did not meet and confer on many of these issues, we're concerned that some of the better solutions have not been vetted, and that again, it puts us in a situation where it creates a liability for the city, for our chief officers, and the people that we're here to protect. Thirdly, firefighter safety is a main concern of ours. This should be a main concern for everyone. Again, by reducing our ability to put qualified people on scene to manage the incident in its entirety, we're putting those first responders in a situation where we cannot track them properly, we cannot manage them properly at an emergency scene. Don't forget, this is a full-service fire department. It's not just fire incidents that we respond to. Responding to over 1,100 incidents a day takes a lot of expertise and a lot of command and control. With this plan, we're in a position where we will not be able to manage these incidents properly. I'd like you to consider that when you're taking this up at a later date.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kavarin and Pat McCosker, the last 2 cards.
Good afternoon. Joe Carmen, the Executive Director of the Engineers and Architects Association, and I wanted to make some comments in regards to the LAPD budget. We have some items for your consideration. In his cover letter, the mayor asserts that all city departments must make sacrifices, and the biggest department took the biggest hit, allegedly $100 million. On page 422 of Volume 2 of the Blue Book, LAPD budget pages, the table indicates that the adopted fiscal year 10-11 LAPD annual budget is $1.17 billion. The mayor's proposed LAPD budget for fiscal year 11-12 totals $1.19 million. So there's a $12 million increase. Not only is that not a $100 million reduction, it's a net increase. 2, included in the increase is approximately $11.5 million for new recruits and an additional $7.7 million for sworn overtime, bringing the total for sworn overtime to $16.4 million. Meanwhile, civilian employees, including crime scene personnel, will endure 26 furlough days, a 10% reduction in service and work hours. The purported savings from the civilian employee furloughs, $26.25 million, amounts to over 14% of the salaries, general civilian employees' wage bill. This level of savings could only be achieved by 36 days of furlough for each and every civilian employee. EAA represented employees are not scheduled to receive a COLA on are not scheduled to receive a COLA on 7/1/11, as far as we know, and thus, per the mayor's budget, would be subject to 26 furlough days. Whether the 26 or 36 days, how can LAPD properly arrest, collect, and analyze evidence in a timely manner with technical support staff unavailable 10 to 14% of the time? If the LAPD can't support the processing, record-keeping, court testimony, and evidence analysis, why make the arrest? The cases will fall apart. If there are not enough civilians to support these processes, they'll miss timelines and will go out of statute and be dropped. Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. Pat McOsker, President, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City. Someone's been running around the building lately telling you all that we support the plan that the chief has come up with regarding our staffing. In fact, that same someone has been running around telling my members that we support it. We do not. We oppose, as we have from the beginning of this crisis, all closures of fire companies and ambulances because they put the public in danger. And certainly we oppose this plan to make these closures permanent, to close 18 fire companies, 4 ambulances, the command teams that were just talked about, and to make them permanent in specific neighborhoods that are now targeted, like El Sereno, Porter Ranch, Century City, the Palisades, you name it. Places are now targeted for the elimination of ambulances, fire trucks, a bunch of emergency life-saving equipment and manpower has been targeted. So we oppose it. And by the way, we don't want you to be fooled, lured into supporting this plan with the smoke and mirrors that are being used. You're being told that there'll be enhancements in this plan, that ready reserved ambulances and fire trucks that are parked with no staffing somehow enhance coverage. They do not. Those things are not ready to go. You need to take firefighters off of other resources to staff those up or bring them in from home. How are they ready to go? How is that an enhancement? And don't be fooled by the fact that we're going to change the terminology and call some of our fire companies now assessment. We've got paramedics, enough of them right now, to do that, and we should do that. We should change the terminology, and we should make use of the paramedics that we already have cross-trained. You don't need to close fire companies and ambulances to do that, though. This is a cut, plain and simple. This deteriorates further public safety, plain and simple, and you should not be for it. There is $10 million in our budget alone with a gimmick being used that ought to go to restoring services, and all the money that you find as you go through this process ought to be used to restoring the life-saving services in the city, and that should begin with us, because what we do saves lives. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, Pat, could you come up for a second? Just want to ask you a couple of quick questions, okay? The chief is going to make his report, and you mentioned $10 million that you have found. Could you describe where this $10 million is coming from? And more importantly, to close the budget deficit, when I see some of the restructuring that the chief has put before us, especially the one shout-out you did, which was in the Palisades, by having increased paramedic support, which is a major issue. 83% of what we do in the fire department is that kind of effort. And I'm also told that if we have a red flag reality developing in the Palisades, that engine company that is there would be restaffed, so we would have the fire truck for that need. I'm just curious, how do we go about restructuring when I know my Palisades, God bless everybody, but the response needs are 3 or 4 times a day versus some others that are, dramatically different. What do you suggest that we should be doing for the safety of our constituents?
Thanks, appreciate it. So the $10 million just in our budget alone, without looking elsewhere and stealing from other important services, would come from, first of all, the $1 million that's now dedicated to 9 more civilians. Just last week, in front of the Personnel Committee, they were asked, the fire department was asking for 9 more civilian employees, and they're in the mayor's proposed budget to be special investigators, to investigate a shrinking workforce. We got fewer and fewer firefighters. This budget would eliminate 370 sworn positions, and yet we're going to expand our investigator ranks against firefighters by 9. So you should not do that, and that saves you $1 million. And then it's about $9 million. The gimmick that it was been talked about here, the $20 million that the police department is going to have in savings through contract negotiations, and is plugged into their budget, and obviously reduces then the amount of other sacrifice they have to make. You all know that you're going to insist that we make the same kinds of sacrifice through negotiations, and yet it isn't accounted for in our budget. So we make the same kinds of sacrifices, and it's $8 or $9 million, and it now suddenly goes into a slush fund, I suppose. It ought to be used to restore our service. So that's another area. But as you go through the budget, you're going to find more money, and what I'm saying to you is I think you ought to spend it wisely. I think the most important thing to spend it on would be like keeping an engine company open in Pacific Palisades that will be closed. When you're told, don't worry about it, we'll anticipate when the brush fire is going to break out and we'll staff up ahead of time, I don't think that's good enough. I mean, I think you want that staffing there around the clock. I think the people deserve it there. I think they deserve a response that's timely, and as you close resources, you lengthen response times for us.
Well, I mean, I just want to, for the record, say the Palisades people, I'm 100% committed to my constituents up there, obviously. I work for them. But I don't want to create fear or misunderstanding or confusion among people as well. I know that the need for a paramedic and increasing that staff is a dramatic plus for us in the Palisades because we worry about that a lot. But when I've been told last year, and again this year, that if we get into a dry spell, we're quickly able to move things around so that we can adequately handle any particular fire thing. I mean, I just don't want to create any misunderstandings in the community about it, because most importantly, we're trying to do more with less resources, and I don't have brand new revenue streams at this point that we can point to.
Right. Well, regarding paramedic service, you're absolutely right. We're all for upgrading resources to paramedic. As I said, though, we already have those cross-trained paramedics there, and in most cases, they're already on fire companies. So let's call them that, assessment companies, and let's make use of them. They're already doing it. By the way, what this really amounts to is you'll be paying them a small bonus for work that they're already doing. We're for that, and we're for you having as many paramedic resources as we can make. But what I'm saying is don't be fooled. You don't need to close any fire companies or ambulances to achieve that, and you certainly aren't better off when you close fire companies and ambulances and park them in firehouses and call them ready reserve, because they're not ready for anything. They might as well be cardboard cutouts.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you standing there. I know Mr. Koretz has some questions, too, because in my concept of how we do this budget, I don't consider you a two-minute speaker as much as I consider you family and part of a negotiation strategy. It needs to be all up front and open, especially when it comes to fire and police, which everybody rivets on in a very dramatic way. That's correct.
Well, I appreciate Mr. McCosker raising these issues, and I suspect if I'm here long enough, unfortunately I need to leave at 4:30. I'll raise the same questions for the chief, but the fact is, I recognize we're in difficult financial straits, and to some degree there'll have to be some cuts and probably some continued modified coverage, but in no way am I committing to this as a permanent structural savings. This is just a temporary stopgap, as I view it, to get by with the minimal threat to public safety in terms of our fire department. So rather than saying I'd like to see a permanent cut in Century City and other staffing in my district, which I think took a particularly hard hit, but my point of view wouldn't be any different if that wasn't the case. If there's money to be saved, I think we need to look at that, and that should be applied this year to reduce the amount of coverage we're losing. And hopefully as things become more normal, I don't want to see us institutionalize these cuts. I would like to see us, when better times, get back to something approximating some reasonable staffing for this department so we can feel safe. I recognize if you don't have the money, we have to do it somehow. But to the extent that the union and others identify some potential savings, to the extent that UFLAC is willing to make some sacrifices, that money has to come back to reduce the staffing. And I know you're asking that be included in the budget. I would certainly ask that as well. It would certainly increase my comfort level to know if we save $5 or $10 or $15 million in negotiations with our firefighters, that money be used to restaff up and not to keep this fully implemented modified coverage just because it's proposed in the budget.
May I ask Mr. Koretz what savings have been generated from negotiations with the union? Because I don't know of any.
To the best of my knowledge, nothing has been achieved yet, but I think this is a process where everyone recognizes we're going units at a time, and I think we should approach this process with some flexibility. So, yes, if there are no savings, there's no savings, but if we achieve savings in negotiations, I think we should have the flexibility to allow those savings to buy back some coverage, rather than just permanently implement hard and fast lines, which we're doing.
That's exactly what we've been doing for 18 months, but we don't have an agreement yet. And it's just like the $53 million. Let's count it even though we don't have it. Well, it's nice to say, Mr. Koretz, but we don't have that agreement yet. So let's not be counting money we don't have again. We did that last year and it got us in trouble.
Well, I'm only asking that we maintain a certain amount of flexibility. If the money doesn't come, the money doesn't come. But I think rather than doing this in a more permanent way, we need to allow for some flexibility to add back some of the services.
Thank you very much. Could I have the fire chief up, please, and his staff, CAO?
Sure, they should be over me.
Good afternoon, council members. What I'd like to do before I get into my statement, my prepared statement, what I'd like to do is first acknowledge the men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, both civilian and sworn, for all their sacrifices that they've made over this past 18 months. We have been truly a department in transition, and through those sacrifices we've been successful in saving over $100 million, and I applaud them for their effort. So I think we've had a lot of successes over this past year and a half. We're still a department that is maintaining a goal of being able to be on your doorstep within 5 minutes 90% of the time. That was our goal prior to the crisis, and it still remains our goal. And you can rest assured we're going to continue to move in that direction. As part of the mayor's proposed 2011-2012 budget, the Los Angeles Fire Department has put forward a deployment plan. This plan is designed to maintain service delivery under a reduced budget. It brings structural change to the department and long-term savings for the city. The deployment plan trims $53.7 million from the 2011-12 budget. Additionally, the plan brings stability to the department's deployment by ending the current modified coverage plans, rotating daily closures. It also reduces the number of closed resources from 22 fire resources to 18, and 6 basic life support ambulances to 4. The personnel from these reductions will fill vacant positions and vacancies created by members off duty for injuries, sick leave, or vacations. The deployment plan realigns the Los Angeles Fire Department's resource footprint to reflect the emergency services needs of the community. We increase our advanced life support capability by adding a paramedic to 10 additional fire resources. Emergency medical services incidents make up 83% of our department's calls for service. The deployment plan was developed utilizing a detailed analysis of the types and frequency of incidents within each district and response times to those incidents. The plan deploys resources based on the emergency needs within each district and maintains the response times and the department's core functions of public safety, firefighter safety, and service delivery. The department has put forward this long-term plan in an effort to meet the challenges presented by the city's current budget shortfall. In a thoughtful and deliberative manner, the daily deployment of resources will be reduced. As much as possible, the department is doing this in a manner that minimizes the impact of resource reduction on all those things: response time, public safety, firefighter safety, and our service delivery. However, with the reduction in resources comes a reduction in the department's ability to provide surge capacity and coverage during times of high incident activity. The department will be leaner and will need to have a more flexible deployment. The department will continue its ongoing review and analysis of resource deployment, availability, and response times. Myself and my staff are prepared to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Chief, can you give us an update on the whole issue of the paramedic billing?
We have transitioned effective January 1st to the electronic patient care recording system. We're currently rolling it out citywide. We're making good progress. It turns out that the system is going to be an incredible tool for our department. For one, it does make us HIPAA compliant with federal law. It will take our billing cycle from 45 days down to 3 days. It's our goal that people that we transport to the hospital and those that are hospitalized will actually have a bill waiting in their mailbox by the time they get home. We're starting to see an uptick in collections. We're hopeful that the EPCR will be totally rolled out by July 1st. There's still going to be some transition time. Our ambulance billing staff are going to continue to work the paper system and some of our backlog. ADPI, which is our vendor that's doing our collections electronically, they're fully up and running. I had a chance to talk to the CEO of ADPI last week, and he indicated that we collected somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million last month. Our ambulance billing section collected somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million last month. So I think with both systems running parallel, I think we're doing a good job. And once we finally get all of the firefighters and paramedics trained out there, that EPCR is going to be a huge success for the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, and then when you said uptick, is that mainly a backlog?
No, actually our backlog is shrinking. Okay. And actually I'll let our acting fire administrator, Sal Martinez.
What I want to get an idea about is that I think it started slow and it's supposedly picked up and we're back. But what we had heard is that there was a backlog that may give a skewed dollar figure but will balance as the time goes on once the backlog is finished. That's what I wanted to do.
That's correct. That's correct, Councilman. Sal Martinez, Fire Department. What we had and experienced in March was an upswing in our collections, which was attributed to some of the delays in the payments of that backlog. So we're now on track to getting very close to our projected goal of the $67 million for this fiscal year. And anything we do not collect will be forthcoming in the new fiscal year. But overall, our revenues are on target, and we do anticipate meeting our revenue projections of $141 million for the year.
Okay. And then, Chief, is there just a terminology issue when we hear your presentation and you talk about this moving and changing of services, but we consistently hear those who will say that stations are closing? Is that a terminology issue, or?
We do not plan on closing any fire stations. We had 106 fire stations 2 years ago. We're going to have 106 fire stations open the beginning of this fiscal year. There's no plan to close any fire stations in the city of Los Angeles.
What is the correct terminology when you're talking about different services that are either being shifted or, as the Palisades, a truck is there and you're deployed? What is the proper terminology?
You can use several terms. You can either call them fire resources, EMS resources, fire companies, and those are individual units assigned within a fire station.
Okay. When they're not operational, is there a proper term?
Well, when they're not operational and they're out of service, they could potentially be called either ready reserve apparatus or reserve apparatus if there's no equipment on board.
Okay. Because that's a constant theme that gets perpetuated, and no matter how many times you relate it, it seems like it keeps coming back that stations are being closed.
No, we're not closing any fire stations, but we're trying to make our message as clear as possible and assure the public that the level of service, we're going to go, actually, today I have 22 fire resources closed. Under our redeployment plan, I will only have 18. Today, I have 122 fewer firefighters on the street. Under the redeployment plan, I will have 106. So there is a net gain both in fire resources and daily staffing on the street.
I think, just in the comments you just made, I think when you say fire resources closed, I think people are turning that into stations as to parts of the facility or the equipment. The word closed seems to be what resonates. And just a terminology issue, but we answer that.
Out of service?
Out of service, something that again, when you use the word closed, it just kind of carries the whole discussion as to the building is closed, the fire station is closed, not the apparatus. So it's a matter of, I think, maybe terminology. Let me ask you also, you were at the Personnel Committee recently, and there was a great deal of discussion on the professional standards. Now, that's been probably about a 5-year odyssey getting to where we are today. Would you repeat what your comments were at Personnel as to what you believe is the importance of that particular function in these individual positions?
Well, it's my opinion that the fire chief needs to have the resources and tools available to manage the good order and the discipline of the fire department. I have currently somewhere between 10 and 15 fire captains who are detailed to the Professional Standards Division conducting internal investigations. These are fire captains. Their salary is somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000, $125,000 a year. Then, on top of that, I have to pay $150,000 in overtime to backfill because these people are not out working in the field where they do belong. It would be my pleasure to have trained investigators who earn not significantly less, but a little bit less than a fire captain, someone who's experienced, someone who's not going to be rotating through professional standards over a two-year period of assignment. And these people will be professional, trained investigators to do quality investigations to allow us to manage and maintain the good order of the fire department.
Okay. One other question comes to on our liability issue. Have we pretty well resolved all of the FSLA issues?
We are working to manage the problem that we had at our dispatch section. We're in the process right now. We did begin paying FLSA as per directed by the EERC at our dispatch section. We are currently studying best practices across the nation to find out what other large metropolitan fire departments are doing, and I believe at some point we will pull together a task force, both the CAO, CLA, Personnel Department, Fire Department, and start developing our game plan to transition or change the working conditions at OCD. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of 3 questions, Chief, and thanks for being bold in your leadership on this whole issues that we're dealing with in the budget. Going through some questions. Surge capacity, station coverage. What is the trigger point for staffing ready reserve engines and ambulances? And what is the process for surging on-duty staffing?
Every day, we monitor the fire weather danger in the Southern California region. We work in concert with the state, with LA County Fire, with Cal EMA, and what we do is we do fire modeling to determine what our threat potential will be for the next day.
So you do that on a daily basis?
Every day.
Or even if the weather changes, you can even move quicker than that?
Well, we're looking at rain for potential mud and debris flow.
Right.
We're monitoring, obviously, Homeland Security for potential terrorist threats, fire danger for our severe brush hazard here in the city of Los Angeles. So we're always monitoring the threat potential here in the city.
Okay, then take that a step further. How quickly will you be able to deploy ready reserve fire engines and EMS resources? How quickly?
Well, every day, I mean, if it's an anticipated threat, typically we make that decision the evening prior to the day of the threat. If it's an earthquake or it's some unanticipated large-scale emergency that takes place inside the city, then we would activate our emergency recall system and bring firefighters in immediately and start staffing up those resources.
Okay, let me just take it to an example that just happened. I understand on March 30th of this year was one of the busiest days in the fire department's history, with the LA Marathon and a significant weather event occurring simultaneously. How did the heavy call load under the modified plan affect the availability of resources, response times, and station coverage? How did you deal with that day?
Well, fortunately, we had already developed an event action plan in concert with the Emergency Management Department, LAPD. We were working with other fire service agencies in the Los Angeles area that were also participating in servicing the marathon. So we had resources already deployed in and outside of Los Angeles. We had bike medics, we had Gator apparatus out there with paramedics on board. We had a unified command post that was already established. So we had a number of resources that were already pre-deployed and responding to the rains the day of the marathon. And it just kind of, everything just kind of snowballed. We continued to run. I think we had that day somewhere, on a normal day, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,100 emergency incidents citywide. That day, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 emergencies. What we ended up doing was going into a degraded mode in terms of our dispatch. Those incidents that we considered less critical, someone, let's say their basement was flooding, so we essentially triaged all of our calls. But what we did was we took all the information down, and once the call load lightened up a little bit, we sent resources by and checked to make sure that everyone was okay. We also had our community emergency response teams out there working along with us. When we had calls, let's say, of wires down, what we would do, instead of having a fire company babysitting those wires, what we would do is ask our CERT team members to come out and provide a perimeter around those until DWP could get out and respond. So it was a tremendous effort on everyone's part. I think both us and the police department did an outstanding job in managing that day.
And you accomplished this without suspending the modified coverage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is a sheet that I got that talks about out of service, and I want to go into fleet maintenance as my discussion. When I look at this, it says out of service, we have 23 engines, 14 trucks, we have ambulances, some 63 out of service, and it goes on about the reality of what we're doing here. So I understand that the fire department shops have been at the breaking point for some time, and that overtime is the only thing keeping the operation alive over there. I was told that as of yesterday, the overtime ran out for the on-call mechanics, which apparently means that if a rig breaks down in the field after hours, there is going to be no one to respond out to repair it. We were also informed last Friday that the entire reserve fleet of aerial ladder trucks has been exhausted. 63 frontline ambulances were out of service, with only 11 available in reserve, and 23 frontline engines were out of service, with only 9 available in reserve. I also understand the shops will be losing their only welder within the next week. Chief, what do you need from the council to stabilize the situation and keep the operation at the shops from falling over the cliff, so to speak?
Well, I'll tell you, the lifeline that we've had over the past several weeks has been the coalition deal, where we were allowed civilian overtime at supply and maintenance, the elimination of the furloughs and the use of the civilian overtime. Actually, the number of ambulances that were out of service was higher than the 63 that you mentioned. Going forward, I think the balance of this fiscal year, I think we are going to need additional overtime for our mechanics at our shops, and there should be some consideration in adding some into our budget for next fiscal year also. I think what happens is if you choose to approve the redeployment, we are going to have 7 additional trucks that will go into reserve status. It will serve as a life preserver for a certain period of time. We will have a number of engines, at least 18 ready reserve engine companies that we could press into service if it got to be a critical nature. Our fleet is aging. Our MICLA funding only provides this fiscal year and in the mayor's budget going forward the purchase of ambulances. At some point, we're going to need to start purchasing fire engines and ladder trucks.
Okay. I just want to make sure we understand as a council that the mechanics are as critical to the operation as the firefighter, because if you don't have the equipment, obviously you can't go to a situation that's necessary. So I want to back you on that. But the bigger overall question, frankly, is what are the consequences of not approving this proposed new deployment plan? How many additional fire companies will you have to close on a rotating basis above the current 22? What impact are we looking at?
Economically, to achieve the same degree of savings, the $53.7 million, we would have to go from the proposed 18 fire resources out of service to 36 companies out of service on a daily basis. So I think it would put us in an untenable situation. We're not going to be able to maintain the same level of service as we would under the plan.
And it's not appropriate for me to completely ask this question, but I'd like you to respond to Pat McCosker's comments in general of what he said, and if there's anything you can shed on that would assist us.
I share his interest also. There's nothing that I would rather see than restored back to full staffing. I would love to see all of those resources come back, but the reality is there is no money. We've got a $54 million plan this fiscal year. It saves over 3 years. It's essentially a 3-year plan that is projected to save $197 million over 3 years. It is structural change. It causes us to focus on our core mission, public safety, fire and EMS service. I think it's a great plan. I'm not going to say great. It is a good plan. Moving forward, we're going to be able to provide the safety, and I'm good with it.
And on that good, just a special message to my Palisadian constituents who aren't too sure what's going on, how you feel they'll be covered with the modified plan, with the red flag, with the MS. Give us a sense of comfort in the Palisades.
We're going to do everything we can to protect the people in the Palisades, just the same way that we're going to do everything to protect the people in Eagle Rock, El Sereno, San Pedro, every community. There is no disparate coverage in this plan. There is shared sacrifice, but we've run the data. We analyzed over 1 million emergency incidents out of our computer-assisted dispatch, and we are thoroughly convinced that we're going to be able to meet our goals and objectives. Obviously, there will be some ongoing monitoring to make sure that it's doing what it's intended to do. If we need to retool it, if we need to reallocate resources, we will be coming back to the council.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate all your comments.
Mr. Grit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the department did a lot of computer modeling to decide where to alter the resources. And I know, certainly in my district, I've heard from a lot of constituents already and who think that we got hammered pretty hard. Could you give us a bit of background on how this computer modeling worked and how you did the allocations?
I'll turn it over to my Chief of Staff, Chief Cummings, who was actually, he oversaw that. Him and his staff did an outstanding job analyzing the data.
Good afternoon, committee. Brian Cummings, Assistant Chief of Staff. Councilman, what we did with this, the process that we went through is we looked at determining which companies that we would be closed with this plan. As we start out by looking at, we analyzed the budget reductions and what they would impact on the department and the number of resources. Because with the cuts and our department being 93 to 90% salaries, it was going to have to come from individuals that were on the red trucks. That's the only place where we have sufficient staffing to make those cuts. We did a detailed analysis taking computer-aided dispatch information from 2007 through 2010. As the chief stated, over 1 million incidents were looked at by a software system purchased by the mayor's office. It's an apparatus deployment analysis module, or ADAM, that's running on 2 computers for the department. And it breaks down the entire city into quarter-mile square blocks, and it looks at the type of incidents, the frequency of incidents, and the response times to those incidents within every one of those blocks. So it allows you to get a very detailed picture, kind of the way that LAPD's comp staff does, of where the incidents are, where the needs are of the community for particular resources. Then based on that, excuse me, we were able to identify the 11 engine companies, the 7 light forces, and the 4 BLS ambulances within the city, within those districts, where we could make those reductions, and we wouldn't impact those response times or service provided to the city. When you look at the city based on the council districts, it appears that the plan is inequitable, because certain council districts may have more closures than others. But that's because a lot of the council districts are not geographic areas. They kind of meander through the city. Some council districts take pieces of 3 or 4 different battalions. If you look at it broken by the geographic areas, the battalions, you can see that it's very proportional all around the city of Los Angeles. There are no battalions that are disproportionately impacted above others. So the coverage in the city is there. It's even across the city. The response times, the impact on response times was very minimal. We stuck with that NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association standard for those response times. We provided the right resource within each district to handle the types of calls, that 83% EMS, and the frequency of calls, how often they come in.
Now, I know within the next 3 years, the Expo line is projected to be fully built and operational. Have you looked at the places where Expo line has at-grade crossings? I know in my district, Overland and Westwood, which people express concerns about access to emergency services. Did you look at that in terms of the potential disruption and how that would affect deployment?
In looking at the deployment, we looked at current and predicted hazards that we had within the city and within each district. And that's a constant ongoing review process. As the fire chief said, we're going to continue our analysis of response times and incident types and frequencies within each district, and on a quarterly basis, we'll do a report back to show exactly how our coverage with this deployment plan is working, and where, if there are any gaps, we'll correct them right away by moving resources around to make sure that we've covered, done that detailed analysis. As the city builds infrastructure with stadiums coming in, with new mass transit, then we will, obviously, there will be places where we will need to add additional resources in the future. But this deployment plan covers the needs that we have in the city currently and the call load that we're anticipating in the city for now.
Well, I hope when it's actually built, you won't wait till a quarter afterwards, but you'll try to anticipate it, because it allows for frequent disruptions of traffic and lack of access, and that could be a problem. I don't think it'll be a problem this year, but it'll be a problem within the 3-year life of the program. And one last question, which I already raised earlier, but wanted to hear you answer. If we wind up with some sort of a pot of money for the department, be it $5 million or $10 million, are you planning to try to restore service levels, or are there other plans if we're able to achieve that kind of savings, most likely from any potential shared sacrifice by firefighters?
If you come to me with $5 million, I'll take it, and then we'll figure out how we're going to use it. But right now, I can't sit here and promise whether I'm going to add back an ambulance or add back a fire truck, but I'll take the money.
Do you have obviously you'd have more flexibility in a too flexible brownout situation.
Right.
But with a more stable plan and a little bit less flexibility, do you still have the ability to add back something? I'm not asking you to commit to where or who.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you have any kind of plans yet in anticipation, or will you do it once the money's there?
Right now, what we've got is before you. It's 18 fire companies, and it's 4 BLS ambulances, and $54 million in savings. Now, if you can reduce it down to $49 million, then we would go back and rerun that data and determine what the best model would look in a $49 million scenario. So I can't off the top of my head promise you that I'm going to restore a resource, because I don't know what Adam would recommend. So,
but your intention would be to try and restore something to improve coverage.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one follow-up on what we were talking about a few minutes ago. How does it save twice as much to permanently close a fire company rather than close one each day on a rotating basis? Isn't 4 fewer firefighters, whether permanent or temporary? Just how do you make that?
With the closures that are detailed in the plan, we're eliminating positions. Over the course of 3 years, 318 positions will be eliminated, which with that comes savings not only to the department's budget, but also to the general fund for pension and benefit contributions. With the MCP, all the savings come from offset of overtime. The positions are still there. We're just temporarily closing on a rotating basis those 22 companies and using that pool of individuals to offset overtime. So those people are still on the salary, on the payroll, and we're still paying for those positions.
So this is really a structural change that you're doing rather than rotating, and it therefore, in the long run, saves even substantially more money.
Absolutely, sir. And additionally, if we stay in the MCP, by the middle of next year, we'll have to start the process of getting our academies ready to run for next fiscal year. And running 2 academies to keep up with attrition, we'll have over 200 vacant positions by the time we could graduate our first class, and that's about a $20 million addition to our budget that we ask for next fiscal year in order to have those 2 training academies as we move forward, just to keep us at about that 100 to 200 vacancy level.
So then, by permanently doing it, we are structurally changing it, and by rotating it, we're not structurally changing it, and this is a long-range solution in the restructuring.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. That was a great question. A couple things. We've done a good job of exploring some of this. One thing that keeps coming up, and I keep having this argument, the union keeps using the word closing companies. And even sophisticated people, such as the neighborhood council, who spent months looking at our budget, came in here just now and said, you're closing fire stations. So please, for the record, public record, we are not closing a single fire station. We are reducing the truck force down. Now, in that, if I got my numbers right, under current MCP, how many trucks are operational on a daily basis?
There are 41 light force companies operational under MCP.
Okay, but the total number of trucks, companies?
I'm sorry.
It's 265, I understand?
Yeah, if you count every resource that we have.
Every resource, it's operational?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Under the new plan, it goes up to 271, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So when the union says we're reducing companies or closing companies, we're actually increasing the number of trucks from the current MCP, which everybody hated anyway. The union hated, you hated, the council hated, public hated it. But what you're doing is actually increasing the number of trucks on deployment. Likewise, ambulances on deployment.
Right.
Mr. Rosendahl brought up a good point that this is a major structural change. When we purchased the Adams system, it was to look at the deployment model, which hadn't changed in some 40 years, as I recall, something on that order.
When we went into the task force concept, it was right after the Watts riots.
Right.
Right.
The first Watts riot, 65.
Right.
Yeah. So, got to differentiate between 1 and 2.
Well, the second one was a civil disturbance.
That's correct. Okay. Well, that's what some people say. Not Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks says, I was there. That was a riot.
We were all there. Yeah, it was. I was in front of Parker. It's the first time I was ever shot at.
So the point was that in over 40 years, 46 years, we had not changed our deployment model. We were operating on a concept that was devised then based on just the number of fire stations we had. No science, no look at the population of the city, no looking at the number of runs you're running out of any individual station. It was just a flat line, here's how many stations we have, how many trucks, we're going to staff to that level. Is that correct?
Well, not really. Fire flow has always been, that's what predicts or tells us what type of resource that we have in a particular area. If it's a heavy industrial area, and the threshold has always been 4,500 gallons of water per minute. I mean, it sets the water mains, all the infrastructure, the number of fire trucks that we have in an area, our ISO rating. All of that is all combined to determine what our deployment model looks like. But it is a more antiquated method.
Yeah, it was a formula that was devised a long time ago and had not been updated for the modern world, really.
Absolutely.
So this, and as we go back and look, and even going back in those early days in the 70s and 80s, our ambulance runs, we had 1/2 or less than half of the ambulances we have now.
Right.
So this council and mayor over the last decade had almost doubled that force, making a tremendous structural overhang on the department. In response to the fact that that's mostly what you do is really ambulance runs more than fire truck runs.
Yes, sir.
That's fires. Okay. So major structural issues have been built into the system, but not built out of the system.
Right.
Okay. So that's what you're trying to do with this. So we're adding pieces of equipment to the current MCP. We're putting them where we need them the most and reducing them where we need them the least, but not removing a station out of service.
We're not closing any stations.
And then to the other issue that I have had, and that is that we're slowing response time. So whether you have 2 engines or 3 engines in Fire Station 28, its response time as a first-in company will remain the same to the location. The amount of units will be different. The first-in response will remain constant.
Yes, sir.
So we're not slowing response time, we're slowing the amount of equipment that may get there. And so to that, when you dispatch, if you have a major alarm fire, you're dispatching companies from other first-ins anyway, automatically.
Yes, sir.
And those companies will be getting there, but they may get there later, but they're going to get there later anyway, because they're from another company anyway. The difference would be is that if you have a major alarm fire in Porter Ranch, you have 1 engine company instead of 2 coming out of the light force, and so you're reduced by 1 truck from the initial response, but the time remains the same.
Right.
Okay, I think we need to clarify that. There are people that understand these fine technicalities, but when the union says we're slowing response time, that's not true. When the union says we're closing companies, it's technically true, but it's a scare tactic that people think we're closing fire stations, and we are not.
Right.
And then this new system maximizes the ability of your fire department to respond with the resources you have available to the modern technological response to fire management.
Right.
Okay. You'll also built in surge ability. Remains the same. So out in my area, the valley, during those high red flag days, summer months, you will be deploying those extra resources and bringing back those closed companies, as the union would say.
Right.
Okay. A couple of quick questions then, and I want to just kind of clarify that for those that might be listening. Managed hiring. Are you experiencing any problems getting resources approved through managed hiring?
Well, I'm probably just like any other general manager in the city. I mean, there are things that I would like approved, but I understand that there's a process that we have to go through to get there. I mean, mechanics,
That's the next
payroll people, accountants.
Yeah.
I mean,
So let me go, I was going to focus on mechanics. We've been talking about this for a year now. It's a serious issue. I know you had a point last year where you had no welders. You had to go outside the department, bring in somebody to take care of the heavy welding, and you have welding problems every day.
Right.
Have you put in requests for mechanics that have not been approved yet?
Actually, I believe we're about ready to hire three mechanics.
Yes, there were three and we have been getting approval from managed hiring to hire the 3 heavy-duty mechanics, as well as the replacement welder that we're going to bring on board very soon. So we've been having success in that area through the managed hiring process.
Okay, how long did that take to get through managed hiring?
Depending on how frequently they meet, we usually work with our CO analysts and get them in a fairly quick basis, a few weeks. It's just on their timeliness of meeting the required time frame to submit it and when they meet.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering why, when we had this discussion 1 year ago here about the lack of mechanics, we even have to go through managed hiring for something like mechanics, which you got to keep the fleet running. This is a 24-hour operation. If they don't have people there, then we really are, as Mr. Rapowski would say, putting people's lives at risk.
Right.
Why do we even have to go through that for mechanics when we've had this discussion here repeatedly that our fleet is aging, you got to keep it running, and when it comes to police and fire, it's not a matter of parking something and waiting until tomorrow to fix it. You need it now. So why do we even go through that?
The exemptions to manage hiring are established by your council, and so we follow the process for everyone, regardless of the particular position. Managed hiring looks at whether or not they have the funding to support that mechanic, not just the salaries, but obviously the related costs as well.
Okay, so the bean counters will sit and say, well, do they have the money? Don't we know that? I mean, can't the chief of the fire department pick up the phone and say, hey, Miguel, I'm down 5 mechanics. I'm parking ambulances. I can't put them out in the field. My budget calls for it. Can you okay them? Why do we have to go through this lengthy process for something that critical? When we've had this discussion here on this. Now, I'm not talking about a mechanic that may be working in general services that's fixing a lawnmower. I'm talking about life-saving equipment.
Well, let's keep in mind that there was a period of time this fiscal year that the department did have a gap in their budget. And so they've done a phenomenal job.
That gap was enforced on them by us as we kept changing monthly the amount of money that they owed us.
Yes, I understand that.
It's not the chief's fault.
No, I'm not saying it's the chief's fault. And the chief has done a phenomenal job in bringing his budget back into an alignment. So, but that's part of the context in which the managed hiring makes its decisions.
Right, and let me just add to that.
Can I just take your point to the next level? We're aware of roughly $462,656 worth of 6 positions. 6 current vacant positions. One is an auto supervisor, another is an equipment repair supervisor, another is a senior heavy-duty equipment mechanic, and 3 heavy-duty equipment mechanics at a cost of $462,000. So that's half a million dollars now. What do we need to do to give the chief the ability to fill these positions right now so that we can keep our fleet in repair?
I understand that authority has been granted based on what you said.
Yeah, what I just wanted to add is that when managed hiring looks at requests for positions, one of the things that is considered is whether there's money available to fill them. And we know that this is not always the problem of the general managers, but it's a situation that has to be considered in the approval. Now, let me also say that when there's an emergency or some critical need, those are considered regardless of whether the managed hiring committee is meeting. If we deal with emergency situations on a regular basis, and we're happy to do that. So, and I think the departments, maybe not all of them.
But this is obviously an emergency to fill these positions,
Right.
which is key work to keep us safe.
Right, and looking at mechanics, and we're not just talking about fire mechanics, we could be talking about helicopter pilots, helicopter mechanics, anything like that. That would be something that would get priority. And there's some exceptions given funding needs. But generally, if it's a safety issue, if there's funding available, if it's a special fund need, those things are usually given favorable approval, and they're generally done fairly quickly.
Okay, at this point, can we make a motion to just take care of this issue for the chief at this point?
We haven't done it, sure.
Do we have the money for this too? Can we do it?
No, they're in the budget.
I just want to take something.
The positions are in the budget, right?
Is the funding there?
The funding's there.
I mean, that's true for all the positions. Every department, when they come to managed hiring, they have the positions in their budget.
Yeah.
The question is, do they have the ongoing...
Yeah, but this is vital to the operation of the fire department. This is not something that's discretionary. They need this to maintain their fleet.
There comes a tipping point when managed hiring should become irrelevant. And I think the fact that we had this discussion a year ago and said, gosh, let's do something about this, and here we are a year later, and we're still talking about it, scares me, quite frankly.
I mean, getting rid of a welder, we have no more welder. I mean, we can't operate like this.
That's been approved.
Okay, that was a case last year. It was a case in point, though.
Well, we were told he's leaving in a week.
Yes, he is, but we are working on a process to backfill that position, so we're anticipating that to be filled within the next few weeks.
Well, I just want to say this is an emergency to fill these positions. I want to fill these positions, and if I need a second for that.
Yeah, I don't know if we can actually do that in this meeting today.
Or report back with that. Can we get a report back?
What we'll do is we'll take a look and see what, if anything's outstanding with regard to the mechanics, and we'll take care of it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think the legal problem we have is we're posted on the agenda for budget hearings and actions. We can't demand something today. We can do it on the floor, the council, but not here. So, and then the final question is on that same point, Chief Cummings. What is the current mileage per engine and per ambulance on our fleet, the average today, and what is the breaking point for that equipment?
Well, I worked at Engine 46, which is down on Vernon and Hoover, in 1982, and we were doing about 45 to 50,000 miles a year on an engine. And we'd only keep it in service there for 2 years, and then we'd rotate it out to slower areas of the city. It would be difficult for me to say obviously with fewer resources on the street, the apparatus that are out there running the calls are going to run more miles.
Yeah.
We're running the wheels.
We know that.
Our ambulances, we're running the wheels off of them.
And so that's what scares me. When you look at deferred maintenance in a constant fleet like police and fire service, you run your vehicles to the point of breaking, basically. fire department knows what that number, or excuse me, the police department knows what that number is for their vehicles.
Oh, we know also. I just don't have that
Yeah,
available.
so if you could give me, let's have it as a report back. I'd like to know where we are on the fleet.
If I might add, Councilman, on the ambulances, if I just put on my old hat, is that we run well over 100,000 miles a year in the fire department, and that is why the ambulance replacement program, although the rest of the fleet has not been included in MICLA, it is included as part of the MICLA, it's a modified, very small MICLA amount to make sure that the ambulance keep getting replenished, because after 6 years and over 100,000 miles, those have to go.
How many miles?
They achieve over 100,000 a year. They're
Right.
high
See,
mileage.
here's the question I'm asking is, in the police department, I think we used to shoot for 95 to 100,000 miles on the car. They went up to 120,000 miles a couple years ago, and we had a pursuit out in the valley, and of the 5 cars that went in pursuit, 3 of them broke down during the pursuit. We don't want to replicate that kind of decision-making, so there is a breaking point for equipment, and certainly fire trucks, probably more than the police vehicles, will break down faster, I think. So I want to know, what is the breaking point for equipment? When do you say it must come out of our fleet? I know we know how many miles or hours we put on a helicopter before we must get rid of it. What is that breaking point for the engines, both pumpers and ladder trucks, and what is it for ambulances, and what is the current average for the fleet? How close are we getting to that breaking point? I think we need to know that, and I'd like to see that as a report back then.
Fire can bring absolutely report back.
And let's see, and then one other report back, and this is another summer study, okay, so you don't have to do this right away. Something, I'm going to leave this as a last gift to the fire department, maybe. For the future, I think we need to consider this. I have said for many years, one of the problems I perceive in LAFD, and the reason that we are going to a professional standards bureau, is the lack of a leadership control training. Within the police department, you go from a P3 to a sergeant to a lieutenant to a captain. In the fire department, you go from an apparatus operator to a captain. Now, you've implemented a leadership training institute, which is doing a great job, but I think there needs to be another component. In many departments around the country, such as Chicago, New York, and others, have another level, and that's lieutenant, where you're training somebody to go from the apparatus operator to managing people, and then moving into the role of a captain where you manage more people. So I'd like a report back on, first of all, what would be the best practices model for the future, not today, not in next year's budget, but certainly, say, in the next 5 years, to take a look at creating that new level of lieutenant, or whatever you want to call it, in the fire department, to create a true ladder of leadership from the sworn personnel that drive our trucks and ambulances to the management level. Okay? Summer study. I won't be here to read it, but I will come back and read it. I'll be standing at the podium saying, "What's wrong with you people?"
You'll only get 1 minute, though.
Thank you. That's about 5 issues that Mr. Smith has committed coming back on and speaking on, not 2 minutes, 1 minute. It's going to be this rule for former council members. But going back to the deployment plan, Chief, first I want to commend your staff. They did a great job in briefing us before this plan was made public. And some of the things I saw in that plan, I knew that some of my communities, my neighborhoods, would be concerned with. They were very vocal in expressing their displeasure with the modified coverage plans, and what I saw there was what could be perceived or viewed as less resources in those particular stations. So my question is, if you take, for example, Fire Station 16, which under the new plan, under the deployment plan, if I'm reading this correctly, there'll be 2 less firefighters and a ready reserve rescue ambulance.
Right.
So if you look at that alone on its face, obviously the community, the neighborhood is going to be very concerned. So how would you respond to those residents who now see 2 less firefighters and a rescue ambulance on reserve there, to say that their service will not be diminished?
Councilman, Fire Station 16 averages 4 calls within their district per day, all but one of those being an emergency medical service call. The engine company at Fire Station 16 is a paramedic assessment engine, and so the constituents within that district, they will have that paramedic resource, that first resource on scene within 4 minutes. For those advanced life support calls, those most threatening calls, those call for a paramedic ambulance for transporting them. And the ambulance that was previously at Fire Station 16 and is currently there is a basic life support ambulance. So for those critical calls, the residents in that district are already getting an ambulance coming from another district. And right now for Fire Station 16, their closest ambulance is 1.2 miles away. That's the one that they normally get, and I'll tell you right now where that's coming from. Fire Station 16 is getting, they get Rescue 47. It's 1.5 miles away. And if Rescue 47 is tied up, both Rescue 1 and Rescue 2 are 2.9 miles away. That would be the normal response for those advanced life support calls that they need. If it's just a non-critical basic life support call, they'd still get that engine company, so they'd still have firefighter EMTs and a paramedic on scene in that 4 minutes, and then they'd get a transport resource, one of those same ambulances coming from either 1.5 or 2.9 miles away to transport them.
And are you saying that the transport is already happening even now under our current deployment?
Absolutely. That BLS ambulance is...
Coming from another station?
No, it's... Right now, Rescue 816, that BLS ambulance, it would be dispatched for those low-level EMS calls. So the difference would be with when 816 isn't there currently under MCP or with the deployment plan, instead of having that transport there within 4 minutes, they get the one coming from the Fire Station 47. So it adds several minutes to the response time. But our goal, the national standard for getting that first transport resource is 9 minutes. The goal for all those medical calls is to get that first intervention on scene within that 4 minutes. And we're ensuring that happens by keeping every fire station open, by keeping a fire company, an engine or a light force in every fire station as a minimum, and making sure that we ensure that there's a paramedic resource in every fire station. At Fire Station 16, that would be Paramedic Assessment Engine 16.
Okay. So although the response time for that paramedic transport may...
Just for the transport, for an ambulance, for the first ambulance on scene, the response time, there'll be several minutes added to it. But the first paramedic's time will remain the same.
The first paramedics will remain the same, the transport would increase, but what you're saying is staying within the recommended guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the same thing happens with a number of other stations in my district.
Fire Station 42, I believe, is the other one that you have, and it's a very similar circumstance.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And to the CAO, I understand that the UFLAC is still under negotiations. We don't know what's going to come of it. We assume there's some financial considerations in there, correct? I'm not privy to the negotiations, but we assume there's going to be some financial savings or costs. We don't know, but there's going to be some financial outcome from those negotiations, correct?
That is correct. The directive that I received from ERC establishes targets for each bargaining unit in terms of concessions.
And there are targets. Okay.
Yeah.
And for the LAPD, we've actually put in our budget a $20 million potential savings. We don't know where it's coming from, but it's going to come from sworn personnel, right? It's pretty ambiguous at this time as to what it will be.
Yeah, the department will be able to respond as to how to mitigate that particular...
And I'm not even sure if the council feels comfortable with it or not, but nonetheless, it seems to me that we are allowing some of that ambiguity for one department, but here we're not giving any credit to potential savings for those targets that we've set for ourselves from negotiations, correct?
I wouldn't frame it that way. I think that the targets that were established were citywide, and they were based on trying to be fair across the board. And so, if we get into any more detail on it, I would recommend we go into closed session, but they were, the overall sort of approach was a sense of fairness throughout all the bargaining units.
Okay. But you wouldn't feel comfortable providing any credit for or allowing some allowance in this budget for whatever outcome we have from these negotiations with UFLAC? You wouldn't recommend that at this time?
again, I think any further discussion, we should probably go into closed session on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I think you're still complying with the EERC direction as to negotiations. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let me just go through a couple of quick questions, Chief. The issue, if we could just ask you that we be a little bit more sensitive in the word closed.
Out of service.
And find out how we can rephrase that, because I think it will pretty well resolve a lot of issues. The other thing is that, although I asked the question earlier about the billing system, do we believe once this stabilizes that we're going to meet all the goals of what the vendor set? Or how do you feel about, because it's kind of skewed because of the backlog, but what about once we get rolling as an annual process?
I think through the improvements we're seeing through the automation of our data collectors, through the fact that we have more resources that the vendor can apply to the billing process, we should be able to meet our projected goal next year of about $67 million. We're showing a steady increase in our collections from the vendor, and we're still not fully automated. By the end of the year, we'll be fully automated. It'll address any lost forms. It'll have a quicker turnaround time in our reimbursement, and it'll actually, through the advanced technology they have through searches, be able to recognize and locate a lot of our patients more quickly and go after those billings. So I think overall we should be on track next year for meeting our goals. So it's all shooting upward in a positive direction, Councilman.
Okay. And then, Chief, there's been a lot of discussion about the treatment note transport issue. Is that still on the front burner to implement?
It is, and we continue to study that issue. We're working together with our vendor on ADPI. Also, we're having some discussions on how they treat treatment note transport with other agencies that have the same type of EMS delivery system as we do. So it is definitely a goal of mine to try and, if it's going to be a positive in the revenue side, we're definitely going to pursue it.
And let me ask one other thing. Most of your fees or increases are approved by the commission, or as a general rule?
Yes.
Okay, so you've done your annual analysis on fees?
I'm not sure whether we've completed. Yes, actually we have. We have our special service fees, which include most of our fees outside of our ambulance billing fees, but they go through our board and they are transmitted to the mayor for forwarding by the CAO to the council for approval. So it's a
do they require ordinances?
Some do, because we are updating our fees. And more recently, though, we've been sort of stabilizing because of the fact that our fees haven't increased, because our service costs have increased. The only other adjustments we've been made is related to the cap. The cap rates have been going down for us, so we do adjust even downward. So we do look at it annually, and all our fees are updated on an annual basis.
And you said that you submitted to the mayor's office. Miguel, have you seen that, or is that part of the budget?
It's the special services fee. I'm just trying to remember. We haven't submitted that one yet. It's in the process. I correct myself.
Okay.
I think our COO analyst is reviewing it, will be getting their comments, and then we'll submit it to our board, which will then be forwarded to...
So once you do that, all your fees will be updated?
Yes.
Okay. And then the only thing in the budget that I question, maybe you could explain it to me, the $1 million expense on the urban search and rescue, that's primarily a training fund so that we keep resources for eventual catastrophe, or?
It is to support our training effort to maintain and increase our response capabilities to acts of terrorism, natural disasters. At some point, it's our desire or wish to become part of the international FEMA USAR program. Right now, they're out of the 28 sponsoring agencies across the nation. There are only 2 jurisdictions, Fairfax County, Virginia, and LA County Fire participate in the international deployment. The question was raised when President Obama authorized to send additional USAR task forces to Haiti after their devastating earthquake, were we prepared to respond? And we need to be ready to go international if the need arises.
How often is the training, and over the last several years, how often have we been called up?
It's an ongoing training. I mean, we have 6 USAR task forces that are staffed on duty every day. And all of those people go through refreshers, they go through exercises, and we need to continue to train to maintain their skills.
Okay. What is the money actually used for? Do they go away for training? Is it bringing resources here?
No. The training actually is to hire behind the firefighters when they're away from their assignment.
Okay. So they're in constant staffing positions?
Constant staffing, and the training is actually conducted at Fire Station 88 out in the valley.
Okay. Let me just ask the CEO if they could look at that. I mean, and again, with the tight budgets, whether we can afford that. And again, if it's part of that overtime feature, we can see whether we need all of it or not. And then let me just ask one thing. Where did Karen go? Okay, Karen. One thing it asked, as Mr. Rosendahl and Greg asked you about the managed hiring, the other complaint we get from departments is primarily, even if when they go through the process and they get a selection or get approval, they never get the backfill, even though the likelihood of them hiring from within is almost assured. Then they have to do the backfill, and then they come back and they go through another process. Is there an ability to do backfill at the same time that they are making a request to fill a position?
I believe, they could ask for the backfill at the same time. Generally speaking, what we see are just the requests for the individual positions. But they could request that, and then it'll be, again, subject to funding availability and so on.
I mean, because would it facilitate it in the sense of, because like I said, what I understand, many of the positions are selected from internally, so you're going to pick somebody inside your department, and then you got to backfill, and that's the other delay.
In some cases, it could be selected from inside the department. What's been encouraged is to hire from within the city family where that's possible, so that we're not hiring new people, bringing them into the pension system, and much of it is done within the city family. So in a case like that, you may not need a backfill if you're not hiring from your own department. And sometimes I don't think that's known ahead of time.
Could we just look at that and see if there's a way to facilitate if those occurrences where there's a potential of backfill, that we look at that as a package as opposed to two singular acts?
Sure.
Okay. And then, Miguel, let me ask you, and I haven't had a chance to read the 50 suggestions, but did you develop something to look at the issue if we did not have the modified staffing and we didn't have the new plan, what would be our alternative?
You know, I think that we're running out of options here, and the new deployment plan addresses a concern that I think many council members raised about the challenges with the MCP. If we were not to have either one of those as a strategy, when you look at the fact that over 80% of the responses are really dealing with issues, EMS-related issues or ambulance-related issues, one of the only few options that we have to explore is looking at privatizing a section of ambulances service. And I realize that's a controversial thing. It's something that's not popular to explore at the city. It's much more common outside of the city and the rest of the county. But in an environment of such few resources and a huge demand on ambulance services in particular, without the MCP or the new deployment strategy, then we're left with few other options but to consider that as an alternative.
Okay. And then, Chief, let me ask you, I think we may have asked you this a while back, but there's all the concerns of whether there's sufficient resources with the new plan. Is there an option, I know you work a lot in task forces, but do we have any relationship that if we should fall short of paramedics, any relationship with private ambulances now to where they fill the void?
that's a tough one. I mean, we ran a pilot program a number of years out in the San Fernando Valley where we did a partnership with a private ambulance company. And their response times were so poor, and we weren't able to free up our resources to do emergency work because they were waiting on scene for these private ambulances to show up. So after a certain period of time, it was so ineffective, and it was having a detrimental impact on our ability to respond that we were forced to suspend the pilot program. I wouldn't support it. I think the oversight, I think the sworn component of our EMS system, it works well. I mean, you take the LA County model and you look at it, they still have to have paramedics on squads. They just don't transport. And the problem is that capturing that treatment fee, the only way that they're able to capture that treatment fee is if one of their firefighter paramedics rides in the ambulance to the hospital. Otherwise, the ambulance company collects all of that money. So
when you ran the pilot, did the private companies basically, they only charged if they responded?
And to be perfectly honest with you, there's only certain parts of the city they want to work. The areas where you've got low insured or underinsured populations, that's not where they want to be.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions, colleagues? Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next, the Police Department. Hi, Chief.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chief. You get started with the presentation. Mrs. Smith will lead the questioning on this item.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman. And my presentation is very brief. My staff and I worked with the mayor's office and Miguel very closely on the preparation of this budget. I have no issues with this budget. I can live with this budget. I know there are some aspects of it that you want to discuss, and I want to discuss them with you. I want to give you the confidence that your police department can meet its goals. The only other thing I will add is that we did the people that work for you and for me did an outstanding job of sticking to the budget this year. And if given this budget, I'll not only stick to it, but I'll provide you public safety with it.
Mr. Smith?
I'm sorry.
You got to kick it off.
Can you make a stand?
Yeah.
No, I'm not ready yet. Okay.
Okay. Chief, let me just ask, on the, in fact, there was a demonstration today in the council regarding DNA. Why don't you give us a little overview on that situation, because you were on the forefront of getting that started in the sense of locating all those kits and then where we are today. And also, could you give us a little sense of what other kinds of cases do we have a backlog on homicides and others, and just give us kind of a general DNA overview.
Well, as you're all well aware, and obviously Councilman Smith was very involved in this, as was the whole council from the beginning, from when I was chief of detectives. 2.5 years ago, this city suffered about a 7,000 rape kit backlog, and through the efforts of this council, your police department, the federal government, private entities, including the Police Foundation, we were able to put together not only an increased hiring plan, but a revenue stream of almost $10 million to eliminate that backlog, and we announced that elimination today. The really important part of that is that now that we have this backlog where we should have had it in the past, we can't go backwards. And there is $1.7 million in this budget before you for outsourcing of DNA backlog. And we are also in the process of hiring up to 98 criminalists to work in our crime lab, DNA portion of our crime lab. This is an addition of 20 over the year, and the council has been instrumental in that. I thank the council for their support. Now, the second part of your question is, what else is out there? And with the status, the furloughs last year and such, we have struggled in a couple of other areas, particularly in Leighton Prince. Leighton Prince is the last entity to move out of the old Parker Center. They have suffered 24 furlough days apiece this year, and don't enjoy the glamour status of the DNA analysts. So we're struggling in that area, but I'm confident that we'll be able to move them this year, and we'll be able to make sure that not only they're improved environment, but through some improved efficiencies and a couple of things that we're looking at as a management technique and the analyzation of prints, that we'll be able to bring that under control. We always, luckily, violent crime has decreased enough in Los Angeles that we're doing much better with our ballistics piece. That is, of course, a function of how many shootings we have, and shootings and homicides are down. So that has helped somewhat in that area. But still, some of this is yet to be seen because the EAA has not approved their MOU yet. So until that happens, I can't really tell you what my staffing is going to be with many of the members, which are their criminalists. So this is something we monitor very closely. I'm all over this.
Okay, a couple questions for you, Chief. First of all, we were notified today of the vote of the unions on the agreement that was before them on furloughs versus pay and contributions to the pension system. One of the units that voted no, actually two units impact greatly on the police department. One would be the clerical.
Yes.
Voted no, and also PSRs. So let's go to the PSRs first. There was a conversation in the council about a month ago about a motion that was brought forward to exempt them from the furlough process. Now with this vote, I think that issue is very complicated. If the council does not find either money in this budget to hire more and or remove them from furloughs, what will, with the current deployment you've got, a reduction of 36 days of furlough due to that unit?
Well, currently we have 597 PSRs. That's 47 vacancies, but disregard that for right now. Those are the PSRs that are assigned to Communications Division. We also have about, not quite 100, but about 80 PSRs that are assigned to the divisions. They work either the ACC consoles, or sometimes they do subpoena control, some other things that are within their job description. 46 of them are full duty. So I may end up bringing them back into Communications Division. They're not going to like that. I don't like that. The divisions aren't going to like it, but it's a difficulty. The impact, you asked the impact. Right now, of course, we did 26 furlough days last year. That's the equivalent of 30 PSRs per day that are not working due to furloughs. If it goes up to 36, it'll be the equivalent of 41 per day. So, but there's another piece of news that helps that. There is in our current budget, not this upcoming budget, our current budget, and we've held it off to the very end of the year for cost efficiency savings. The additional hiring of I believe it's 20 PSR. So those will be new hires. It'll take them 6 months before they're on the floor, but at least that's some help. And then I also went and worked about a half a shift over there answering calls myself a week or so ago, but that wasn't much help, I don't think. So.
We did bring back some money temporarily on jail division personnel that help you only on a short-term basis. We knew that all along. That is not budgeted this year, so you're going to go back to the same situation where you're putting sworn back into the jail. Now, at the time, the class that was coming out was on the old salary, but the new classes will be on the new salary scale. And then later on, as if we hire more this year, we'll be on the new pension scale as well. So is there still now a disparity between, if you will, a flopping of salaries and benefits where detention officers will be paid more than sworn personnel? So it's actually cheaper to put sworn personnel into the jail?
As long as you do it soon enough for the sworn personnel. The sworn personnel eventually catch up and exceed detention officers, but the end result takes 9 years. So if you do it as we're doing it with those that are just off probation and have done their year in a line division, then it is actually cheaper than DOs. It's not the way I would like to do it. It is the way that I will do it for this budget, and hopefully this will be the last budget we do it this way.
Okay, and the same goes, is that the situation with the PSRs as well? What is their salary range versus the new sworn?
You know, I don't have that one for you, Councilman. I can give you that, but I don't have it for you. I think it will be it'll be comparable. I think the DOs are slightly higher.
Okay, there's going to obviously be, Miguel, I know you wanted to say something, but before you do that, there obviously is going to be some discussion on the floor of the council when the whole council gets the budget on the issue of the 9/11 PSRs.
Well, what I'd ask, Councilman, is I'm not at the point where I've considered putting sworn into communications division. You know, I have I've got a lot of faith in my PSRs and the folks that run that division. You know, I think that we can do this through efficiencies. I think that we can manage with what we have. But if I do...
You think with 36 furlough days and the reduction that you currently have in vacancies, you can manage that and still have a...
Well, I managed 26 furlough days last year without 20 new hires and without moving 47 out of the divisions. So, I mean...
But there were complaints that the phones weren't being picked up as fast, or they were going totally unanswered.
Of course, we've always had complaints like that because when service peaks, you know, that happens. It's unfortunate, but when you have peak call loads, that's what happens. Now, you know, we can always put more PSRs in there, and then when they're on peak loads, you may be able to ameliorate that, but you're never going to eliminate those complaints, and sometimes those complaints come from within. So.
Yeah, I understand that, both of those issues. The question is, at what point are we hitting that breaking point now versus normal?
Well,
under normal deployment, how many calls do we have to receive during peak hour before we start going to the backup?
Well, we have, you know, we take almost 4 million calls in our 911 system. About 2 million of them are true 911 calls. You know, we dispatch almost 1 million times to those. Our goal is to answer every 911 call within 10 seconds. Pick up the 911 call. To do that at 90%, in the 90 percentile. You know, we're in the 80 percentile now. Not up to our goal, but still not substandard.
Okay, so we're at we've dropped to 80. Our goal is 90. What would additional 10 furlough days do to that calculation then?
Well, absent the hiring, absent the shifting, it would probably reduce it by another 5 to 7%. But what I will do with the movement of people and the hiring of people is hopefully to mitigate that. Now, you know, we can also aim at different service levels at different times and adjust our deployment for those peak call loads. So there's a lot of management that can be done here. You know, it is my goal to live within this budget, and if now of course the big question is it really going to be 36 days or is it going to be more than that because of the mixed coalition deal? So, you know, and then we may have this discussion. But I'm convinced that I can manage within this. If it gets much beyond this, it becomes much more difficult.
Yeah. I think we're getting to the point where it may become a runaway train, and that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, I share your concern, and I work very hard to make sure that doesn't happen. I think I think this council has enough of a history with me to know that these are not the kind of problems I hide. They're the kind of problems I fix, or they're the kind of problems I bring to you to help me fix.
Mr. Santana, you have some comments?
The only thing I was going to add is in comparing the cost of a PSR to a police officer, there's an additional cost because for those members who did not support this agreement, they're getting a 5% increase next year. So that even widens the gap even further. That's part of their original agreement.
Okay. The other question I wanted to bring up, and we already took an action as a council. I don't know if we can do this here or just ask for a report back maybe. We took an action to lower police officer salaries because there are a few people we're hiring. PSRs are people that we are hiring selectively. Would it be advisable to take a look at reducing PSR salaries too for incoming classes?
That is something that is worth looking at, and as well as possibly even criminalist. That's something that in our
the problem with criminalists is the competition in the field out there is so great. We're trying to hire people, and people are going elsewhere already.
Well, especially because our competition is right next door.
Pardon me?
Our competition is right next door. They just got to move next door to the sheriff's lab.
That's the nice part for them. They can move next. Yeah.
Right. No, that's definitely something worth looking at.
Yeah. All right. If we can either, I don't know if we can do that, Jerry, as either a motion in here, or we need a motion on the floor of the council to just begin that process. What would be your recommendation? I think because this is a budget hearing, we can't actually do that.
Well, we would, that's an ERC matter that we would have to bring up in there.
So could we refer that from this committee to ERC then, that they take that up as a matter of reducing those incoming salaries then? Because there are some of the few people we're hiring. And I think we need to take a look across the board, actually, at all salaries. That anyone we're hiring now, we ought to hire at a lower rate to begin with at this time.
And that is a directive that Mr. Parks has given in the ERC and as a policy that we're trying to apply.
Fleet management, I know you're planning on buying a certain number of vehicles from the forfeited asset fund. How many vehicles are we going to be able to get out of that?
It is a wide selection of vehicles. It's almost $10 million. The total number escapes me. I think it's 20 black and white, 17 plain cars, maybe 30 motorcycles. I can get you the exact number, but they're all, and it really depends on how much we want to expand of our asset forfeiture, which of course is a limited resource. You rightly brought up our mileage requirements on our cars. The fleet, black and white's 120, motorcycles 80. So it'll be based on that, and it'll be based on what level of expenditure we want to put out initially with asset forfeiture, and then of course what we bring in this year. We project we're going to bring in $4 million this year. It's not an exact science. So.
Okay. Now I'm going to go into something that is probably an absolute no-no, and I may be sorry I bring this up even, but the take-home of motorcycles. You mentioned 80,000 miles is what we get out of a motorcycle. How much of that is in personal use going to and from work? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, it's about 40%.
40%?
Yeah, well, it depends on the individual. Yeah.
Now, somebody told me that motor cops are now paying for the right to take that home. They pay something toward the gas or maintenance or something, or do they not pay anything at all?
I think they may pay the parking fee that all of us with a take-home.
The parking fee?
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to get a parking ticket.
I don't know of anything.
Why pay the fee?
There might be something else, but if there is, I don't know about it.
There isn't? Okay, someone told me that there's a contribution that they make now.
Was it a motor cop?
Could you check that out for me?
I will look. I don't think that there. If there is, it would be the parking.
Okay, I know Dennis Zine will probably try and shoot me.
It might be Dennis. Yeah, well, I would worry about his son more than him.
Yeah, his son will. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have for the moment.
How you doing, Chief? Good to see you again.
I'm good, Councilman.
Again, thank you for the rape kit business and getting that all behind us. Just back to the hiring to the magic number of 9,963. While we anticipate that we're hiring to attrition will cost us roughly $13 million, what will these additional officers cost us fully loaded in fiscal year 2012-2013 when they are all on the payroll, including direct and indirect costs?
Well, the budget will be the same because they will cost less than the people that they replace. You know,
because of the new law that the voters moved.
Right. Well, it's not only that, but it's that when people retire, they retire at a much higher rate than new hires. So, I mean, you know, we start our police officers at 47. You know, you can add another 50% for benefits, but there, you know, it's nowhere near what the people that they replace. So it will still stay within our budget. Remember, it's hiring to attrition, so there's no increase because of them.
When Mr. Smith was bringing up the folks that answer the 911, give me some more comfort on that, because to me, anybody on furlough in that area there does create, in some people's minds, a busy signal. How are we handling that?
Well, the true answer is, just like all of this, the best we can. There's no free lunch here. You know, we reduce the amount of people that I have deployed in these areas by 10% through furloughs or by 15% through increased furloughs. You know, that causes an issue. So we have to either through moving them out of the divisions, which is what we talked about, and through some additional hiring, and then through better management. You know, there's always a price to be paid for this. You know, so sometimes. Whether it's taking people off of 311 or 912 as they call it, you know, I mean that's what we'll have to do, and those waits may become even longer.
Do we have any sense of how many of them are fire related that go through the 911?
How many are fire related?
Yeah, I mean not a fire, but fire department.
You know, you'd have to ask Millage. I don't know.
I'm told most of it, or more than half of it.
Well, we refer them immediately to fire. I think that they do. What do they do? 700,000.
Yeah, they have.
I think they do 600,000 to 700,000.
The fire department has its own system.
Yeah, but they stay on the phone with them.
Right. Yeah, we flip them over to the fire department. I don't know what part of our call load that is. I think it might be about a third of the number of calls they take, but they only stay on an increment of time. It's not they don't stay on forever.
Right. I've been saying for years about civilians and able-bodied officers and the difference between the two. For instance, I'm told that in the information office we have 20 sworn officers doing that work, and then others have suggested, why can't you have civilians doing it? And then it goes back to my original question year after year, which changes. How many sworn officers do we have doing civilian jobs that are able-bodied, that aren't there, you know, due to other disability issues or other questions? Because we're told 70 cents of every dollar, you know, for a civilian, it's 100% more for a sworn officer to be sitting in that civilian job. Do we have any sense going into this budget situation how many able-bodied officers there are in civilian positions?
Well, the conversation we just had, the most officers that are in civilian positions are in jailers or detention officer positions. And, you know, they're actually, the new set of them anyway will be cheaper than detention officers. Now, I would rather not have police officers doing that. I'd rather have detention officers doing it. But it's not a cost issue. It's a training issue. It's using the right people for the right function. Now, the number of people that in positions that are purely civilian is mostly predicated on how many light duty folks I have. I don't have several hundred, up to 400 at any given time. So they may be doing things that are non-sworn, but the amount of officers that are doing things that you would think of as a civilian position, like subpoena control or something like that, is well under 100 now. Well under 100. But I think that the important thing is that we manage the people that we have appropriately, and that I don't misuse folks. And, you know, like the PIOs, for example, that you're talking about, the information office. Yeah. Well, it's pretty important to have a sworn police officer out there trying to explain to the public why we're blocking off a huge portion of the valley, or try to explain an officer-involved shooting that may become controversial in the future. There's a lot of knowledge that's required there. So, I think that in many cases, the knowledge that you gain as a police officer helps you to do some of these other jobs that while could be done by a civilian, would not be done to the same level.
It's just that kind of cross-training makes them more effective.
Right, and then of course the other advantage is that when a crisis occurs, then we're all on the front line. That I can move them immediately to the fire line or to any other disaster.
Yeah, this might be very limited money, at least I've been told, but I'd like to go on the record with this and get a report back. Pursuant to California Government Code section, and it goes on, the police department may enter into agreements with the port and LAWA to recover the costs of booking. According to the 2009 data, there were 734 arrestees booked in the LAPD jail facility by the Los Angeles World Airport Police and 272 by the Port of Los Angeles Police. Can we get an update on the feasibility of recovering these costs? And I'm told they're not much, but I'd just like to know what they are, because they're proprietary departments that do have their own.
Well, I can get back to you on what the cost would be. I don't have the fee rate, but I have represented the department on this exact issue in this chair before. The LAWA and the Port Police operate exclusively in the city of Los Angeles.
Right.
Those arrests are to the benefit of the city. They are part of the city family to me, the law enforcement city family. I think we're just robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Except that they have revenue streams separate from our general budget funds, and where it's a relationship that, in fact, we're doing with their police or with their operations, both the port and the thing, they do have the ability to reimburse if in fact, we're using LAPD personnel to do something that they do well, but also they should get paid for it. I don't know how much money we're looking at, but you get a report back. It's something you have to fight for.
It's like if it's similar to the rate that we pay the sheriff, it's $116 a booking, and right in there.
I see.
Yes.
Not much to write home about.
Well, and then within the original issue with this is that I don't want to deter either of those departments from taking enforcement action. So I mean there is a balance here, but obviously, if council wants me to look at it, I'm right on it.
Well, we just want to see where we can save money from the general fund. That's it. I don't have anything more at this point.
Thank you. Overtime's being that's constant from last year. No.
It's the same. It's done in the same way as last year. There is some incremental increase in the amount of money that I'm allotted for FLSA overtime. I think we'll stay under that, just like we did this year, though.
Okay. I'm hearing that the CLEAR program or the CLEAR sites in our city, that some of those may be impacted by this budget. I don't see that in any of my budget documents. None of those will be impacted.
No,
they will not be removed from those programs.
Councilman, what probably has happened, especially in your district, is that because of the financial disclosure issue, some of the officers assigned to your particular CLEAR sites didn't want to comply. So there are some vacancies there that we will fill, and we are filling them.
But we will fill them. And the budget is not impacting them negatively.
No, one of the things that I promised the council, because I know that this is difficult for the council, the hiring to attrition piece, is that I'm not going to reduce public safety because you're allowing me to do this. The CLEAR sites have worked. They are one of the anchor pieces of our gang violence reduction programs, and they're going to continue.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
If I could just go back. We had talked among ourselves, and I don't know how public you could be at this point, Chief, but we've had significant issues in Venice lately, and frankly, you've been extremely supportive of all the issues I've had to deal with transit population, with drug and alcohol abuse, with stabbings and violence. And I can't ask for more of a team from your bureau chief down in the rank and file, and I met with new officers coming in earlier this week in a roll call and so on. But the most recent issues over the last month do suggest by most of my Venetian constituents that we need more support. And I want to make sure that what we've talked about, I don't know how public on certain parts of it you can be, but I was very encouraged with our conversation about it yesterday, and also encouraged with your Captain Peters there and Commander Smith, who also talked about it with me later in another meeting on the Vehicles to Home project, which is an effort to deal with folks living in their vehicles. Could you give us a sense of how resources get deployed or rearranged or reorganized that can assist us in Venice?
Sure, and obviously we deploy, like the fire department was talking about, we deploy where the crime is.
Right.
You do have issues in Venice right now, not only that, but we're coming up on the summer. It's very important to set the right standard of behavior there before, the all of Los Angeles makes it their destination.
Right.
Just like we're doing with the Dodgers. I've committed to Chief McCarthy through Chief Paysinger that we'll make sure that adequate resources are deployed at Venice. I'm letting them put together the plan. I don't want to, how I work. I try to facilitate their efforts. That's my job.
Right.
So when they give me their plan, we'll make sure that it's adequately staffed.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
No, I appreciate your interest in it. I mean, this is a public safety council, and I recognize that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Chief, let me go through a couple of questions. This first one, Miguel, let me ask you on page 425, talking about sworn overtime funding, which shows in the number 7 that evidently there was an inadvertent issue of leaving out the $7.7 million for overtime.
Yeah, reimbursable. That's reimbursable from the proprietaries.
I know it's reimbursable. I'm just wondering, because we pay it up front, is that what was left out, is the fact that we pay it up front and then get reimbursed? Is that what was inadvertent?
That's what we're anticipating for next year, the higher reimbursement would be.
Okay, but what was the inadvertent for 10-11?
We didn't put any in last year.
It was zero?
So it was zero. So as you well know, obviously you know at least as much about this as I do, is that especially for the first quarter, you're behind the whole time, and that's so we put in 7.7 this year to take care of that quarter.
But what I'm concerned about is that if we had 7.7 in overtime inadvertent, and then we had almost 10 on uniform allowance, that's just under $20 million that we missed in their budget last year. And I don't know how we could miss $20 million of funding.
I'm Ayudan from the CAO. The 7.7 is backed out by or offset by general fund receipts, so it's about 12.8 or 12 million. So about 5.6 million will be transferred from Fund 339, and the other ones are already in the general fund receipts to offset the appropriation within the police department.
I understand how it works. I'm just saying, how did we miss putting it in the budget last year or this current year, along with missing the issue of the uniform allowance?
Well, what we did for this fiscal year is that in the operational plan, actually, we gave them the appropriation for the reimbursable overtime, and that was offset by increases in the revenue, which is in the revised revenue.
I know exactly what you did this year. I just want to know, how did we miss almost $20 million in their budget in 10-11?
Well, the $10 million from the uniform allowance was not anticipated because it was contingent on reaching a goal. And so at the time that the budget was adopted, we discussed whether or not to assume that that goal was going to be reached, and until they actually implemented the budget, we wouldn't know as to whether or not they could. And the department has met its responsibility to hit the overtime target, and there were a number of other savings beyond that that were also reached, and so the agreement was if the target was reached, then the overtime, the uniform allowance would be granted. That's specific to that $10 million.
Let me just dispute one thing. The issue, when we say they met their goal, they met their goal July 1st because we took their overtime out. So, I mean, that was the 100 million or whatever was the goal. Well, they didn't have it July 1st. And so there was no mystery that they were going to meet the goal because we took it out of the budget when it became effective. And so that's what makes the missing $9 million even more strange.
But that's not necessarily the case, because under prior administrations, goes, on overtime, the goal perhaps wouldn't have been met. This administration has worked very hard to keep that goal. They haven't had to go up as high as they've been allowed. They've kept it well below the actual anticipated, what was actually allowed within the agreement.
Well, we'll agree to disagree on that.
Perfect.
Let me go through a couple of more questions. Chief, one thing on, Mr. Smith asked you about cars. What about the issue of take-home cars we've discussed over the last couple of years?
Well, take-home cars are something that we review all the time. They are an operational necessity and an operational efficiency for some commands, but they are a large expense. They, just to be specific, it's about a $6 million expense for the police department for total take-home vehicles. That includes all of our motorcycles, all of our emergency response folks, our SWAT teams, and many of our detective sections, and our command officers who respond to almost every major incident in the city. We can always be more efficient, but there is always some need for this, and so it's always a balance.
I think our concern was at one time, a year or two ago, they got up almost, I think, 1,000 somewhere. It was very high.
Yes.
And we said, can we?
Well, we're much reduced from that. One of the things that has impacted us is in the last study relative to the Peña shooting and SWAT deployment. It was highly recommended that in order to get our emergency response folks on scene faster, that we give them all an individual car rather than having one officer pick up another, which was the prior practice. So we ended up doubling that number. Now while we did that, we've still been able to reduce the total number by clamping down on some folks that didn't have a lot of emergency responses. So. We're in the middle of doing a study on that. We can report back through public safety or however the council likes on our progress. But we're making sure that the people that have the cars are the people that are doing emergency response, and it's not just a perk or a nice to have. It's people that actually need them to make the city safer.
Okay. Could we get a report back and look at it over the last 3 or 4 years?
Sure.
And separate out motorcycles from vehicles so we get some idea. And then let me ask you on a technology issue, whether your Teams 2 is in compliance with the transition agreement.
It is.
Okay. So what about technology and all? I mean,
technology in general, sir?
I'm just saying on the Teams 2, are you upgraded? Do you have the resources to keep that functioning?
New contract.
Yeah. Because after all these years, I'd hate to find that Teams 2 wasn't functioning because we don't have a piece of equipment or something.
Good afternoon, Maggie Goodrich. Yes, it is functioning. We're in compliance with the transition agreement. We spent the last year doing a major upgrade of the underlying software that runs the system, and we are about to complete that in the next 60 days or so. The concern that we do have is that we've lost a significant number of staff, in particular to the proprietaries. I've lost 9 of 19 in the last 18 to 24 months. So we're going to have trouble continuing to support the system. We have been successful over the last couple of years of actually decreasing the number of contractors with Sierra Systems that we needed to support the system. We were very successful in doing that knowledge transfer. When I came on 5 years ago, we had 12 to 15 full-time equivalent contract employees. This past year, I was able to get that number down to 5. Unfortunately, because we lost those 9 employees, that's going to be difficult to maintain with just those 5 contract employees. The special fund allocation in this budget is $1 million to support the Sierra contract to keep those 5 employees in place. However, because we've lost so many employees, to really keep things running appropriately, we really need to add 2 additional contract employees to keep us going. We really need 7 rather than 5 to keep things running. With that, we would need an additional allocation of $450,000 to keep things going.
Okay. And then let me ask you, any new changes since we met on Google? Is that...
The police department is not on Google.
I know that.
Anything changed?
Any changes since we've met?
We're still not on Google. No changes.
You'll Google us if there's a change? You'll Google us if there's a change?
Well,
of course.
Better I call.
Okay. Let me see.
You've sat through these moments before with this man, I'm sure.
I'm having a senior moment.
It's the hardest moments there are.
Let's see. We've done this. Oh, you mentioned earlier is it out of Parker Center by the end of this year?
That is my absolute goal. I am. It's horrendous that we have people still there.
Okay. And then let me ask Miguel, is there a plan for Parker Center as a city use, or what is the game plan? Or is it just to close it up, or what?
It's not our expectation to have it used for any particular purpose. Right. I mean, the expectation now is to basically tear down the building.
Okay.
Jerry, if there's something else you want to add?
Yeah, just very briefly. Actually, the council authorized discussions with the state to do a property swap. As you know, they own the piece of property over here next to the station. Quite frankly, the feds are still uncertain about how much money they're going to have in the budget and what the status of the courthouse is, so we've not really had any response from the U.S. court.
Okay, thank you. Then let me ask you about Teams 2, in-car video.
In-car video.
Mm-hmm. Where are we on that? Because I think did we take your money and did you get it back?
I got it back.
Okay.
I got it back. I have $2.5 million that is still available to us out of this budget. We had an additional $262, I think, in the new budget coming up. That should allow us to roll out Teams 2 in Central Bureau. So you got me doing it now. In-car video in Central Bureau.
Is that this year, or what is the timeline?
Well, our timeline is that we will get it done this fiscal year. When the money comes in, we'll get it done within the fiscal year.
Okay. And then is there a separate plan to go citywide? Is that phase 3?
That's the next time I sit here. We'll talk about that. But yes, there's a 3 and a 4 for the other bureaus, and they'll be included in our next budgets. And as you know, big priority for me, big priority for council, big priority for commission, big priority for the mayor. So we'll do it.
Let me ask the CEO, if you could, one of the things that concerns me in the budget, and I think Mr. Koretz brought it up earlier, we really need to make sure that you work with the department on the $20 million that we have, because I don't know if we're giving them a task that's that's manageable when we're saying, on the one hand, we're increasing your budget by 11 million for hiring, but we want 20 million back. And I don't quite know where the marker is on that. And so if we can figure out a plan or how that will go, because we can't afford the fourth quarter of this next fiscal year or first of next year, and we've not made a dent in that. So if we can figure out how they're going to approach that and give us some game plan so that as we do the FSRs, that we know clearly that progress is being made on that.
And we've had long discussions with both the mayor's office and Miguel about how we're going to do that, and I think that's an excellent way for us to approach it, is that we give you updates quarterly, and I'm confident that we can make this target.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next is the controller. Yeah, I know, but what about Bergman should be remember that.
Oh, yeah. I almost feel like I have to take a shower. This guy was easy. Although I did win a bet. I warned them he'd bring up in cards.
Hello. How are you? All right. I noticed you invited me to join your LinkedIn today.
Because he has so much spare time that he's doing it.
Just so you know, I accept and then I don't communicate ever again. That's just how I roll.
I'll probably do the same.
I don't even know how.
And so I like sure.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
My son is like, what did you do last night?
Good afternoon.
It's actually good evening.
Good evening. Time passes when you're having fun.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. If you're ready, I'll go ahead. Thank you and the committee members for having me today. This year's budget, as you all know, preparation process has presented many challenges, both to the mayor and now to you as the city council, none of which there are any easy solutions. It looks like, as the recommendations, that there will be cuts to services that Angelenos depend on, but that the city can no longer afford. I am cautiously optimistic about our economic recovery, as I said in my March 1 report, that while we've begun to see signs of a slow and steady recovery, the city will still be facing challenging economic times for years to come. As the city's financial watchdog and as the general fund cash flow manager, I am always important and compelled to remind you the importance of developing that responsible and sustainable budget that will carry us securely in the future, and to avoid recommending short-term political solutions to fix long-term structural problems. The council needs to make difficult decisions, like deciding whether to borrow money to pay off existing debt obligations, and to look at existing policies. As you know, I still believe on the sale of a broken record, the sale of surplus property going into the general fund to help with the reserve fund, avoidance of layoffs, paying debt service and core services, and having 100% of that going into the general fund. One critical step towards returning the city to a stronger fiscal position is ensuring that we're balancing the budget by not necessitating the draining of the city's reserve fund.
all of the councils, and I think I heard you earlier today, Mr. Smith, about always the need to have a healthy reserve fund and a rainy day fund, and to look at those, and I support that. Bond rating agencies look at the strength of the reserve fund as a critical factor in determining the city's fiscal health, and the city's own financial policy states that the reserve fund should be 5% of the general fund. Starting the year 11-12 with a $177 million reserve fund of approximately 4% of the general fund is a stronger start than last year, but is still a substantial way from the 5% policy, and I believe that the 5% should not be seen as a floor, should be seen as a floor, not as a ceiling. Thank you. I wanted to mention on the commercial paper borrowing, the mayor's proposed budget proposes $43 million in commercial paper borrowing to pay for convention center debt, service, and E-RIP payments. When the proposed budget was released last week, I voiced my concerns about the notion of borrowing to pay off existing debt obligations, but I also recognize how it could help avoid deeper cuts to departments and services. Borrowing money to pay what is owed can lead to a very slippery slope if you're not careful. And I've had conversations with the mayor's office and the CAO and others, because we should not borrow just because we can. This proposed, as we've been briefed, restructured debt comes at a very low interest rate that can be quite alluring as a way to figure out how to maintain service levels and to avoid further reductions. And I understand, as has been described to me, there's a repayment plan, but the city should make every effort to pay off this debt as soon as possible and ensure that there are certain guarantees and assurances be in place. As discussed with the CEO in the mayor's office, I expressed in the instructions, and I didn't hear whether you talked about this earlier, so I apologize, but the instructions in Exhibit H do not clearly define how repayment will happen, but timely repayment is a must. The council needs to clearly define the terms. What specifically is new revenue, and how specifically will those funds be set aside for debt service, and also understanding exactly the interest rate at any given time. So I would propose, and I don't know again if you proposed this earlier or not, reference to borrowing the $43 million Exhibit H be modified to ensure that 100% of any one-time savings is set aside, not diverted or reallocated, with 50% going to pay back this debt and 50% going to the reserve fund. Also suggest in the discussions, and I believe this is the route the CEO had discussed, ensuring that the interest rate of commercial paper is closely monitored and reported to you as part of the financial status report. Ultimately, the decision to borrow that you have to make should depend on the terms and conditions of the loan and the ability to and plan to repay it without excessive costs in either the near-term future or in the long run. I do want to mention as well about revenue and debt collection. The city is experiencing the consequences of years of potentially overly optimistic revenue estimates. We need to ensure that this year we look to the fact that we don't want to have to make draconian cuts in the mid-year. This means that we need to continue to make the difficult but necessary decisions, such as reducing some of our non-essential services and moving on changes to the pension and retiree health care to make sure that these systems are sustainable for the long term. There are also several smaller but important steps that need to be taken as well. The city must get more serious about uncollected debt and creating a target for the Office of Finance to reach a realistic implementation plan to get as much of the debt into our accounts as possible. Just yesterday I released an audit, and I talked today and yesterday and last week actually with the chair of the Transportation Committee on the Department of Transportation and missed revenue opportunities, potentially to the tune of millions of dollars that could have been collected from parking scofflaws. We really can't afford to miss those opportunities. The city has taken steps toward improving our collections process. I've released a follow-up audit to our billing and collections, core commission's recommendations, and others, really to look to have those funds as quickly as possible into the city's coffers. And to my controller's budget. We all know that we're focusing on core services and true priorities, public safety, economic development, and public works. Resources are being shifted to meet those needs so we can provide Angelenos the services at the highest possible level. I believe that also among those core services are oversight for how taxpayer dollars are spent, financial reporting to ensure that we are in compliance with local, state, and federal regulations, paying the city's bills, and yes, paying our city city employees, all of which are core functions of the City of Los Angeles, the Comptroller's Office. The budget deficit has taken a very large toll on the Comptroller's Office. I'm particularly concerned about being able to provide our city and state charter mandated functions. The FMS system, which is scheduled to go live within less than 3 months. And we often, in that implementation and others, rely on the cooperation and receipt of information from our other city departments, primarily accountants and system staff-wide. When we've had departures from ERIP, voluntary transfers, and promotions to special fund and proprietary departments, and some of the necessary hiring freeze and our general fund workforce, we are experiencing a somewhat dramatic and risky shift in the organization. As we move forward in the implementation of FMS, we're working closely with ITA to make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. During this last couple of years, I think you are all very, very familiar with, and I know the CAO is as well, that we've lost huge numbers of accountants and budget staff. Combined with the impact of the furloughs and the continuing transfer to special funded positions, we are severely impacted by that. Even though we try to do efficiencies, as always, everyone has, we still need the trained and experienced accountants to provide the accounting the city requires. Financial reporting, which is another piece of our office, we provide the financial report at the end of the year, the preliminary financial report, and prepare the state controllers and state street reports, and the CAFR and single audit. We are heavily, heavily dependent upon various departments, and the loss of citywide staff we felt this year, and we anticipate feeling in the next year. Last but not least is the audits in my office. We've seen in this division, particularly, I think, more dramatic cuts. It's creating a perfect storm in our perspective for increased waste and fraud in city government. My audit division has only 15 audit positions. In 2005, we were budgeted for 43 positions. A recent local government audit survey suggests that for every $1 billion that you have in your annual budget, approximately 6 auditors are needed to adequately provide audit oversight. That means when you include the council-controlled and the proprietary departments, we actually should have 114 auditors to provide. Now, I am not asking for that at this point in time, because I am clearly well aware of the fiscal situation we are in. But I am concerned about the real and present risks associated with the economic climate that we are experiencing right now, and I think it's my duty and responsibility to bring that to your attention as we go forward. I did ask in my budget and would ask again seeking an increased allocation of $500,000 in contractual services to perform additional fiscal audits this coming year. I think we have found that when we have done a fiscal audit, have provided a 10-to-1 benefit for every dollar invested. My audits have identified close to $10 in financial findings. In the city of San Diego and Long Beach, they are rapidly increasing the number of auditors despite having a budget crisis. In cities like Oakland and Bell, in contrast, who we're all too familiar with, they actually have had inadequate audit attention to monitor these activities. And so we believe it's critically important that we have the resources necessary and the expertise for those financial and functions in particular. And so I hope that you share that concern, particularly in these tough economic times. I know that this has been one of the most difficult budgets you've had to face, and it feels like you've had a budget crisis or budget meetings for the last couple of years every week. I know it does to the CAO, and I know that you're going to have to make difficult choices going ahead, but I think those fiscal and financial choices that we make are critically important really to get the city on the right track, and so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have today.
Yeah, I just want to ask a few questions on that. Explain the efficiencies that will be created by the new financial management system, the FSM. What do you expect to have happen out of that? And also going with that, you're saying you're going to go live on July 5th. Will all these 23 resolution authorities positions still be needed, or does the number change? Just give us an update on that.
I will give a brief, and I'll ask my staff if they want to jump in. Really, the financial management system we have is antiquated, and the fact if you wanted to know today, how our departments were spending the money, where it was, we couldn't do that. This system really will put everyone on the same page, and the CAO will have the same information that we have and vice versa. Right now, the CAO, to know where the budget is for each of the departments, calls the departments to say, where are you in your budget?
Right.
That's not a way to run a city. And so this investment that we've made in the FMS system is critically important. The implementation of it is also necessary, and the positions that we have will be part of that implementation. It's really not just solely for our department. It is to serve the entire city of Los Angeles for that implementation. One of the reasons that the delay occurred in this last year to go live in 2011 was the fact that so many of the people we had either trained or were responsible for these positions on the other side had retired or left, either early retirement or transferred to other departments. We were concerned and joined the CAO, I think, had the same concern, and the CLA as well, who participated in our committee, the oversight committee, which is we wanted to make sure we had people at the other end that were going to be trained and ready to go live this year. And so it is going to make, I think, our system better. Will it be perfect? No. This has been a project that was...
You still hope you'll get it in place by the 5th of July?
It must be in place by the 5th.
Okay.
Must.
And those
There's no alternative.
Okay, I mean, those 23 resolutions, will you keep them all or some of them?
I'll ask Claire, probably my Chief Deputy Controller.
Thank you. Yes, for the upcoming year, we are asking to continue all 23 resolution authority positions. We presently have 19 of them filled and anticipate only maintaining the 19 filled positions.
I see.
To address I can look ahead down the road, we expect to be able to reduce the number of controller staff FMS positions to 16 in the 12-13 year.
Very good, very good, very good.
To answer your question on efficiencies created, most of the efficiencies the city will realize from FMS will occur at the departmental level. And that's why you're not seeing a immediate or a complete reduction in the staff at the controller's office. This system is actually creating a newly centralized function for the controller, and that's accounts receivable and cost accounting citywide. So in some regards, we have a greater task before us in the controller's office, but it will create efficiencies at the department level.
Very good. When you mentioned about ERIP and losing some of the brain power and so on, the council had approved $250,000 for temporary staffing program administered by your department to bring back accountants on a 90-day contract to help departments throughout the city. This program was not continued in the proposed budget. Are these funds that could be moved around and reappropriated to continue this effort?
I believe that we have about $240,000 of that left, that although we spent more than that amount, the departments reimbursed. It really was kind of a, I don't know how to describe the fund, but it was
revolving something.
Revolving, thank you. Revolving fund that allowed us to do that. General Services could not reimburse in the way it was, so that was the $10,000 their difference. It has been a critical asset, I think, if you asked any department, and I think probably even the CAO, it has been an effective way to deal with some of the short-term needs. So, for example, when we were doing the single audit, when we were doing our the CAFR, ultimately the CAFR, those positions in some of those departments made it possible for us to meet the deadlines that were critically important. I know even for GSD, they said they had someone who came in because they had no one to pay their vendors, and came in and did it very quickly. And so it's been an effective way, I think, to deal with some of the short-term needs with experienced people who can help us through that. So I would recommend, if we can, and ask the CO to be able to keep that
going. I agree with you, too.
We agree. We think it's one of the things that actually worked really well this year, and are recommending that the funds that aren't spent this year get rolled over to next year in the department.
Back to the audits and reviews, just got some questions here. Your office conducts audits and department reviews. What is the difference between the two when you do an audit and a department review? Do they cost about the same, and the criteria different?
Well, they're very much the same. We have standards in which whether we do an audit or a review in the city controller's office. And secondly, it really depends on the scope of the audit. It depends on if we are just looking at a specific area, a very, very focused area, or we're doing a larger audit, like we just did of the Renewable Portfolio Standard for Department of Water and Power. That was a larger audit. The one we recently did on Department of Transportation, which was a review, again, is held to the same standards, and so it would not be any different in the cost related.
And how many have you done this year? Combination of audits and reviews?
I think 38 since I became city controller, so I'm not sure which ones were in which year, but for the last a year and a half, we've done 38.
38 of them. And how do you decide which departments to focus on? Like, I'd love to see one of the LAPD and the fire department. How do you determine that?
From a number of levels. One, our auditors come forward with recommendations. They have criteria for those departments, number one, that either we've audited in the past and we've seen problems, so it's necessary to go back.
Right.
Two, that we have been highlighted, for example, in a waste, fraud, and abuse call. We would look at that. We're primarily looking at ensuring where there's cash going back and forth to ensure that the funds are being spent wisely and effectively. And so we look with specific criteria through our department, and then we work with many of you on the council to identify priorities. So it's really a combination of all of that.
And do you encourage whistleblowers, and you have an 800 number or something where employees can make comments?
We do. We have a waste, fraud, and abuse hotline, and we encourage employees and the public to let us know where there are particular areas in which we should find. You may recall Prestige Parking, which was looking at the parking lot operators, was based on a whistleblower. The DOT one that we did yesterday was on a whistleblower. But our primary issue is looking at risk. Where is the city at risk, and where can we do the most good by looking at that audit? And it's very hard to pick, because there's, I think we have, a running list of ones that we'd like to do, but it's all based on resources that we have. And as I mentioned, we have limited resources in our audit division in the Controller's Office.
Yeah, one of the things we've been asking about in transportation is a taxi cab franchise audit of the 9 franchisees. Are we doing that, or can I suggest?
We are, at this point in time, in April, May, we're almost in May, is when we look at those areas and come up with our work plan for the next year. And that is one I know that you have proposed, and looking at what the scope would be, particularly. So I know we're working with your office as that being potentially an audit for next year.
Very good. And the last question, of course, is really the overall question. Can you conduct all your audit work along with providing payroll paychecks with the amount of staff proposed in this budget? I heard you say before that it's a tight situation, but can you do the job, or are you asking for more support?
Well, we're asking for the additional, the $500,000 for fiscal audits that we think would be helpful for budget in that area. We have been, as everyone else, rolled up our sleeves and taken cuts like everyone in the last few years. So we make our pitch each time as to, and particularly this last year, we went to the managed hiring when we lost several people in our payroll and vendor payments. As I mentioned to everyone, it doesn't matter how many people are employees in the city of Los Angeles, even if we go down 4,000 or 5,000, we still have to do payroll. And that happens every 2 weeks. And so we will come to you if there are any additional problems, but we have worked with the department, with the CAO, when we have had specific issues that we need to fill positions that have been vacant, and that may happen this next year, but it is 9 times out of 10 our ability to actually operate our department.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it very much.
I don't know if you have anything,
Thanks.
Zachary.
Yep.
Great. I think most of the stuff I have, just two, when you were making your presentation, you talked about the importance of paying off the debt on any, the $43 million we're talking about borrowing. And then you talked about the importance of the reserve fund and keeping it 5%. Given a choice of an either-or question, what's more important to you, do you think? Because we're going to wrestle with this question later in the week, so what would be...
Well, I think that's why when I looked at, H there, and it had only the 50% going into the reserve fund. It's why I recommended that if you're going to do this, that you have 50% go to the reserve fund and 50% going to reduce that debt. I think monitoring it as closely as possible is what is important, that the rate, the CAO says they've been very conservative in their numbers on what the interest rate would be, but to watch that going forward, and to be able to, I know it's very, very tempting on the council to say, well, we just got this new revenue in, so let's start this other program back again, or let's do this service. And I think the rating agencies and the public will be looking, particularly that the first thing to do is to, one, have that reserve fund, and two, as well. That's why I did the 50-50.
Okay. Very Solomon-like. I notice you have a very high salary discount rate, higher than most. Is there?
I noticed that. I did too.
Yeah, well, that was a big debate we had a couple of years ago when you were here. We were looking at all those issues, and then some of them seemed to get kind of out of whack to the others. So, to the control, or really to the CAO, is there a reason that we just never adjusted that rate for them, or is there a reason that department has a 4% when others have 1 or 2?
I'll let Ray answer that question.
I'm waiting for the answer too, because we thought 4% was
there's a hot
comparison
potato.
to the 1% we saw on others, so.
Thank you. I think
He's turning red if you can't see that, so.
Yes, it is a very good question, and certainly we appreciate the controller and her staff actually working with us in the mayor's office to sort of put the budget together. It's certainly something we can look at, and we'd be happy to sort of have some further conversations. Obviously, it would mean some additional funds that we'd have to give them. But
Well, you sound like you belong in the horseshoe. That was the most political non-answer I've ever heard.
So we would welcome being treated somewhat equally with everyone else at the 1%, because that does allow us, addresses some of the concerns, I think, the question that Mr. Rosendahl asked, which is, there are needs during the year, and when you have that 4%, it gives you really no flexibility at all to respond to a particular crisis that's going forward, and particularly with the people that we have in the different parts of the controller's office.
You got hit pretty hard by ERIP, didn't you?
We did.
I recall on top of that, so.
We did. We have, I can't remember it, at one point we had the second highest.
30 takers
Yeah.
of ERIP in our office.
So that's a reason we need to take a look at that, I think, if you would. You want a report back, or a summer study, or what do you?
I'm sure you're going to come back tomorrow and just say, sure, do whatever you say, yes.
Very good, thank you. That's all.
Let me ask, on the request for the $500,000, is that what we've done the last couple of years? Do you just renewing that request?
We have done in the last couple of years 250.
250.
And again, that was money that we had within our budget.
That you just rolled over?
That we were able to roll over.
It was just last year.
I'm sorry?
It was just last year that we did that.
It was last year, and before, the Controller Chick also had 250, I think, the year before.
Okay.
I think at least for the last 2 years. And again, when you look at the trends across I think California and others, they're focusing more on having those fiscal audits when you're in these tough times. And we're just asking, I think, to be able to keep the money within the budget.
Because that's one thing I was wondering about, is that, so it's 500 above and beyond as opposed to rolling over what you currently have?
We anticipate having a portion of that at year-end that could be, if you were to reappropriate from any and all of the controller's accounts, any surpluses that were remained at the end of the year, we would not quite reach 500. We'd probably be closer to 400,000 available at the end of the year in our various accounts.
What would be the amount that we're talking about if they move the rate down from 4 to 1? How much money are we talking about?
Maria Gutierrez with the CAO's office. Currently, the 4% represents approximately $590,960. So we would have to work with that number and take it down.
So we take 90% of it.
About $125,000 per 1%.
So 590 minus 108.
And so the issue, does that change the ask if the deal is moved down to 1%? Does that change the request for additional funds in the contracts?
Well, at minimum, they have money this year that should be rolled over to next year for the fiscal audits. That's something we would support. The issue of the savings, that should be treated separately, and if there should be an adjustment to that, that could be incorporated into the budget.
Okay, but I mean, on the savings, that gives ability to hire additional folks, right?
Well, it gives them the flexibility to deal with changes that occur throughout the year.
And we'd still have to, we go through managed hiring and to do all that. But I think when we look at the fact that, and I've said this frequently, that our overall contractual budget has been 500. Last year it was 750, which is less than for example, the PA consulting report, which is for one issue for Department of Water and Power. The number we have is for the entire city of Los Angeles for our contractual services, which is very and challenging. I mean, we've been frugal and tried to do as much as we can with less, but it would be, I think, prudent to be able to have that, keep that extra money and to be able to have it in our account. So I guess it would be two things. So it would be two is one, the 4% going down to the 1%, which would allow us to deal with the staffing issues relative to operating our department during the next year, and the other would be to roll over probably close to the $400,000 that we currently have in our budget.
Okay, but that would give us, you're close to what, $1 million then?
It'd be, I think, $900,000.
Yeah.
And last year we had last year we were budgeted for 500 and we were given rollover of 250. So we're within we think, again, this year being challenging, the 900 would be useful.
Well, let me ask the CEO to look at that, because I kind of see where we can do one. I'm just wondering about both, in the sense of dealing with close to $1 million that we'd be moving in that direction. But let's ask them to look at that, see if they can satisfy at least one of those requests. Let me ask you one other thing on the issue of the audits. I think we read something recently, and I don't know whether it was a news release or whatever, that there's something like 30 to 40 audits that have been completed but have not been acted on. And what I'm wondering about, if has there been any request of your office to prioritize which ones you think audits committee should be moving on, and if we're 38 behind, what do we do with another year of audits if we haven't gotten through the 38? And I'm just wondering, are we just stacking audits on top of audits?
A couple of, we do have on our website, we have a kind of a scorecard that lists all of the audits that we've done and those items that have been completed. With the predecessor of the chair of audits and Koretz, we had sent, here's a list of audits that we think are important to act upon. Councilmember Zine is committed to implement many of those, and we are working with his office to say, here are some of the priority ones that we believe you would see some immediate financial gain for the city of Los Angeles, and working together with that. I think one success was the implementation of one of the convention center audits, which allowed there to be demand-based pricing, which has increased the convention center's receipts during the year. But we will work with Councilmember Zine as the new chair of the committee to prioritize those and to get action on them as quickly as possible, and then to move it quickly to not only to the council but to the mayor for signatures.
When you mentioned earlier about the review of departments, did they also go to audits?
It depends. You mean as far as the audits that have been conducted already?
Well, I mean, I think somebody asked you earlier about a review versus an audit. So does the reviews of departments go to the audit committee, or does it go to the committee that deals with the function or the policy of that department?
That's up to the president of the council as to where they assign that particular audit or review to go to.
Okay. The ones that you're aware of that are in audit committee, are most of those connected with some revenue issue or savings, or?
I think in most instances, almost every one of our audits has some financial, budgetary revenue potential going forward. I'll give you an example again from the Department of Transportation, the one we did yesterday. We believe in that instance that if we had been enforcing the law for scofflaws, that we would have seen revenue much more quickly in the city to the tune of millions of dollars.
Okay. I think we've covered all of these issues. Okay, any other questions, colleagues? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not the chocolate ones are really
Everything you want, Mike.
Those are good.
Yes.
Those are really good.
Make you want to stay here all night?
Oh, yeah, right? No. Just hold you over in half an hour.
Even if you're city attorney, I got questions and I'll leave.
Next department is the city attorney. Yeah, we're gonna.
Oh, is that right? So, Wendy likes it for that? Should I have done it? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
Don't get hurt on me.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief Parks, honorable members of the committee. I apologize, City Attorney Carmen Trutanich could not be here. He was here earlier. As you know, his son was injured in Iraq and has returned and has had surgery and is in the hospital. Chief Deputy William Carter for the City Attorney's Office.
His son was injured in Iraq. He wished him luck to his son. He got injured and he had surgery.
I do have a short statement and certainly prepared to answer any questions. I wanted to thank the Mayor's Office, the CAO, other members of the council, and those that we discussed our budget issues with prior to the preparation of the Mayor's budget. We believe it is a good budget for our office. It is certainly different than the budget proposal we faced this current fiscal year, which proposed an 18% cut and eventually resulted in a 10% cut. As I've said many times, the City Attorney's Office was cut greater than any other public safety department. We believe it was disproportionate. We're the only public safety department that has suffered a 26-day furlough. I know I've heard the fire department and the police department talk about their civilian staffs facing furloughs, but the line people in the police and the fire department, the firefighters and the police officers in the street who are our clients and who we service, they were not furloughed. Our prosecutors were furloughed. Our litigators were furloughed. And our prosecutors face the same criminals every day that the police do. We're sitting within 10 feet of the same criminals they arrested, but we don't have guns. So no offense, Miguel.
You sure?
I pointed way beyond that.
You sure Nutch didn't have a gun?
No comment. I'm not, okay. I know certain members of the city family do, but no comment. Having said that, we see the current mayor's proposal as a restorative budget. We greatly appreciate that. Our primary concern, though, is the number of days of furloughs proposed, 36. It would be very difficult
for this office to maintain a prosecution and a litigation office with 36 days of furloughs. We've done the calculation. We're currently doing 26. If our folks had to do another 10, that's about $3 million difference. We understand the coalition, at least as agreement as it relates to those in our office, did not pass, at least for the bulk of our MOUs. So we understand the possible consequences of 36 days of furlough for those folks. But to put it in perspective, you may have read in the paper yesterday about a court that cut a damage award in half. That was a case where LAPD unfortunately shot and killed a young autistic man who had a knife. The federal court jury found that LAPD was liable for the shooting of that young man. The jury awarded a $1.7 million judgment, damages to the family. Now, people might see that as a loss for the city. It's a very unfortunate loss of life. However, in monetary terms, it was a victory for the city because the plaintiff's lawyer had asked for $12 million. Our lawyers defended that case, and the award was $1.7. Our lawyers went back to court and argued yesterday and the day before that the award was excessive. The judge agreed and reduced that by another $1 million. So, as unfortunate as the loss of life is, the city has to defend itself, and our lawyers did. And in that particular case, in one case, our litigators saved the city over $10 million. Just one case. And we do that every day. So I try to put that in perspective as we talk about our budget. And our primary concern, and it's just not on that, you know that our lawyers, we're kind of a schizophrenic office. We have lawyers that are on furlough, and then we have lawyers that defend the city for imposition of those furloughs. And our lawyers recently won in the Court of Appeals the city's right to impose furloughs, which saved the city about $60 million if the court had ruled the other way. So, trying to put it in perspective, we greatly appreciate the mayor's proposal. Our only concern, obviously, is the number of days of furloughs at 36. I have with me Mitchie Reyes of our office, Peter Cheverria, who you all know, and also William Mangan, our budget administrative director, to answer any questions you may have about this budget. Thank you very much.
Just a few questions, and please give Carmen Tutanich our regards regarding his son. I know the seriousness of that. What impact will the restoration in your salaries have on your criminal branch, civil, and municipal branches? Will you hire to restore any pre-existing services, and if so, which ones?
We have not hired one person since Carmen Tutanich has been city attorney. None. Zero. We have only gone to managed hire once, and that was to obtain approval to promote a grade 3 to a grade 4. And this is an individual who is a former LAPD sergeant who went to law school, became an attorney, and he's been running our workers' compensation program since September of 2009. That's the only time we've gone to managed hiring. But we don't contemplate hiring anyone new other than perhaps investigators. We'd like to hire investigators that would help us not only on the criminal side, but also on the civil side, including on workers' compensation to do sub rosa so we could follow individuals to see who's committing fraud against the city. We see that this budget restores us to where we essentially were at the end of 2010, where we got our budget down to about $95 million from a high of about $106 million. What it'll do, it'll stop the bleeding of resources. We're trying to manage criminal as best we can. Unfortunately, the only way we can find to manage criminal right now is to have 40 free reserve deputies that are handling the criminal cases and trying cases in our criminal courts. The other thing we're doing is moving as many people as we can to the proprietaries in order for cost savings, and we've had some We've had to actually, we've been so successful at that, we've actually have a deficit in our proprietary account. We have so many people moved over to the proprietary, which reimburses us. Our other concern is to backfill as many civil positions as possible so that we don't lose civil cases, which on occasion we do, and it costs money when we do.
Okay, let me go through these questions, which are similar, but you can gist it all together. I'm pleased to see that you continue to recommend taking workman's comp defense in-house, which would reduce the cost of outside counsel fees. Will the mayor's proposed budget allow you to do this? What progress have you made on this recommendation from last year? Have you been able to bring more of this service in-house? I note $1 million estimate reduction in outside counsel fees. However, under liability claim, page 773, the proposed budget includes $2 million in funding for attorney conflict panel cases, which is the same as last year. Please explain this discrepancy. And then let me just finish it by saying, if savings were achieved, how much of these savings are attributable to the workman's compensation changes? What is your target to improve savings for this year, and how much could be realized from the city going forward? Throw it all in one.
I'm going to try to answer that.
Okay.
But in terms of workers' compensation, obviously it's not glamorous, and it's certainly not something you would think prosecutors would talk about. I'm a prosecutor of over 25 years. Carmen was a prosecutor. We have litigators that handle these matters every day. But it's not glamorous work, but I think it's some of the most important work in the city right now, given that my understanding that we have about 10% of our workforce a workers' comp.
Right.
If any private company had that, there would be a major problem that they had to address. We're trying to address that. Yes, we are taking more and more work in-house by our attorneys. We've shifted about we've shifted 5 additional lawyers to handle workers' compensation. That's allowed them to reduce their caseload, but to resolve more cases for less money. I haven't seen the final report, but last year, in 2010, with more lawyers handling workers' comp, we were able to resolve more cases, twice as many cases as compared to 2009, and $10,000 less per case than in 2009. So we're resolving more cases for less money, and in the long run, that saves money for the city. We're also trying to get notifications out sooner. We've been working very closely with the Department of Personnel. They've been doing a fantastic job working with us, providing training, so we can get notice out to workers quicker so that they will get back on the job quicker, so we don't have penalties and we don't incur the overtime that you have to pay to people that backfill those positions.
Okay, similar to my earlier question, you continue to recommend increasing your in-house capacity to expand debt tax collection efforts. What progress have you made on this recommendation during last year? How can additional savings be achieved? What exactly are you proposing for this year, and what budget benefit could we expect to see?
Well, we had a target estimate of $3 million for collections this year. We're going to greatly surpass that. I think we're at about $3.5 million right now. Mm-hmm. As you may have heard, we've got sheriff keepers in a hotel in Koreatown that are collecting money that people are paying. We are upping the ante on people that owe debts to the city, especially people I don't want to be too harsh, but they have a fiduciary duty. This is money that they collected from hotel occupants at the time they checked out. That is the city's money. That money should be sitting in a separate account and be ready to pay to the city. When that money's not there, or when it's not paid to us, we're going to work very closely with the Office of Finance, which they did. They provided that information to us as soon as possible. We filed a claim. We took them to court. We got a judgment, and now we're collecting on that judgment. The trick in working with Office of Finance is getting the information to us as quickly as possible. Today we settled another parking case for over $1 million, and that's another $1 million that will be coming into the city through our collection efforts. We did the same thing. Again, it's not glamorous work, but we understand, from a prosecutor's perspective, not glamorous, but very important. We put more people in the collections department, in our collections section, to collect money, and it's got to be collected faster.
Yeah.
But I think the other issue is we have to work very closely with Police Commission and we are going to propose an ordinance that would allow us to more readily revoke permits or to deny people who owe the city money the ability to apply to contracts. And it's not discretionary, it's mandatory. It'd be like federal debarment. If you owe the city money, you cannot apply for another contract, and we might be able to suspend you in a mandatory fashion. You have to, this is a corporation, and corporations that are owed money take aggressive action to collect their money.
Yeah, and I certainly agree with you, and I consider it glamorous because when the budget crisis, every nickel, every dime is glamorous to us here. Just a couple of more follow-ups. So can you explain proposed role in the enforcement of code violations, eligible infractions or misdemeanors as charged by various city departments, including LAPD, Fire Department, Building and Safety and Housing, of your proposed administrative code enforcement program? Can you report the current status of the proposed administrative code enforcement program, and can you explain what benefits to either improve city services or to the city budget that this program offers?
Well, as you know, I think it was 2 weeks or so ago, the Budget and Finance Committee moved the ACE program forward. They tweaked it a little bit as per Councilman Smith's and Koretz's motion to identify at least 2 departments, Housing Department and LAPD, and to have us identify a certain number of violations that could be applied to the ACE program. We are currently working with the Department of Housing, LAPD, Department of Building and Safety. We're drafting an implementation plan as directed by the committee. Our counsel here, Peter Chevarria, has been tweaking the ordinance to conform with the directions of the committee. We've identified a number of standard, typical violations that could be used in the ACE program, and the ACE program, in a nutshell, will allow us to take cases that traditionally would be criminal. You have someone perhaps engaged in a low-level criminal behavior, maybe disturbing the peace or some other kind of violation, and then you could write them a citation, or noise, a loud party. You could write them a citation instead of having them arrested, taking them to jail, and then having us file a criminal case and go to court. That case could be written as a citation or not. It's discretionary. It would not only alleviate congestion in the courts, but it would also allow the city to impose a penalty, and that penalty would be paid through either online. I met with an automation agency yesterday. We would be able to use perhaps a vendor, the same one that housing uses. It's all automated. They have an 80% collection rate on those kinds of citations. That money would come to the city. It wouldn't go to the state. It would go directly into the general fund. There would be some other aspects to that for cost, but we think it would, one, allow for real-time compliance on low-level violations, allow the police to focus on more important serious crimes, but also direct resources to the city that otherwise might not be there or might otherwise go to the state.
Sure, and that's all music to our ears. Do you have any sense of what kind of monies you might be talking about that we could pull in through this program?
Well, we currently, as I've said before, the city attorney's office reviews about 100,000 criminal cases a year. We file about 70,000 of those. Of that 100,000, there are probably 15 to 20,000 that could go to ACE. Those would be citations that we wouldn't have to devote prosecutors to, wouldn't have to clog the courts with, and each one of those could generate, whether it's $50 or $100 a citation, do 80% of that. We figure the first year you conservatively could probably generate between $5 and $7 million.
It's again beautiful to hear that. My last question on that, and I want to ask about the furloughs too. The city attorney received settlement revenues from consumer protection litigation filed under the California Business and Professional Code Section 17200. The budget reflects $1,131,000 will be provided to reimburse the general fund for related costs for this litigation. Does this represent the settlements for this litigation? How do we do recoveries under 17200 for the last year compared to prior years? Do you have any recommendations for initiatives under 17200 that you wish to share that will have future budget impacts?
Well, we've had this discussion many times, as you know, before this committee. Under the California Business Profession Code, those violations that we file as unfair business practices, they could be environmental, they could be billboard cases, they could be consumer, adulterated foods, the kinds of cases that we've had over the last year. We've had settlements of $15 million, which we got a portion of, $4 million recently by CBS Outdoors. We have a Target, which recently was a $22 million settlement for environmental, of which we got a portion. Under the state statute, those penalties are diverted into to the city attorney or the prosecutor who used that. Currently, we have a motion, I believe, or rather a report that the CAO has drafted, which has a little more detail. The monies that we are generating now in penalties for 17200 are increasing. My background, as you may or may not know, is a prosecutor, is in consumer, environmental, and public fraud, government fraud, civil rights, and corruption. And so one of my targets or focus in the city attorney's office is to properly staff and encourage our consumer and environmental justice section. And they are working on a number of cases, as you recently saw. We had the CBS case on billboards. There was a $4 million settlement. $2 million of that was divided and given to the city attorney's offices of 17200. That money could be used to fund our consumer environmental protection efforts. And Pete has a comment.
If I may, you mentioned the $1.7 million that's reflected in our budget. There's also $1.3 million of that in the indirect cost portion of the budget, so that this year, I believe for the first time, the 17200 funds are being used as a source of funds to our office to the extent of $3 million.
Right. Beautiful. We had a conversation with the mayor's office, and we made a commitment to them about the $3 million. I think that's easily accomplished given where we are and given the number of outstanding cases we have. We have a number of cases against some of the largest healthcare companies and insurance companies in the world because of their conduct in rescinding health care for breast cancer patients, and we think that's the kind of cases that the city attorney's office should be handling. Those are the kinds of cases we hope you would encourage us to handle so that we can protect our residents, and then if we are able to generate penalties from that, that will be directed towards our consumer environmental protection funds. We've had a number of conversations with the CAO, and I think we have a path on how to get to where I think we all want to go.
Well, I'm very impressed, frankly, with the results, and because you've been saying it for a while, that give us the resources and we'll bring you a revenue stream, and you've demonstrated it in those different areas. So today we get the word that the unions, 57% of the workforce of the coalition agreed, but 43% didn't. And of the 43% that didn't, it does impact you with your deputy city attorneys and your clerical staff. How do you see this going forward, and how do we deal with it?
Well, as I mentioned, that this year we've been struggling through the 26 days of furlough. We've, again, the police aren't furloughed, the crooks aren't furloughed, the judges aren't furloughed, juries aren't furloughed, certainly the defense and the plaintiff's attorneys aren't furloughed, but we have to operate a litigation and a prosecution office with half-time or partial-time prosecutors and litigators. Very difficult. We're just starting to assess this situation and what the impact would be on our office. We certainly know that having to have 36 days of furlough would be very difficult for our office next year, and we're going to have to find a way to hopefully overcome that gap. We've calculated that it's about those 10 extra days would be about $3 million extra to this office, and there may be other ways that we can come up with that $3 million. But it's unfortunate that we'll have to continue with furloughs.
Miguel?
Certainly, the news of today presents a unique challenge to the city attorney's office. 80% of the workforce are members of the coalition, of which the majority did not ratify the agreement. to take the entire department off of furloughs for those coalition members, we're talking about $10 million. So it's a significant impact to the department. And obviously, if we were to do that, it would have a significant impact somewhere else.
But it will also have an impact that we might save $10 million on the furloughs, but they're revenue generators, is what I'm hearing, obviously, from the city attorney's office. How do we deal with that reality?
Well, that's a reality for many departments, not just the city attorney.
I think the difference is, if I may, I understand, the fire department and the police department do have their civilians on furlough, but we're a little different. Our equivalent line are the prosecutors and the litigators.
Right.
We're kind of one-to-one with the firefighters and the police officers, because they're out there doing their thing. The police officers are out there arresting people. The police officers may, on occasion, do something that they get sued for. So their attorney has to say, I can't be there today. I'm furloughed.
Right.
You've been sued, but I'm furloughed. I'll see you later. The reality is, our people keep working because they're professionals. Of course. They are governed by higher authority, so to speak. That's the state bar and the rules of professional conduct. So in a sense, they're working for nothing those days.
I see. And you also, last thing is, you have a lot of interns that work for nothing. Is that true?
We have, on any given cycle, we have about 40 free lawyers. They're reserve deputies. They're doing a fantastic job. They're young folks or other folks that have come out of law school or are looking for trial experience. We give them 4 weeks of training through our Academy of Justice, and then they do 6 months full-time doing trials in criminal court. They're doing a fantastic job. And then after that, they do 1 trial a month for the next 2.5 years. But you can't run a prosecution office on volunteers. You don't have volunteer police. You don't have volunteer fire department. But they're doing a fantastic job. But sometimes it's a double-edged sword. People say, well, you've got these free lawyers, let's just keep cutting the city attorney's office. There's only so much creativity you can have before you say, I'm at the end of the line here. We can't do this anymore.
Obviously, keep us posted on that. We appreciate your report, too, and your answers to the questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Most of my questions are answered, just a couple. I noticed a reduction or elimination positions not being continued. One is in housing support, and one's in legal support to a proprietary department. Is that because those departments are not reimbursing now or something?
No, I think there was they swept our vacancies, I believe. We had 24 total vacancies, I think, were eliminated, and those just happened to fall in the vacancies.
Are those not reimbursable by the proprietary departments then? Housing and...
Oh, go ahead.
Ida Rubio with the CAO office.
No.
I'm not. Okay, hang on. Ida Rubio with the CAO office. What we did when we were looking at vacancies within the city attorney's office is we looked at regular positions that were vacant, and we worked with their office to determine whether or not they wanted to delete the regular position or delete the resolution authority. So there were some resolution authorities that were special funded, the housing position and the proprietary, I believe it was a LAX position. They preferred to delete the resolution authority rather than deleting a vacant position. So it was like a swap.
Okay, so it's just a swap, it's not a deletion of that service.
The service is being continued.
Most people don't understand that government speak what we do, so that's okay. And then I'm glad to hear we'll move forward on ACE. Last thing is, as we've talked about furloughs and the impact it's going to have on your department, and the mayor just announced a bit ago that it's not going to be 36 for those people that voted no, it's going to be 42, and it may be more. That's still under discussion. So what is a judge likely to say if the city of L.A. doesn't have representation in a court of law because our attorneys are on furlough? Or will you just assign someone to go over there and say, Your Honor, can you see this next week or something?
Well, the majority of my career, I've been a trial attorney. Since I've been in the city attorney's office, I do still make appearances. I still have a caseload. I still handle matters. I still appear in court. The judge he's not going to care. He or she is not going to care if they have a jury in the box, or they have if you're 9 of 10 for a jury trial, criminal, or you're in federal court, wherever you're at, because we have attorneys in both state and federal court. They're in all courts. And the judge is going to say, we've got a speedy trial issue, or I'm available today, and that jury's here, and that's all I care about. You have to be here. And our attorneys are there. And I've been having these conversations with our attorneys. They say, I know I'm on furlough, and I know I'm supposed to take it, but you know I'm here every day. But at some point, there could be a possibility where these lawyers just say, you know, you're now asking me to take basically a furlough a week. I'm a 4-day-a-week lawyer. And at that point, it really complicates how we assign these lawyers, what sections we assign them in. As you know, our police litigation unit, they are busy 24 hours a day with use of force cases, or we have employment cases with the fire and the police department. They are in both state and federal court every day trying cases, picking juries, interviewing witnesses, responding to briefs, writing appeals. And now you're talking about the appellate court. Now you have an appellate court calendar where they say, you know, I don't even understand this furlough. You've got a brief due tomorrow. Just do it. You may not be in court, but I'm working all night writing that brief to submit it to the Court of Appeals. So, but there'll be a point where I think we may face some labor grievances, where you're saying, you know, is this a pay cut or is this a furlough? And if people are not taking time off, people may say, I think it's a pay cut. And then we'll face some of those issues. So far, and Miguel, I apologize if I interrupted you, our lawyers in the labor section have been very good in defending the furloughs, and we just recently had a Court of Appeals decision that said if there's a fiscal emergency, yes, you can impose furloughs.
Yeah, and if we kick them up to 42 hours, they may not want to defend us on that point.
Judges will not take kindly to, and they don't, when prosecutors or lawyers say, I'm furloughed tomorrow, I'm not supposed to be here.
And that's a concern I have, is that we may get to that point, and if it gets worse instead of better, I think that may be, you know, for all the dedication claim there's there, we may get to a situation where that's not the case. And so just, I want to understand how we deal with that in the courts. But even though the courts did go on furloughs for a while, they have no sympathy for us, huh?
No, they ended their furloughs over 6 months ago, I think. Yeah. And they're trying to manage their calendars, and they just want to move their cases. And if our people aren't there, they can't move the case.
Okay. And if I may, it's not just a lack of sympathy. When we appear in court, we're an officer of the court as well, and we're subject to the direction of that court. When the judge says you be here tomorrow morning at 8:30, you're there.
To clarify on the 42 days of furloughs, I was at the press conference that the mayor announced that includes this year's starting furloughs immediately, and it assumes that the furloughs that were suspended during the ratification period get reimposed. So it's still 36 days starting July 1st.
Yeah. And we did, I sent an announcement out this morning as soon as I heard of the coalition results, as I understood them, to reinstate furloughs in our office as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, one thing I'm going to, maybe this is the time to bring it up, Miguel. I was going to suggest, and I think it's in our best interest, we have to present a budget. And there's a lot of ifs out there still because of this split vote situation. And, you know, we've already included in the budget furloughs, but now some people are getting them, some aren't. It's going to be a huge problem for us to figure the budget implications of that, have a budget out of this committee in time. I was going to suggest, and I had a brief discussion with Mr. Parks about this, that maybe we should, as a committee, say there is an opportunity for unions to revote, but we can't prolong this. We can't get into the middle of the year and have them coming back and saying, we've changed our mind, we've revoted, whatever. If they choose to, they may not. But we should give that opportunity to them. But I don't think we can prolong this any. And as we talk about the trans, and that's another issue later we'll discuss, that it could unfund the trans and the impact on all that. It becomes a guessing match. If we make the wrong mistake, it could cost us tens of millions of dollars. If we fund the tran wrong, and there's timing issues, that maybe we should ask today that you give an offer, and I don't know, I don't think we can do it in this committee, but maybe this committee should report out to Friday to council, that we give an offer to the unions 1 week or 10 days if they're going to take a revote, if they choose to take a revote, to do it in that time frame or the window closes. We will not entertain after that, because from a budget point of view, I don't think we can take that gamble.
No, well, you're absolutely right. I think the window is very small. If Lacers has been more than responsive and working with us to try to present a new bill, if you will, for next year to the Lacers board. Once that's done, and we issue the TRAN, then the window is closed for next fiscal year. So,
and we've either overfunded or underfunded.
That's correct.
Which has major implications.
That's right. So you know, and that's really a decision that each bargaining unit needs to make.
Of course, but we should make the offer. For those that would want to, and there was some subjection on the part of even the unions, that they may want to go back and have that discussion, seeing where a majority of them went. What would be the time frame we would have to do that in?
I would say 2 weeks would be as aggressive as possible.
That we could finish a budget report to the council in that time frame and getting that information back from the unions, and still make the adjustments in that time frame?
Well, I would need to consult with Lacers to see what the maximum flexibility we have on their end, but I would if there were to be any...
You know, it's not about Lacers. I mean, that's the end driver of all this.
Right.
I think it's this committee has to take an action and present to the council within a time frame.
No,
how do we make those adjustments without Sharon So and her staff sleeping overnight in this chamber trying to calculate it or recalculate it?
Well, I will leave that to Sharon to answer then.
Councilman, I think we would probably need, in terms of an adjustment, if an adjustment needs to be made to the Lacers' contribution via the TRAN, and if it's to be done as part of the adopted budget, we would probably need to know within the next week or so. This budget is going to the council on May 13th. This committee is taking its final action on May 10th. So we don't have a whole lot of leeway.
That's what I thought. So my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is maybe we could just say, instruct the CLA to prepare a Rule 23 motion for us for Friday. Would that work for you?
Yep.
And then we can take an action in council to take a definitive action on that date and give the unions one last chance, should they choose to reconsider this, particularly with now the additional time that's been put on their back. So I guess there's the two of us. Is Bill still here?
No, he's going to...
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's the instruction of the chair then.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bill, but it kind of did force that discussion, so what better time than the city attorney?
I'm sorry, I was asking Pete if he had anything to add to your comments, which hopefully he can answer if there are any. It sounded like he did not.
I don't.
Okay. No? Pete didn't say anything?
Point.
Gosh. Mark the moment in time. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I had.
On that, we're going to do a Rule 23 for Friday?
Our office will prepare that Rule 23 for you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just go through a couple of questions. I just wanted to clarify one issue. On the ACE program, was LADOT part of one of the first departments?
No, they were not, Chief Parks. They were not.
Okay, because one of the things I thought that they're in the budget as a revenue source for being a part of ACE. Is that, is it this year?
I'm not recalling exactly, but what was the instruction regarding the ACE program was that the city attorney would go back and look at the possibilities to include in that program, because one of the recommendations was just limited it to animal services, and the committee wanted that expanded. So the city attorney was going to work on what that expanded list would be, as well as making refinements to the ordinance that would enable that, and that's going to come back.
Could we look at this year's budget? I thought there was an item that was going to create a revenue source for LADOT.
We'll have to check. There was a revenue source for animal services, but I don't recall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Animal services, housing, LAPD.
Okay.
And
maybe it was animal services, not LADOT then. Okay. The other part of it, I think when we discussed it at committee, was the thought of there's a need of an ordinance to change or give the city attorney more authority on cases that come through the system that you can convert to a ACE disposition as opposed to them going with no dispo? Is that a part of the current plan?
Well, that essentially is ACE. We have cases that, low-grade misdemeanors that we decide not to pursue. They go into a dispute resolution or hearing process. We really don't have the authority at this time to absent ACE, we don't have the authority to impose a penalty. Now, we could have a separate ordinance that said...
Well, I thought that's what Pete said, is that we needed an ordinance to give you that authority.
No, if I may, no. Actually, I think it's problematic to have the authority within the... I'll be happy to look at it some more, but it's problematic to have the authority or the discretion, if you will, within the prosecutorial office to be able to say, you know what, we won't prosecute this as a crime if you pay this much. It's problematic. I'm happy to look at it and report back.
We appreciate it because we thought that that's a workload that's already present in your office, that you go from 100,000 to 70,000 down to a handful of cases that languish without any dispo, that it would appear, and I thought at least the way I remembered it, that there would be a need for an ordinance to give you that authority to say those that we're not going to file, we can convert to a ACE program, which would then, because the whole mission is to stop the activity.
Correct.
And so, because if we don't file on them criminally and they don't fit the issue of the hearings, then what I understood, there was like 10,000 that was just like in limbo with no dispo. So we're trying to figure out, if you already have them in file and you have them in hand, can you do something with the 10,000 as it relates to the ACE program?
And we have other options available. Again, I'm happy to look at this some more, but we do have other options, and referring them to the hearings that were referred to before, it's not treating them as a criminal matter any further.
I know,
it's a dispute resolution.
but I'm just trying to figure out if we're talking about ACE doing two things, stopping the activity and generating revenue. If you have 10,000 cases in hand, how do you deal with those that can be converted to do both, stop the problem and also create revenue?
Okay. I'll try and address that when we report back with the ordinance.
It may not be a part of the original ordinance, but I'm just trying to figure out that you just don't file 10,000, because eventually I would think that some of those 10,000 will be the best candidates for ACE when it's implemented, and people will be going out there citing them again when you already have them in the office. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
I understand.
Okay. And then let me just, let's see. The last couple of budget hearings that we've had, we've asked the city attorney and I believe personnel department to work together on the top 5 to 10 departments on litigation. I'm just wondering, do we have any report back on that?
We can get you, we generally report back on the liabilities and the departments that incur them. We have a report that can be generated to show that, and we can communicate with the departments as well.
Yeah, well, we get the report on litigation and liability, but I don't know if we've ever gotten one that zeroes in on the top 10 departments and say, what is personnel and the city attorneys doing to reduce the at-risk and the risk management issues
And that would have to be something that's coordinated with the departments, and perhaps through a coordinating department, perhaps with the CAO or through the risk management in the CAO's office, because the action to correct, while we can identify the problem, and perhaps what we think is the better action, the department's really in the
no, there's no doubt. I think recommendation 83 or something in the last, and I think it's the second year we've asked.
I believe so. It's been, there has been a look at the top 10 departments, and the request has been to work with them to see if there are opportunities to reduce that, reduce risk or make some changes that would reduce the litigation expenses for those departments. So that's been an instruction the last couple of years, and the same instruction can be made this year. But I think in your just recent Budget and Finance Committee, you asked for the city attorney to report back on what efforts have been made in that regard.
Yeah. So if we can provide that follow-up report to you and give you the list of, again, the cases, the top 10 perhaps departments with the types of liabilities that have occurred, then the follow-up will have to be done by the individual departments of risk management.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're looking for, if you and the CAO and the department and if personnel we thought would be involved, because there may be personnel issues, that you as a group get together and create a risk management impact on these departments so that we're not having the same 10 departments with the significant liability that comes up each year. So that's, I think, what the intent of that instruction the last 2 years was, not just to report out to them and say, this is your liability, but how do we, as a group, work together to reduce that as part of a risk management effort.
Right. And I'm just suggesting that it's a report back with CAO risk management in our office getting back to you.
But we need to know what's happened over the last couple of years. If as it makes, what have we done over the last couple of years on these top 10 departments to help them mitigate their risk, their liability, and what enhance their risk management sensitivities on it.
That's right. But Mr. Echeverria is correct. It needs to be done in partnership with the departments and their risk management. It's not solely a city attorney issue.
Yeah. No, but that's, I think the wording, if it's not clear, we can clear it up, but the wording was to work with those departments, but bring the necessary resources to those departments and work with them to reduce their liability.
And Chairman Parks, we certainly can, and I have in front of me the top 5 or the top 20 departments where claims have been paid or liability claims or others have been, payouts are, and they're consistent. So we certainly know who's doing it. I think it's just a matter of fleshing out that report.
Yeah. I think that's what prompted this recommendation, is we kept getting reports about who's the top 10, and it didn't seem like the type of liability changed a great deal. So we were looking for a concerted effort to address it from a citywide perspective and help these departments reduce liability.
Well, it goes back to incentivizing departments. And one of the things we've talked about is putting a budget amount of claims within their own budget so that they become incentivized to engage in a culture of corrective action in the future, so they learn from actually some of these settlements. Until we do that, then it becomes somebody else's problem to fix. So I think that's part of what the working group needs to establish.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. If we ever get to that point, then we better be prepared that if they run out of money, where are they going to get the money, and does it impact their payroll? And then are we willing to allow people not to be paid because their litigation is high that year? I think those are all the pieces that has caused us to have pause about giving them that authority, particularly if they overrun their budget and they have no other recourse but dealing with it in-house. But the key is, if we can get that, if we have to reword it, recommendation 83, but the key is having city departments work with the top 10 to reduce liability and work with them as to insights as to how they might reduce the liability and the dollar allocation that the city is going forward on. So if we can look at that, and again, if we have not done anything on it over the last 2 years, don't write us a report that says haven't done anything. If we can just get it started in this year, because we're going to repeat that recommendation in next year's budget. So if we can ask for that. And then, let's see. Oh, let me ask you on the percentage. What is I got a note, it's $9 million increase in this year's budget. What's that percentage?
Comes up to around 10% increase.
10%? Okay. Let me ask, because as we go through, could you give us some figures of what that would be if it's up to, if it went down to 7%? So we have some idea of whether, as some of these wish list issues come up, whether there's ability to resolve all of those? And just give us a figure on what that would be. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? None? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, before you go, let me just ask one, I forgot one thing. On the report, and I think it was commented on earlier, dealing with the settlement revenues, Miguel, on your report on April 21st, we'd ask that you implement those recommendations about bringing forth bringing these funds online so we're aware of what comes in as a revenue source, and your 4 recommendations, or six recommendations, that we move forward on those. And I think the only issue that goes unresolved is if, depending on if the funds come in at a higher rate than what they are now, we'll have to make a decision on how those are used. But we'd like to move forward on implementing the 6 recommendations of the April 21st CAO report, and particularly bringing those funds online so that we're clearly aware of what the revenue source is and that they're now being viewed as a revenue resource to the city. And so we ask for that. That's all we have on that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to ask for, on the next, if we can have Treasury and Office of Finance come up at the same time. All right.
I just have one.
Miguel, before we get started, could you just give us an overview of the essence of the consolidation of what we're trying to get with? And okay, all right. Just give us an overview, because that's the main issue. The main issue that's dealing with these 2 departments is the consolidation that's being recommended. So can you give us in context what that does and what the rationale is?
I think there's a couple different pieces. I think over the years this has been discussed or contemplated. Certainly with the new charter from 2000, I think it was visioned that these functions would be together. More recently, the controller has released an audit on the particular functions, all the pieces, and this was one of the things that she had recommended. We had also put together some information that would sort of lay out this proposal and how some of the pieces would fit together. So I think this is sort of part of the background to this proposal to finally move forward on then putting the 2 pieces back together. Certainly there's synergy. We believe there's synergy with the functions. Many of the particular functions that they do work hand in hand, and we do have an opportunity now to really take a look at this, put it on the table, and to determine whether or not this is really the best route forward.
Let me ask, if this goes forward, is there contemplation that it would be done during this fiscal year, or Or is there a timeline, or?
We would believe with the implementation, whatever comes out of committee, this would be implemented on July 1st, 2011.
Okay, and we can move that quickly?
I think we can in this particular case, yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just ask the Office of Finance to start off with your presentation, and we'll go to the Treasurer.
Thank you so much. Antoinette Cristoval with the Office of Finance. With me tonight is my Revenue Manager, Jeffrey Whitmore, my Assistant General Manager, Ed Cabrera, my Director of Systems, Carl Sampson, and my Chief MA, Jan Satorsky. I want to thank the committee for giving me an opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to thank my staff, the Office of Finance staff, for working tirelessly to generate revenue for the city. I think in this fiscal situation or condition that the city's in, the staff have worked very cooperatively with the resources that they have and with other departments. And I think we've done a very good job in generating revenue. With regards to the consolidation, the Office of Finance supports the consolidation. It is consistent with the city charter. Previously, the Treasurer's Office was part of the Office of Finance, and so it's just a matter of moving it back to where it was with the charter. There is a cost savings associated with that. I know the CAO indicated that there's about $1,069,000 savings, a cost savings. We looked at it and it's about $1.2 million, but more importantly, we believe that it will increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the department with the consolidation. The administrative functions within the Office of Finance would take on more of the administrative responsibilities that are currently in the Treasurer's Office, as well as on the systems side. So I think that there are efficiencies there. Certainly within the Office of Finance, we have a number of revenue programs in place, and we believe that we are close to meeting the targets for the majority of them. The LEAN program has been very successful. We rolled that out at the end of December of 2010, and to date we've generated about $700,000 of the $1 million goal. We have a number of other programs in place. The AB 63 program, which has been around since fiscal year 2002. To date, we've generated about $138 million, and that continues to grow because we still work with the Franchise Tax Board on the reciprocal arrangements where we provide them with our tax information, and they provide us information as well. We've worked very cooperatively with the City Attorney's Office. Of course, since the Collections Unit has been within the Office of Finance, we've generated over $159 million since the inception of the transfer into the Office of Finance. But we do work closely with the City Attorney's Public Finance Group on developing strategies for accounts that are referred to their office for litigation. We work closely with the Police Commission relative to the police permits and parking and occupancy tax, whereby we have a arrangement where we refer accounts, parking lot accounts to the Police Commission for revocation when they owe taxes. So I think overall, things have gone fairly well, especially given the tight budget. But we are asking that there be reconsideration for some items. The LE tax funding, we did not receive funding for some major improvements that we need, and so we're seeking your reconsideration of funding for that. We're also asking that we, as a revenue-generating department, that we be exempt from the furlough plan as well as the managed hiring process. We believe that we need to have all resources available to meet the revenue targets that have been set for this year's, for this upcoming budget, and so we're asking for consideration there. And then there is one position, the special fund that we did include in our budget, which would help the Office of Finance have a steady revenue source to pay for our operations and our compliance programs. We're asking that that be considered. It was not funded. And one position which is a customer services support specialist. We're asking that that position be allowed to continue.
Very good. Before we ask questions, let me ask the Treasurer for your presentation.
Good evening, council members. I thank you, too, for giving us the opportunity to present the Treasury budget before you today. I don't have much to say, but I just want to reiterate some of the stuff that some of the information that I provided or that we provided in the budget letter that we sent to the committee sometime between Friday and Monday. The proposal, while I totally agree with it, has been pretty difficult for my staff, for Treasury staff, with a lot of uncertainties, people not knowing whether or not they're going to have a job at the end of the day, at the end of the consolidation. Part of what I did before I left the mayor's office to act or to be the interim treasurer, I requested that if we are going to do this, it would be very helpful to make sure that really nobody from this treasurer's office hits the streets. In other words, totally laid off and have no jobs after that. I've talked to the mayor's office at length, and I've talked to the Office of Finance and the CEO as well. And I'm coming out with some comfort level that that's not going to be the case. Nobody's going to be laid off. Nobody's going to land in the streets. And so I'm hopeful that through your deliberations and actions, subsequent actions, that will be retained, and that no Treasury staff will hit the streets. I wanted to say that the staff at the Treasury is a very dedicated staff. Through their work ethic and dedication to their work, we've been able to meet pretty much every budgetary goal that was set for our department this year, and provided even more. The interest earnings are going to exceed what was expected originally. We are generating additional $2.3 million in Treasury management fee, which was not envisioned. This is going to take place, well into the future, assuming that the mayor's proposal is accepted by your honorable body. In addition to that, we are also, doing other things to make sure that the Treasury stays strong. And I say the Treasury because I do believe that in the proposed budget, as it says, there is still a program in the Office of Finance, within the Office of Finance, called the Treasury. So I will continue to use that word because there is a program there called the Treasury. So we're currently negotiating with our banking partners to make sure that we reduce our costs of banking. As you can see, and I'm pretty sure that there are probably going to be questions regarding bank fees, whether or not we are administering that properly. And I'll be glad to address those questions a little later on. I also want to address one issue that I also wrote in the letter regarding one position that was eliminated. That's a live body. It's a position that's very important to the Treasury. I've talked to the mayor's office, and they're in total support of that. But I also do realize that right now the budget is in your hands, and whatever takes place will be your decision. And I'm hopeful that you will consider reinstating that Treasury accountant position, Treasury Accountant 1. That position is very important. And while I reported to you the $2.3 million that we expect to realize in this year and the next year, there is one position dedicated to that, and we got that position through emergency hiring. So it is important that we keep that, and I request you to make sure that continues. One other very, very important issue to me is the furloughs in the department. It's a big concern for me, and I want to believe that unless we do something about it, something major is probably going to happen one of these days. I don't know what it is, and I don't know when it's going to happen. We did preliminary calculations and found out that we are going to lose about $1 million in this fiscal year because the staff is furloughed, and we lose a lot of investment opportunities as a result of that. We only have 3 investment officers investing and monitoring a portfolio of more than $8 billion. And so if you add furloughs to that, that just makes it really difficult. It's important to also note that the investment officers working there, they're also supported by other staff. There are some mistakes that have been made as a result of furloughs. I'm not necessarily going to say all of them, but it is important, and I will strongly urge you to exempt the Treasury program from furloughs if that can be done. I see Councilmember Smith shaking his head.
I'm just, at this point, I think those units that voted no, and if they're going to have a week to reconsider, and if they don't, that's their problem. They created it, but I don't think the council's going to be much in a mood to exempt anybody from that if their union voted not to accept the agreement out there that other unions did to get out of the furloughs. I know this councilman won't.
I totally understand, Councilmember Smith, but I want to make sure that that notice is there, that there are problems and issues associated with that, and I'll leave it to you. The other issue that I wanted to address was the issue regarding the consolidation. As you know, the controller in our report talked about other functions to be potentially consolidated, and the major one is the debt management issue. My letter, states the reasons why, and it is my feeling, or rather it is my request that you look at this seriously and direct staff, and if it is necessary, to appropriate funds to study this, to make sure that this is done sooner than later. It would be very, very helpful.
Are you recommending that the debt management stays?
Debt management consolidation, the controller talked about it, and really, for me, it doesn't matter whether it's consolidated into the CAO's office or in the Treasury, but I do know that at the end of the day, when that third-party analysis is done, it's probably most likely going to come up and say that it needs to probably be consolidated into the Treasury. We do have in the Treasury a lot of tools at our disposal. We have access to capital markets. We monitor them on a daily basis. The fact that we manage $8.7 billion in our portfolio, gives us a leverage with regard to debt, and we're pretty sure that we would do a great job if that study is done and they come up with reasonable findings. But in any case, let the chips fall where they are. My request to you is to just make sure that that study is done as soon as possible, if you can.
Let me ask you, on the recommendation that's before us today, is that the debt management stays in Treasury as it's currently done. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so at some future time, that will be evaluated about debt management
As a whole.
as a whole. Okay, so today we're talking about the merging of the two departments and leaving them intact as we know them. Okay.
So the other area that I want to talk about is the bank fees. Ever since I went to the Treasury, we've always had issues with paying our bank fees on time. It is important that the city treasury be not caught being delinquent in paying its fees to the banks. I think it is optically, I think it's a very bad thing, and I think that the city council, or I'd like to request that the city council does whatever is in its power to make sure that we get the necessary appropriation. The mayor has, in the proposed budget, given us $9.5 $9.2 million, which I think is going to take us very far. It's not necessarily going to take us to the finish line, but I think that we can live with that as opposed to $4.9 million that we received last year. So I'd just like to request you to make sure that we keep that as it is right now, although it is possible that Office of Finance at one time in the future might come back to you and ask you for additional funding, just for you to know. And last, I do have some requests here. One of them I talked about was furloughs, but I'm not gonna beat that horse anymore.
You might want to put that one in the stable.
So the other one regards the managed hiring. I'd like to request that Treasury be exempt, especially four divisions within the Treasury, and that is the investment division, the accounting division, the cash management division, and the systems division. I think that the process itself sometimes could take unnecessarily long, and I'm sure that if given this opportunity, we will be able to minimize some of the issues that we have. I know we can't do much about furloughs, but at least this is within your powers and has nothing to do with the vote that was taken yesterday. So I kindly request that you look at that with favor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with some questions for finance. The issue of LA Tax, is that the system that about 5 years ago you implemented?
That is correct. The system was implemented in December 2004, and it's been very effective in our revenue collection efforts, particularly during our peak business tax renewal season. So we're hoping that we will be able to get the funding that we requested.
So what is it? You're looking for an upgrade or
I'm going to let my Director of Systems speak to that.
Carl Sampson, Office of Finance. Yeah, the funding is primarily for an upgrade of our Oracle database environment. Right now, we're running on a version called 10G, and that will be out of support in 2012. And so the funding would be to get additional equipment and required software licenses that's necessary for us to upgrade to the version 11, which will be supported by Oracle.
Let me ask you, what happens if that does not get upgraded? Is that just, because before you implemented this system, your system before that was like several years old, right?
It was very old.
Okay. So, what happens? It just makes you less productivity, or is it in the verge of collapsing, or what status is the system?
It's related more to a risk in the event of needing to have system support in the future. What we're talking about is just the database management system, not the code itself. And one of the concerns is that if there's any security patches or other urgent fixes that need to be introduced into the environment, those may not be available when you're not on the current version. And it takes us a period of time in order to upgrade to the new version. We had upgraded about in 2007, we had done an upgrade from the previous version, and that took us nearly a year in terms of not just setting up the environment and migrating the data, but we actually have to go through and fully test the system because there are changes in how the code works with the new version of the database.
Is that something that's done in-house, or you have to bring in consultants?
That's all done in-house. And this upgrade won't be as intensive as that, but we're still looking at a period of at least 4 to 6 months in order to go from our current version to the new version. So it's not something that we can migrate on a moment's notice. It's one of those things that's planned out, and that's why we're seeking on doing it now and getting it out of the way.
And what dollar value are we talking about?
That's about $600K for the software and hardware that's associated with that.
Ray, let me ask you, when you looked at that, or city CAOs look at that, what was the conclusion that we not funded?
I think actually we look at this and we do recognize that there's a need actually in order to both replace whatever equipment but also for the Oracle database. for the upgrade. Unfortunately, as we went through and sort of put the budget together, as we already borrowed $43 million from CP, that it just didn't quite make the cut. We do feel it's important, and it's either something we're going to have to find money to fund either for 11-12, but probably most certainly in 12-13.
What I'm worried about is that, is it something that if they're collecting $400 and some odd million a year, is it something that deteriorates from that, or I'm just going to get a sense, does the machine just work slower, or does it impact our revenue generation, or what?
To some extent, one of our challenges is that as each year goes by, we have more and more data that we need to manage within the system.
Do we lose the data without?
No, I wouldn't say we would lose the data. But again, as time goes on, system performance will start to gradually degrade until we get to, the newer hardware as time goes on.
Is this something that could be done incrementally, or has it got to be done all at one time?
It's something that needs to be done all at one time. We actually looked through a number of alternatives. One was to actually replace all of the database system hardware, and this is not to replace all of it, it's to incrementally add to the environment so that we can run our current environment, our production and test at the same time, establishing a whole separate new production environment. So we had looked at other alternatives that were over $1 million just to replace all the equipment, as an example, to the new version. So this is really an incremental step in that regard, where we'll be moving the production environment when everything's converted over into the new hardware, and then we'll be able to circle back and upgrade the existing machines to still do the test and development support, as well as the disaster recovery and failover support will still be on the...
So there's a phase 2 to this?
Yes, but it's all included in this cost. We would still be utilizing the existing hardware for the development environment and the testing environment.
Let me just ask Antoinette, if this isn't done this year, what is the impact on finance?
Well, in just, listening to Carl, I don't know that there will be a substantial impact. My concern would be system performance, particularly during the peak renewal season. I mean, that's when you have over 400,000 taxpayers that are renewing their business taxes, and if the system is slow, we're going to get a lot of complaints. And, we also have e-filing, so they could actually renew their taxes 24/7. They don't necessarily have to come to a public counter office and have one of our customer service specialists process it through the system. And if it is delayed or slowed down, it could delay the collection of revenue.
But we're not where we were before LA Tax came online.
I'm sorry?
We're not where we were before LA Tax came online.
That's correct.
Okay, so
that's correct.
The issue, because then we were limping along.
Right. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me just ask Karen if you just stick that on our wish list, so if there's funds somewhere that we can come back and reassess that, because I would hate to do something that created an issue which we're not collecting funds that are due us. Okay. Let me ask the other thing, Antoinette, on the issue of your auditing. I think we've given you the last 3 years positions to increase your penetration rate up to 2.5.
Yes.
And now, what have we gotten for that? And if we fund it again this year, what can we expect?
Okay, Ed, I'll let you answer it. The last time I talked, so I'm going to let my staff give them an opportunity.
All right.
The Office of Finance was able to obtain 10 additional tax auditors in 2009. Those 10 additional tax auditors were projected after a 3-year period and obtaining experience to generate on average $400,000 per tax auditor. They are approximately into their second year of performance with Office of Finance, and we're pleased to say that through the March 31st, 2011 period for this fiscal year, they've had audit recoveries totaling $3.3 million, and they're projecting to reach that 4 million figure for audit recoveries by the end of the fiscal year. Again, there were 10 of them, so at $400,000 per tax auditor, the figure that we projected is going to be reached, about 4 million, and that is within a year earlier than we had projected. In terms of the audit penetration rate, we have seen progress in terms of auditing and identifying revenue from larger taxpayers across the board. We focused on complex audits that have a greater ability to identify revenue that is not being captured. So we have seen an incremental increase in audits of larger taxpayers, and that's resulted in additional revenue for the city.
Am I reading this accurate? It looks like in order to get 4 million, we've spent about 4 million?
No, that is not correct. For the tax auditors, in the first year, they pay for themselves.
Okay, but let me ask you this. From my notes, it shows the first year they cost about $700,000. The last 2 years is 1.2 or something.
20.2. The $700,000, they pretty much pay for themselves in year one. But as Ed indicated, instead of them generating $700,000 to pay for themselves, by year two, they're going to be generating by the end of the fiscal year $4 million. So there's a net benefit to the city.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Is that over the 3 years they've been in place, or are they going to get $4 million this year?
No, we're saying $4 million in 2 years as opposed to $4 million in 3 years.
Okay, because what my notes reflect is that I guess it's $2 million for the first and second year, and we're proposing another $1.3 million this year.
No, actually, it's in year one, they pay for themselves. In year two, they generate $2 million annually, and then in year three, $4 million annually. But in this particular case, by year two, instead of generating $2 million annually, we're projected to generate $2 additional million a year earlier, and it's $4 million annually each year thereafter.
Okay, as long as they're in play.
I'm sorry?
As long as they're in place, you're saying they're going to average $4 million per year.
Right, correct.
Okay. And then you've given us, I think on the 3rd, you will be coming to council on the core report. That
is correct. I'm prepared to do that along with my staff.
All right. And then, Mr. Smith, on that item that we had in the joint meeting the other day, we were asked if we could just move the czar position to the May 3rd meeting so it can be dealt with in council when the core committee and the response by finance is in there. So we'll do that so that we can discuss that the czar position all at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions of finance? Oh, let me ask the CAO, why didn't we address the issue of special funds for finance?
I think there's a number of policy issues related to the special fund. Setting up a special fund, as I understand the way it was laid out on the table.
We may not have the right term, but we were trying to create a fund in which they're financed out of the resources that they're collecting.
Basically taking business tax receipts and putting that money into a special fund to support their operations. So it's general fund.
Yes, sir.
It's all general fund. I guess as I look at it, you're just taking general fund and moving into another general fund spot is essentially probably not good fiscal policy. I think it really serves no purpose. I think from my perspective and certainly my recommendation, if truly we believe finance and even treasury are very important functions, then we need to make sure we allocate sufficient resources for their operations and make sure that they are fully staffed, fully resourced to do what they're required to do.
I like your response. The issue is we've never done that. And that's what our concerns are, is that they're collecting billions of dollars for us, but yet they're in the same boat of whether their machinery works or whether they get a unfreeze or whether they can fill a vacancy. And all of that costs money. And so we were trying to figure out, if you gave them their budget and said, this is what you can rely on and for the year, and we didn't put these encumbrances upon them, they might collect even more money, which means we might be able to put more people at Rec and Park and all the other stuff. So that's what we're trying to do, is unencumber them, whether we fund them directly, and what we're also trying to do is to give them some incentive that if it's the money they are rolling up their sleeves and actually creating, it is more of an advantage that they see the benefit of going out after that money than just the people that pay on time. And so we're just trying to figure out how do we incentivize them, and the fact that they know they're going to get a budget, and they know they're not going to be part of the grand sweep in December, and they know they're not going to be in, and although the CAO and the CLA are very nice, but they wouldn't have to go before the managed hiring. Those are the kind of things that we're trying to figure out.
And those are all good points, and certainly...
Thank you.
Except...
Thank you.
Except, certainly I think now is the time, certainly through your committee, is we need to decide what resources they do need, and so we need to provide those.
Let me ask you this. If we...
Irrespective of whatever I've done.
I appreciate what you said, but let me just ask you this, all due respect. If we can get through this issue of having them merged by July 1st, we'd ask the CAO diligently start looking at how we can make sure that they're unencumbered to raise the funds, and then now if Treasury's there to invest the funds so that we can set goals. Now we may have to figure out another way to rate them because they're going to have some different goals, and so that's something that I think we have to look at on both sides, the Treasury side and the finance side, as how do we get what we need from them, and particularly on the funds that they generate. And I think it's like 29%, 28% of the money that comes in, they're generating it. And if that begins to fall, then we need to reassess. But again, and I realize we put I think we've given away about $100 million worth of business tax over the last 5 or 6 years, a minor amount. But the BTAC told us that if we kept giving it away, it'd keep growing. I think we've hit the balance of it stopped growing, so maybe they were only partially right. But the issue is, that's what we need as soon as we get into the fiscal year, is to figure out how can they be unencumbered on both sides, the investment side, because if they can invest and make money for the city, or they can collect and make money for the city, I think they're the only department in the city that is totally there for one reason, is to generate revenue. So even if it's a bad budget policy, maybe we can just figure out how to rename it. I mean, we do good at that.
I think we'd be happy, certainly we'd like to sit down with Finance and Treasury and the CLA to look at some of those.
We'd like to see if we can do something, so when we're sitting here next year, God willing, we'll say they're on some kind of a plan to where they are 100% of their time raising money. Okay.
Fair enough.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And again, I think and again, it doesn't have to be identical, but the plan that they put forward, where they get a 3-year average so it's not spiked, gives you kind of a consistency in knowing what they're doing. Because one of the things that I think that concerned me the first time we looked at it was that even though we claim that certain positions aren't revenue producers, if they don't have those positions, they move revenue producers into those positions, so we lose either way. So if we fully fund them and leave them alone, that's one way. If we create a special fund and leave them alone, that's another way. But the thing is, we want to find a way to unencumber them for both sides. All right, so if we could make that a pledge in July after they're merged and figure out how to do it, I appreciate it.
Councilmember, may I just make a quick point? Well, I don't know whether I'm going to be in that office after all the dust settles, but I'd like to say that, having been around and knowing that there's something called summer studies, I'd like to request that if it is possible, and I don't know what Antoinette thinks about this, that while the CAO is working on his plan, that finance also gets the opportunity to work on a plan such that if the other plan becomes a summer study, then at least there's a plan to work on.
No, there won't be a summer study. Let me guarantee you. The thing is, no, but the issue is that we want to get that done, and the CAO has made a pitch that they will work with the staffs of both merged departments and come up with a plan. Okay, so we'll get that done. Let me go quickly to Treasurer. And then, Steve, why don't you give us a quick overview of where you are on the two policy issues of banking development districts and the responsible banking ordinance, and then how those two policy issues will be dealt with on the merger.
You know, it's hard to say. In any case, the two issues are really, really similar in many different respects. We have written a report and submitted a report to City Council's Job Committee with regard to banking development districts. That report has been continued in City Council twice. The first time it was continued was I think Tuesday. And then I think that was last week, and then it was I think it was probably Friday last week, and then again today was continued. In that report, the Treasury makes recommendations to form a task force that will include the CAO, the CLA, City Attorney in an advisory position, the Controller in an advisory position. It is important to add that the chair of the committee had asked the Treasury to include the new, I think, director of the Development Bank, who is currently housed in CDD, and we are okay with that. What we hope to do is, once City Council makes or approves or takes action on this item, that we will convene the task force. We'll come back to you and tell you exactly what resources we need, because certainly we can't do it with the current resources that we have. And the good thing is that everybody's going to be included in this task force, such that it's just not going to be, one department crying and asking for or whining for resources. So that is entirely dependent on City Council's action. So as soon as you take action, we'll be able to get back to you on that. Okay. With regard to responsible banking ordinance, that item is still pending in Budget and Finance Committee. We were told to report back, I think, in Budget and Finance Committee on June 23rd.
After 60 days or something.
Oh, okay. Even better.
There's about 15 questions to be answered.
That's right. So we were given a lot of questions to answer relative to responsible banking ordinance. We're willing, ready, and able to work with this body to make sure that your wishes are carried through in that report. One thing that I will say is that just like development banking districts, this is going to require some resources. One of the alternatives we're looking at is, as opposed to have city staff do this, is to get a contractor to do what, of course, we do believe the federal government is already doing, rating banks under the Community Redevelopment Act. And so we are, as I said, we are ready, willing, and ready to go. All we need is direction from City Council, and then we will move forward.
Okay. Well, let me just ask this. Are any of the, first of all, on the 9 positions that have been eliminated, are they all coming out of one department, or
I've answered this nine position questions quite a few times, especially from my staff, and indeed my staff has had a gripe telling me that if there's a merger, how come the only 9 positions that are all being deleted from our department? It is indeed true that some actually. Only 2 of, or actually only 1 of those 9 positions is a live body, and it is important to make that distinction. So,
together.
I'm saying that of those 9 positions, one of them is a live body, and that is the one that I'm asking, humbly requesting that City Council restore. I've talked to the mayor's office, and they're willing to do that as well. That position is very, very important to the Treasury. And I've talked to Antoinette as well, and she believes that as well. The other positions, I want to say by most part, are vacant positions. Of the 9 positions, another position that is currently occupied by another live body is a position, it's a senior personnel analyst who is currently on loan to the personnel department, has been there for the last 4 months, I think. And it is the only position that would essentially be eliminated from the treasurer. But the good thing that I heard is that that position has a status within another department, so that position will bump to another department in the Public Works Department.
Okay. Let me ask, are there any of the people that are working on these 2 initiatives on the banking development and the responsible banking, they will remain, I mean, they're still available, they're not being transferred?
Currently, the only 2 people working on that project in the treasurer's office, and that is the treasurer and the assistant treasurer. Well, indeed, it is true that the position of the treasurer will be eliminated. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, then yes, 1 position will be affected who's working on this.
Okay. All right. Let me just ask that, have we gone through, Antoinette, in the sense of the merger, some operational plans as to how this is actually going to occur so that none of this gets basically dropped out of the system, and also that it's not 2 separate departments just happen to be working under one umbrella? Have we begun to look at that strategy?
We certainly can, and I have had discussions with Steve. Certainly the intent is that we would be one department, so the resources that are available on the Treasury side as well as the finance side could work together, particularly for the programs that you spoke about. So the intent really is to not diminish any of the priorities relative to these 2 programs or any other programs that we have within both offices, but to work collaboratively and set up a plan so that we can get these things done.
Okay, let me ask on a report back, ask the CAO and the Office of Finance and the Treasurer to bring forth to the Budget and Finance Committee prior to July 1st their operational and implementation plan, so that we're fully aware of the organization and how these 2 departments will merge and mesh together, and the issues of the efficiencies, and also the additional, if there's any additional cost savings. So if we can do that, so that we can bless that organizational chart before it's implemented.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to point out that in our white paper or concept paper for how this consolidation would be implemented, we did contemplate organizing a kind of working group to not only just include finance and treasurer, but also other departments whose expertise would be necessary, such as the Controller's Office, ITA, etc. So
we have no problem with that.
It is our plan, if it is this committee's intent to indeed proceed with consolidation, we would be bringing all the parties together to make sure all issues are addressed, checked out, everyone gets their paycheck in time. Implementation
I've
issues.
talked to myself, and we're going to approve that. Okay, so we're going to move that. But the issues, we'd like to see the operational plan, not just the white paper, but how it's physically going to become operational before, so we can act on that before July 1st. Okay. Let me see. I think we've exhausted the questions. And then one of the things we asked you to look at is the issue of the LA tax, whether just as on the wish list, if there's some way that we can try to fix that within this year. If not, then we'll limp along. But let me say thank you very much, and we look forward to that report back, and we'll have I guess, what is it, a communication from the chair that will approve the consolidation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then we'll bring up both budget, both pension funds up at the same time. Oh, sorry. Oh, you don't move. Just a second. Is Dorothy Spears here? We came up to the, I'm sorry. Everybody have a seat so you can hear what she says in case you have to respond to it? Yes. Thank you. Wait, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dolores Spears with AFSCME District Council 36, representing Local 3090, and I believe that the clerk or the officer distributed a letter that I'm going to read into the record. It was a letter that was addressed to me dated March 29th of this year from the Office of Finance. The Office of Finance received your letter dated March 9, 2011, requesting the department use the as-needed classification of tax renewal assistant in lieu of Apple One contract for temporary labor services. In our discussion on February 24th and March 1 of this year, it was identified that employees on Personnel Department reserve lists could be used to fill the proposed as-needed classifications. We have been in contact with the Personnel Department and have confirmed the existence of employees on the reserve list and offered their assistance to identify potential candidates. As we also discussed, this proposal requires funding to be transferred from our contractual services account to our as-needed salaries account. We're attempting to address the transfer in our fiscal year 2011-12 budget. Subject to the above actions taking place, the Office of Finance is willing to proceed with hiring its as-needed employees to address peak renewal work periods to the extent it is not more costly to our department. So we're asking the council to approve the Office of Finance transferring the, I believe it's $209 million that's in the budget for $209,000, I'm sorry, $209,000 that's in the contract account to the salaries as needed account, so that they can utilize that to use our already experienced city employees that are on the reserved layoff list.
Okay. If you give your letter to the CAO, we'll ask them to look at that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And if it's $209 million, we've just settled that. We don't have to go any farther.
I'd like to have a part of that myself.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So we'll move that as directed. Okay.
CLA's report as it relates to the pension contribution triennial.
So which one is that?
Look in the very front.
Oh, yeah, the one you gave today?
Yes.
Why don't we ask, being that I have a personal interest, we'll start with pensions. Give you a presentation.
With all due respect, sir, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our budget.
Oh, thank you.
I'm prepared to spend from 1 to 20 minutes on our budget if you like.
All right, you're going to make me find my notes, okay?
I will point out, I think, on behalf of the board, that we just had a meeting on our internal budget, and they're very, very mindful of the position the city's in. They scrutinized our budget, and more than they ever had, and actually made a number of demands of the staff to come back to the board with a modified budget. So we have done that, and are returning to them within a couple of weeks with that new budget. There's good news that we've got with respect to actuarial gains that we see throughout our budget. Our rate of return, the expectation is 7 3/4. Fiscal year to date, so that's from July 1 of 2010 to April 25th, our rate of returns around 21.8%.
Over that again, what, 21.8 over what period?
That is from July 1, 2010 to April 25th. So that's less than the full fiscal year. We have various assumptions that our actuary makes about cost of living increases. For example, we assume that tiers 3, 4, and 5 are going to have a COLA of 3%, and it was significantly less the last couple of years, so we've got actuarial gains there. In the area of payroll increases, we assume 4.25, and payroll has also been fairly flat. So there's gains everywhere you look. In terms of projections that are made about the contributions the city makes to the system, especially those projections that are done over a long period of time, they will be affected by these gains that are going to be recognized by the actuary when the next valuation comes out. And that next valuation is expected this November.
Okay. Let me ask, on the CAO, I saw something on one of our notes that, are we in the process of asking pensions to do an actuarial on drop?
We actually will be, as you know, we actually are required to do a drop analysis every, I think, 5 years is what it is, and we will be looking at that analysis in the coming months, given Tier 6.
Let me just throw a couple of things that I'd ask that you include in that. We've been asked over and over again whether it comes out to be cost neutral. The other issue that a couple other issues that need to be in there. There's been discussion of whether it should be basically for all ranks, or should there be a cutoff within the department. There's also this issue of guaranteeing 5%. We need to look at that to see how that comes out in good and bad years. And then the one issue that I think is years, the allowable entry year. Should it be clearly an extension beyond the pension, or should it, currently it's what, at 25 years?
That's correct.
And so you have difficulty determining what keeps you here. Is it drop, or is it the 90%? And so we need those four things as part of the actuarial, particularly the cost neutral. So, and I think in with the 5%, that's an issue that most people forgot, even though it's in an ordinance, forgotten that it's guaranteed. And I don't know if any other system that we have is guaranteed funds. So if we can add that too as we look at it, I'd appreciate it. And then let me ask on the pensions, what do we perceive with Tier 6 over the next couple 3 years? It's all, I know it's dependent on if we're hiring, but do we see a remarkable change as it relates to what the city's contribution?
No, it's going to be minor for the first couple of years because of the number of people that are involved.
It's for the small number of people?
Yes. And in fact, we will be modifying our current budget with new payroll information that we get involving Tier 6 payroll. So once we get that information from the CO's office, we'll implement that in our internal budget. But it's only going to make a slight difference in the city contribution.
Okay. And then what about now with the new pension? There's an addition. Is it additional employee contribution?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Now, what did that go to? Is it?
The employee contribution for Tier 5 is currently at 9%, and the new tier is going to have employees make a contribution of 11%. The idea was that the extra 2% would be used to pay for retired medical, but there were some issues associated with taxation and also with refundability of contributions. So those contributions, the 11%, are all going to go into the pension plan.
Okay, so members have been advised of that?
Yes, they have.
Okay, now
and it was very clear in the charter as it was described to the voters.
So how does that impact medical, being that the perception was that medical was going to get a 2% for retirees?
Well, the idea was that the pension system would be able to get more money from the employees because they're going to be making a larger contribution. That will offset the contributions the city's got to make, and it's either on the pension side or the health side. But overall, the city's going to have less of a contribution it's got to make because of the employees paying more into the system.
Does it help the city, the fact that the 11% goes in the pension and is invested as opposed?
Yes, it does help the city. I think the employee contributions this year around $115 million. So it's a significant amount of money the employees are putting in the system. So for those Tier 6 members, as we continue to hire more of them and they put more of that 11% in, that will have a positive effect on the city in terms of having to make a smaller contribution over the years. It's similar to what happened back in 1980 when Article 35 was first implemented. There were a number of changes in that pension system that were significantly different from what was called Article 18 at the time. They're now known as Tiers 2 and 3. The newest article, Article 35, or currently Tier 3, that made a number of changes. Employees had to pay 1% more into the system. Disability pensions were much more difficult to get. There had been a large number of disability pensions where there were members who were, I think they psych pensions, as you're probably aware of.
I got one.
Yeah. I don't recall you going through our system. And there's also lower benefits for surviving spouses. So there are a number of changes like that. Back at that point in time, we were, I believe, 25% funded. So there were some big changes that were made, and they had a significant effect on the pension plan funding over the years, along with positive returns and good actuarial assumptions.
One of the things I think we've discussed in EERC, and we asked the CAO, that sometimes the pension benefits are viewed somewhat separately, and many people don't realize the impact on the pension by merely giving a pay raise, and that we basically need to look at the contracts more holistically to say, what does this cost overall? If you're going to give these bonuses, if you're going to give these pay raises, then what is the ultimate cost to the pension system? If you're going to add a dependent on the insurance plan, what's the impact later? And I think we at times, because often those funds are in different pots of money, people view them as maybe disconnected as to what the true cost of the MOU is. And so that's something that we hope to get to, where you get a much clearer picture of the dollar value of a MOU as opposed to just the payroll. You'd also have to have some sense of what the overall pension and medical benefits were. So, and then let me ask you, on with the recent change in the sense of the 7.75 and then the smoothing, you went from 5 years, is it 5 years to 7 years?
That's correct.
Okay, now what do you see as that impact on the city's contribution?
Well, there was a couple of changes that were made last year. We smoothed from 5 to 7 years. We changed the smoothing period, but we also widened this market corridor. And what that essentially did is some people characterize it as having saved the city from having to make a couple of $100 million more in contribution last year and this year. We see it more as it deferred the contributions the city needed to make to the system. So those two changes occurred last year, and it essentially resulted in the city not making several $100 million of contributions to the system.
But they'll make it at some point.
They're going to be made up for in future years. In light of the economic situation that we see ourselves in, and consistent with the actions that are recommended by general consultants and the actions taken by many pension systems in the country, our board, with the recommendation from staff and from the actuary, approved the recommendation to reduce our earnings assumption from 8% down to 7 3/4. Staff and the board believed it was a prudent action to take, and I think especially in light of the action that was taken last year to defer all those contributions that the city would normally have made to the pension system, I think the two together were very reasonable actions to take.
Okay. And then what about, is there any cost control mechanisms on the medical for retirees, or is that all driven from the plans that are for active?
There are some cost containment mechanisms in place, and in light of all the activity going on with respect to negotiations with employee unions, I would strongly encourage the city to take a hard look at the nuances of the administrative code language and the controls that are in place there that limit the amount of subsidies that our members get.
Is that what the ordinance, the 7% or something?
That same ordinance contains the limitation that the board currently has to increase subsidies by 7%. And I think, Bill, you have a number of points maybe with respect to changes in the administrative code that you want to make?
Sure. Bill Raggio with Fire and Police Pensions, for the record. A couple quick examples which would be, we believe, low-lying fruit. Currently, as you know, if you may know that if you're retired from our system, you can go and work elsewhere within the city. There's nothing stopping somebody who is married and within the city, and one spouse may be active, one may be retired. There's nothing stopping them from getting subsidies, the spouses from both getting health subsidies. So you may have a retired member from our system receiving health subsidy from us, as well as an active employee elsewhere in the city getting a health subsidy. And they could also cover each other at the same time. There's nothing preventing that from our side, and I believe within the ad code. Another example is that we have members, and it's a relatively small number of members, who retire, go and work elsewhere outside the city, and they may be offered health plans by their employer, but because we don't reimburse them or provide a health subsidy unless they're enrolled in our plans, they choose often to stay with us to receive the city health subsidy from the pension system rather than taking advantage of the health subsidy provided or the health plan provided by their employer. And that's a quirk in the ad code that we're not allowed to provide the subsidy unless they're enrolled in our health plans. So that change in and of itself would save approximately, we believe, about $600,000 over a 10-year period. So it's those type of things that if we studied it holistically, got the various departments together within the city, we could take a look at these things and come up with some cost savings and also provide great health subsidies to retired and active employees at the same time.
Okay. Miguel, I saw you writing something. You've taken notes on those two issues? Okay.
I would add one more to that list, and that is for our surviving spouses, there's a limit on the amount of subsidy they'll get. The limit is whatever the single-party cost of the plan that they're in is. Our retirees, the members of the plans, don't have that limit. So they can be in a plan that costs more than the single-party plan that they're in. And what essentially, they don't have the same kind of single-party limit that the surviving spouse has. So there's another, item that can be looked at for purposes of having equity there as well.
Okay. And is that retirement medical escalating about the same as the city's, about 10% per year?
Yes, it is. It's been escalating that way for many years, with everyone saying that cannot continue, but apparently it has.
Yeah.
And that's one of the actions our board did take recently, and that was to recognize that the health assumptions that we have weren't recognizing reality. They're recognizing the logic that health increases cannot continue at a double-digit rate for many years, yet they have. So what we're assuming now is that our health premiums will increase by 10% for a 3-year period, then they'll go down gradually to a 5% level.
Okay.
Which I think is an interesting thing to have in place as well, because you have, on the pension side, you have a COLA cap, 3%. But you do not have that on the health side. So it's another thing possible to think about.
Now, is that charter or administrative code?
That's the administrative code.
Okay.
Charter is for the pension side.
Yeah, okay. All right. Is there any other issues that could help us on the containment?
I really agree with what Bill brought up, and that is that looking at holistically at the health issue with Personnel Department, CO's office, CLA, Lacers and ourselves. There's a lot of institutional knowledge here that I think is worth looking at. And there are huge costs associated with those plans. I think the Tier 6 is going to make a difference over the years. It's going to take some time to get done. And I think the actuarial gains that we're enjoying right now, I think they are going to have a positive effect on the city for several years.
And then let me ask Lacers on your plan.
Our board is certainly acutely aware of the city's situation as well, and within their fiduciary responsibility, they're doing all that they can to be helpful. Examples of that, as was mentioned with fire and police, is going from a 5-year smoothing to a 7-year smoothing period. That's estimated to defer $13 million of payments from the city in the coming fiscal year and $220 million over a 5-year period. We've also been working, as Miguel Santana mentioned earlier, with the city family to try and make sure that we receive our full and complete contribution for next fiscal year, but not in essence a double contribution if indeed additional members agree to pay the 4% contribution. And then I'd like to point out also in our desire to try and help the city, we recently received $3.8 million from the federal government for the early retiree reinsurance program, and that was created to assist plan sponsors in maintaining coverage for early retirees by reimbursing them a portion of the eligible retiree medical claims, and that money is mandated to be used and will be used to offset medical plan cost increases for both Lacers and also our retirees. And similar to what Mike Perez was saying about the return rates this year, hopefully they'll keep up. Year-to-date, fiscal year-to-date for Lacers, we're at 22.5%.
Okay, and then we've not, I guess the ordinance regarding civilian pensions hasn't been approved yet. Is that, Miguel, is that in the works? The pension ordinance for civilians.
For the new tier, right?
Yes.
Yes, we're currently still working on that. There is a proposal that ERC has approved, and we have submitted our report to the various committees. I think we were waiting for the outcome of this latest agreement before working on that issue again, but obviously we'll start working on that.
And then the other issue that was held in abeyance on the subsidy on the insurance has not been approved either?
Freezing the retiree health care subsidy, that is correct. Your council directed the city attorney to draft the ordinance.
That's right, 14 days.
14 days, correct. And so that should be up next week, assuming that the city attorney is able to complete it in time. And we continue to recommend that we move forward on doing that. And, of course, there's still consideration for freezing the subsidy on this warrant site as well.
Okay, because we're supposed to get, in the same period, we're supposed to get some questions answered.
That's right, at ERC.
Okay. All right. Let me ask Mr. Perez, on the one question we got confused at council the other day and the city attorney didn't clarify for us, is that we had been told all along that you're retired upon going into drop. He said not necessarily so, and that's one of the questions that we are waiting for, because if you do that retiree subsidy freeze, depending on what is the definition of retired, it can impact a number of people. And so what is the pensions system's definition of retired? Is that at drop or?
And I've had some discussions with Alan Manning, who's the head of retirement services, part of the city attorney's office. His recommendation to council that day was to have council decide whether they're retired or not. Absent that, his position is that the language would lean towards these people not being retired and being affected by a freeze, so their future subsidies would be negatively affected by a freeze.
Well, the thing that was confusing, I told him in the city attorney's report on every workers' comp case, they identify the person as retired and then went into drop. And so there's got to be some clarity on their language at least, because it will give every indication. And we realized, he said, it's not really retired, it's a stopping of benefits. And he said, well, then we need to stop using that term, because in every one of those reports, it specifically uses the word retired.
And those terms are used in the language of the administrative code as well, and the charter. But upon careful review, and I just spoke with him, he said I had his blessing to advise you that he's leaning towards these people being active at this point, so they would be affected by this.
They would be affected.
Yes.
That's a very short turnaround if they are, as to what decision that they need to make.
There's about 1,000 people that are in drop right now, and about 1,500 that are eligible to retire, I believe. So we would face the potential of at least answering questions from 2,500 people.
Okay, very good. And then, let me ask one thing from Lacers, is that with the new agreement and the sense of the 4% on the medical and the issue of the city having to do trans and get the funding to the pension in early July, there's an issue as to the pension being double paid by both the employee and the city's contribution, and we need to find out, and very quickly, how do you resolve that so that the city's one or the other comes back to the city, so that they can add that to the payroll of the affected departments.
And we've been discussing potential alternatives with staff of the CLA, CAO. Once money comes in, because we are a trust fund, once money comes into our fund under the Internal Revenue Code and state constitution, it cannot go out but for the benefit of our members. Therefore, we've been looking and talking about potential solutions, such as the city maybe not making its full payment on July 15th, but maybe making a substantial payment and leaving some room for employee contributions to come in to offset the remainder of the payment during the year.
Yeah. But now, wouldn't that affect our discount?
For the portion of money that did not come in on July 15th, you'd be paying a higher amount because we would not have that money to invest for the full fiscal year.
Yeah.
But the majority, the entire pension contribution, which is obviously the greater of the two, and as much of the retiree health care would still be benefit from the discount. So we would want to limit it to as small as possible, so the impact on the discount wouldn't be significant.
Okay, but again, the issue is a kind of a guesstimate to figure out what the dollar is, because if we miss that, then the payroll for the departments will be shorted.
Well, I think we know now, based on those that have affirmed the agreement, exactly who is being impacted, and my staff is working on calculating that. The question is, should there be any other agreements that occur between now and the end of the fiscal year, or even beyond that, how that impacts. I think the discussion that Mr. Smith raised about setting a deadline, I think, is important, so that we're clear that beyond a certain day, when we certainly work with Lacers as to when that is, then if there's any consideration for retiree health care contribution being part of a concession to mitigate furloughs for next year, that won't be possible. It had to be deferred to the following year. So there is a timing issue. We obviously want to be as exact as possible to minimize the impact on the discount.
So you feel comfortable that the Rule 23 for Friday will solve that?
Well, if the action establishes a deadline, so that if there were to be any revote of those that didn't ratify, it certainly will provide us a deadline for any bargaining units that we're currently negotiating with as to by when we have to clean up and wrap up those negotiations, so we could still consider retiree health care as a concession for next year.
And what do we think is a reasonable time?
I think the deadline that was contemplated was May 10th. I think we could be extended a little further based on council action, but we would want to do it in concert with Lacers as well.
And our board's been very proactive on that front. They've requested a report from the actuary as to the savings that the city might be able to contemplate depending on how many employees contribute, and what we receive back when we ask for and receive back was a scalable percentage, so that can be applied to whatever time frame is set, but however many employees opt in to contribute the additional 4%. And our board president has indicated that that item will go on the board agenda for the May 10th meeting.
Okay, very good. And the final thing I have is that if we can ask the CAO to work with the two pension systems and personnel to discuss these medical cost containment issues that were discussed today, so that we can determine what the extent of that could assist us now and in the future. So we can ask you to lead that and take care of, and who else did we say, city attorney also?
Perhaps the CLO.
CLO. Did you kick him, Karen? That's the first job you've gotten today. Okay. The CLA, CAO, the two pension systems, and do we need the city attorney?
Yeah, they're always involved with us.
Okay, city attorney. Okay, so we'd ask you to lead that on the cost containment of medical costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so do we have anybody else? Just kidding. Let's recess until tomorrow at what, 9?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, and then the two changes, LA Inc. and Convention Center are on the agenda for tomorrow? Okay, thank you. So we're recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
A priority here in the city of Los Angeles. And again, I think it's apropos to, again, talk about the history and talk about why we wear denim on this day. And it was 17 years, a 17-year-old girl was whisked up by her 56-year-old instructor for her very first driving lesson. An hour later, raped and abandoned by him in an alley. She had to fend for her way back home. Undeterred, she prosecuted him and won. The driving instructor was convicted of rape and sentenced to jail. Months later, the perpetrator appeals the sentence. The case makes its way all the way to the Italian Supreme Court. Within a matter of days, the case against the driving instructor is overturned, dismissed, and the perpetrator released. Why are we wearing denim? Because in a statement released by the head judge, he argued, because the victim wore very, very tight jeans, she had to help him remove them. And by removing the jeans, it was no longer rape, but consensual sex. Enraged by the verdict, within a matter of hours, the women in the Italian parliament launched into immediate action and protested by wearing jeans to work. This call to action motivated and emboldened our own California Senate and Assembly to do the same, which in turn spread to Patricia Giggins, Executive Director of Peace Over Violence, and Denim Day in Los Angeles was born. And I think it is so impressive that everyone is wearing jeans today. The only two women on the city council, but really more significantly, the men in the city council chambers are also joining us by wearing jeans and saying there is no excuse for rape. There is no way to blame the victim for this horrible crime that is put on them. So I want to thank Patricia Giggins, I want to thank Peace Over Violence for allowing this to be recognized every year. And I agree, Mr. Garcetti, I've already gotten the questions today, why are you wearing jeans? And it's really amazing to tell this story and still realize that people have never heard the story and are shocked, but it makes people for the rest of the day think about what this truly means, and hopefully this thing that we do once a year will spread awareness and will educate people over this violent crime that's committed against women. Thank you.
Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to, Patty, I remember when this first started a number of years ago, and people would question what it's all about. I've been here for 9 years. I think you've been here for at least 9. It's grown in momentum. I heard it on the news this morning. The word is getting out. It's taken a long time. You've been persistent. I want to acknowledge you and your group that's continued this year after year after year. The message is getting out, and it's taken a long time to get to this point. There's still more work to be done. I know you've gone from buttons to shirts, and Ms. Hahn is wearing one of the shirts. Can you turn around, Ms. Hahn, to see the back of that shirt? Back of that shirt? Ms. Hahn, can you turn around and see the back of the shirt? The back, there we go. It's like everybody knows what it's about now. So I want to acknowledge and commend you for making it happen. And it's commendable to the LAPD. They finally cleaned up that backlog. So it's like climbing that mountain. You finally reached that mountain, and acknowledgments to the great work you've done. I've got the badges. I've got the denim. I'm a total strong supporter of this. And Mr. Smith, our chair of Public Safety, Reserve Police Officer, who also works to try and solve crimes in the LAPD. In addition to all his other activities, it's everyone coming together to make that difference. So acknowledgments, congratulations. I know you'll be here next year, and every day we do a little bit more to make it known. But I'm amazed at how much publicity has been generated with where it started and where it's become. So congratulations, and we're here with you. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everyone talking about this today. And Ms. Hahn, I thank you for reading that story one more time, because every time I hear it, I cannot believe that any human being would come to such a ridiculous conclusion as that judge did. But the accomplishments of today is a great victory for this city, that, and as I mentioned earlier with the mayor and Mr. Garcetti, that through this crisis we've been in financially, that this council has never backed away one single penny. We've always funded fully the agreement we made with the advocates to fund this program, to get it done, to meet the timelines we set up. We could have easily said, we don't have the money right now, we got to take a time out, we can't go forward. But while we were laying people off and furloughing people, we kept the commitment 100%, never backed away from it, and today we're celebrating that moment. But the point that needs to be made is this is only the beginning of Phase 2. We've finished Phase 1, which is eliminate the backlog. Phase 2 is a commitment that this council must make, and some of you, and Mr. Krikorin, you'll be here for a long time, and Mr. Koretz and others probably will. You'll all be here for a long time. I will be leaving in a few months, but the commitment is this is just the beginning of the next phase. And the next phase is we can never back off of this commitment. The commitment must be to the LAPD to continue to fund DNA evidence collection and research, that we must continue to fund fully the rape kit testing that goes on in LAPD, so there's never a single case that lags more than 30 days in the normal processing. So we never have to say to a single woman or man that we aren't doing it because we don't have the money, that we can never make them a second victim a second time. And so that is an important commitment. I hope you will keep that commitment strong, that you will continue to fund this organization within the LAPD, because not only is it a tool for solving rapes, but it's a tool for the future of LAPD. DNA evidence collection and research is blooming internationally. And what we are solving now, and you saw that with the recent solving of the Grim Sleeper case that Mr. Parks is very aware of, that was done with DNA. We are solved a murder just yesterday, a 1987 murder that was solved yesterday with DNA. And so these cases continue to come forward and be solved, and we'll be able to say to victims that have been waiting for sometimes decades that through the use of DNA, we solve that crime. And so this is an important commitment we have made. You should be very proud of all of us. There's not a lot we've been proud of lately around here, but that's one instance we can all be very proud of. And so the challenge, we will begin at 1 o'clock today as we look in the budget of LAPD once again. is it is fully funded this year, that we have 98 inspectors on the SID unit later in the year, and that we have a full commitment to continue to fund that fully. And I hope and I beg that you will continue that, because if you don't, I will be sitting right there with those ladies next time and reminding you, as a citizen, that you made a commitment and you got to keep to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Labange.
And I want to rise to congratulate everybody who has been involved in this. I think the most important thing you said, Mr. Smith, is you used the word evidence. Because for many, many years we talked about kits, but when we put the word evidence there, that's a real testament to a real tragedy of a crime against somebody. And that evidence should always be processed, and justice should always be served. And as others had mentioned, as Mr. Garcetti, a Silver Laker, woke up this morning and his neighbor asked him, why are you wearing jeans? And you're able to tell the story. As Ms. Hahn recited in her words the history of a 17-year-old girl, the beauty of life is the friendships, and the friendships you meet in people. But when someone is violated, it absolutely destroys it. So peace over violence is so important, and this is true also for LGBT, and very important for people because there's violence in all communities. In the last 50 years, the sexual revolution has changed the dynamic, not just in America, but around the world. But respect for people and the dignity for people is so important. For one to have a successful life, they must have respect, and respect for others. So I just want to stand and thank everybody today. And I just thought just last week it was Earth Day. Many, many things have happened in the last several years that have been milestones that we remember as important days of issues. And Patty, I want to thank you again, because when you were first down here several years ago, there was a tragedy at John Marshall High, and you led a vigil across the Hyperion Bridge. Mr. Garcetti was there to bring awareness, which now is incorporated in the student's life. So, Madam President, thank you very much. And now let's all remember Dedham Day.
Mr. Labange. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Oh, and last thing I do want to say, I just want to put a shout out to our former colleague, Jack Weiss, who's sitting next to you over there, who is often a champion for this, who was able to help it any way he can. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Tommy, for that as well. Jack Weiss did a great thing with that, and our President Eric Garcetti's leadership with Mr. Smith and others have brought us to a point where we no longer have a backlog of rape kits. But I stand also with my jeans on to talk about gay people and the issues of violence among gay people. There are difficulties in collecting data, statistical data, mainly because of underreporting. Many men feel they cannot get the same help offered to heterosexual couples. What's happened is this. While we raise the awareness of sexual assault, domestic violence, we should also talk about same-sex violence. Intimate partner violence is a serious problem. Every year in the United States, 3.2 million men are the victims of an assault by an intimate partner. Most are relatively minor, pushing, shoving, slapping, or hitting. Some end in homicides. Violence within gay relationships is a recognized health problem. Gay people who are having these kinds of difficulties have a hard time expressing it. It's hard enough to express the fact that you are gay and that you're having a relationship. And when a relationship goes sour, there's not much talk about it. It's really difficult for men and women, gay and lesbians, to get that information out into themselves. But I say to anybody watching this, if you have an issue in your relationship or someone is causing tremendous problems for you, please call 800-787-3224. There are counselors on the phone that understand the issues among gay people and their relationships that end up in violence. We must talk about all violence. That's domestic violence based on sexual orientation, just based on sex itself, just based on people losing their mind over situations. So I always appreciate Denim Day, and I always appreciate the fact that we're held accountable to any form of violence is unacceptable. Gay bashing violence is as unacceptable as rape is among heterosexual partners. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Garcetti.
At this point, I'd like to invite Peace Over Violence to come up forward. We all know the landmark study that we had seen before, A Painful Truth, a retrospective of a decade of sexual violence. They're going to present an update here for 2011, and it's, to your point, Mr. Rosendahl, and to what others have said, some of the particular issues within the spectrum of sexual violence, whether it is women who are returning from the military, who are homeless on our streets right now, dealing with the trauma of a phenomenon that unfortunately in our military of sexual violence, whether it's looking at men as victims that are here of sexual assault, the DNA issues, the very difficult issue of prison rape, which, we see so much in popular culture. It's, for a long time it has been just accepted, jokes about being raped because you're a prisoner, and very hard work that people are doing at the national level. I'd like to turn it over to Patty and her team to present this report, and they'll be happy to answer any questions following. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And I don't know if it's appropriate to say Happy Denim Day, but Happy
sure.
Denim Day.
Why not?
And today is a happy day because absolutely we are celebrating the fact that we got those almost 7,000 at one point backlog kits down to zero, the big zero. And it's quite remarkable that we have been able to do this, and I know that there are so many people who have worked on this and helped with this over the last 7 to 8 years, and I just want to appreciate all of you, all of the members here, some of the members who are no longer here. I heard former council members Jack Weiss's name. There are certainly former city council member Wendy Gould, who's now the controller, all of you. And I also want to, I'm not going to name you individually, but many of you have actually supported Denim Day financially. This is a project that we do every year. We do it on a very small budget, but we really get a big bang. We spend about $35,000, $40,000, that's it. But it is now not only national, Denim Days in New York, Boston, Austin, all over the country. Denim Day in Ghana this year, and Denim Day in Turkey. Wow. What's happening is that organizations and individuals are just having their own events. And what started as a protest, and you all know the story, has now turned into a day of education, a national day of education, and soon to be an international day of education. I have two authentic voices that I'm going to introduce you to in a minute, but I just wanted to alert you to some of the things that are going on currently. We're getting more leadership from Washington on this topic. I don't know if you've heard, but that there's a national initiative that was started by Vice President Biden to encourage colleges, universities, and K through 12 campuses to take action to prevent sexual violence on campuses. There's a DOJ study that says 1 in 5 college women will be sexually assaulted during post-secondary studies. And now there is a mandate from Washington to deal with this issue. And the Federal Department of Education sent a letter clarifying the responsibilities that schools have and that educators have under Title IX. So Title IX is not just about sports equity, gender equity in sports. It is about safety, equitable safety on campuses. And the law requires schools to prevent gender-based violence. And our own LA Unified School District is a partner in Denim Day. They declared Denim Day LAUSD. And the new superintendent, I'd like to quote in the press release that our new superintendent, Deasy, sent out. He said, "Let us unite against the rape of girls, women, boys, and men. With our genes, we support survivors. We will make a statement to break the silence, to end the violence." And this kind of leadership, the leadership that's been provided here, the leadership that's been provided by our chief, Charlie Beck from LAPD, the leadership of the advocacy organizations, this is what we have to keep whittling at day after day, month after month, year after year. The celebration today really I don't think we can applaud enough the fact that we now have a zero backlog. We're starting Phase 2, as Councilmember Smith so eloquently has framed, to make sure that this does not happen again. And I know there's going to be budgetary hassles and struggles, and I do feel that the commitment is there. I hope that everyone really follows through on this commitment, because science has gotten ahead of us in a lot of ways, and we have to stay in tune with science, especially when it comes to public safety. There is a new bill that's being introduced by Assemblymember Portantino, which has to do with statewide DNA, Assembly Bill 322, that Peace Over Violence is supporting, and it would increase the transparency in DNA backlogs around the state by requiring local law enforcement agencies to report the number of rape kits collected and tested annually, and also require the agencies to submit the rape kits for testing within 30 days. This way that by the end of 2014, there will be no backlog anywhere in the state of California. Apropos of today with the number 0, I want to introduce you to someone who came and spoke to you 2 years ago, and I brought her back today. She's an authentic voice. She's a voice over violence, and she has an update to give you about her case and her experience with the rape evidence kit backlog. I'd like to introduce once again to you Helen Lazaro.
Well, I was here, and I'm sorry, just a year ago. A year ago on Denim Day, I was here telling my story, and my story is about a kit that wasn't tested, an assault that occurred when I was 17, and results that just didn't happen. And when I was here, we tested that kit and found that it matched to a serial rapist who was then being investigated. Today, I can sit here and tell you that now, at this very moment, in the Whittier Courthouse, he is pleading to a 25-year to life sentence. Right now.
Right now.
So thank you for your support, everyone here, and I'm so happy to see how things have changed in this last year for myself and for the cause.
The Painful Truth, which is the title of our update, our report, I think everyone has got a copy. If you like, we can also email PDFs to you, is that sexual violence is everywhere. It's within families, in marriages, in jails, in prisons. It's within institutions, and then it's covered up. It's within the military. There's a new study that was just reported in Newsweek that 50,000 vets, military vets of our armed forces, tested positive for sexual violence while in the military by other military. Now, this we're talking about male-on-male sexual violence. The fact that each year, the way we frame our campaign is each year we want to highlight a different aspect of this epidemic and this pervasive trauma. A couple of years ago, we had the folks from Just Detention International, focusing on prison rape. Each year, we try to make the invisible visible. This year, I'm really pleased to focus. What we're doing is we have a whole new campaign, that piece that we've added to our No Excuses campaign. Our No Excuses campaign says that there's no excuse for rape because she was wearing tight jeans or that she was asking for it. She was flirting online. That's not an excuse. She was drunk and partying. That's not an excuse. The intensity got to him. She has sex for money. No excuse, not an invitation. Rape is not part of the sentence. You should not go to prison or jail and then have trauma imposed on you. We have a bystander focus also where we say there is no excuse not to support survivors. They don't deserve the shame or the blame. There is no excuse to joke about rape. Sexual assault is not funny, and trauma from rape is no joke. There is no excuse not to support male survivors, and that's our focus this year in our campaign. And I'm so pleased to present to you today the founder and executive director of 1 in 6, which is a fairly new organization. It's almost 4 years old now, that focuses on men who are sexually abused or had unwanted sexual contact as boys. And this is an issue, and we keep trying to raise these issues. It's so difficult and challenging for men to come forward. First of all, it's hard for boys to come forward, and then they grow up, and it's even more difficult for them to come forward to seek help, even when their lives may be falling apart. They don't know why. And so there's this new organization here in Los Angeles, and it's a national organization. I happen to be on Steve's board of directors of 1 in 6. So, again, I present to you another authentic voice, Steve Lepore.
Patty, thank you, and thank you for the great honor to come before you. I am a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. The statistic is 1 in 6. I did a head count when I walked in the room. I'm going to guess that there's somewhere between 10 and 15 of us in this room today. Every ethnicity, every age group, every socioeconomic background. 1 in 6 suffered at the hands, and mind you, suffered at the hands, most of us, by family members, by neighbors, by coaches, in rare occasion, less than 5%. Less than 5% by clergy. There are 19 million of us in the United States between the ages of 18 and whatever that suffered as children, as little boys, that don't have a voice. Our focus, thank goodness we're LA-based. I love it. I've lived here for most of my life. I've been in the nonprofit world for 25 years, and our work is all incubated here. What a great place to incubate work and then take it nationwide. So I'm grateful for that opportunity. Our focus now is to go into college campuses and to work with men who are younger, to work with men who are 18 to maybe 25 or 30. The reality is that I'm average. I started to work on my recovery when I was 46. I'm 54. The wake of destruction that follows behind me because I didn't do the work, because of the wardrobe that I put on every day when I left the house. We don't want to see younger men do that. We don't want to see folks who are going to UCLA or USC or to Pasadena City College suffer any longer than they need to. And all of us who are survivors, at some point or another, put a coat on before we walk out the door. We put 2 coats on. We put on the coat of shame, and we put on the coat of guilt. And the point of our organization is to help men and those that love and care about men take those coats off, to understand that services are available to them. To give you an idea of the magnitude of the problem, in LA County, men between the ages of 18 and 30, forget about those who are older than 30, in LA County, men between the ages of 18 and 30 who were sexually abused as children would fill the Rose Bowl twice. 2 times. We have a lot of work to do. We have an amazing website. We have a lending library that gives books away for free. We have a 24/7 hotline, because if you're a guy like me, the shame and the guilt that you wore every day was not something that you wanted to be public about. You can talk to someone about it anonymously. We have a training curriculum now that we're launching and have launched nationwide, and then just this just this month actually, we begin our outreach on college campuses here in the LA area. It's an online hotline. It's all done electronically through our website, oneinsix.org. 24/7. Volunteers nationwide have been trained to work on the issue. At any rate, thank you for the opportunity to address you. Thank you for the support that you've given Patty and her courageous group. It's a delight to partner with them, to call them a sister organization. And if there's anything that we can do to help you or any of your constituents, it would be our great honor.
We now have Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for being champions for what you do. My mother was raped violently at 62 years old. She was on a vacation, and The district attorney at the time, this happened 24 years ago, and the district attorney at the time recommended to her that she not pursue her case because he didn't want to trouble her with having to go back to D.C. and testify against her rapist. But that district attorney did not know my mom. And so my mom fought the case, and there was insurmountable evidence. I remember reading the police report and just breaking down crying because I couldn't believe what my mother had to go through. So she won, and she put him in jail, and he was married, had 3 children, and I just want to express that I'm not wearing jeans because I like to wear jeans. I do like to wear jeans, but I wear them for my mom, and I want to thank you again for everything you did.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilmember Alarcon. And I just want to say, when this happens to a family member, it's their story, but it's also our story. So thank you for sharing your mother's story and your story.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, as well. And thank you to our team at the table as well for what you've done. Thank you for sharing the story since last year. I mean, as we were saying in there, it's not about numbers, it's about people, and to have it be a person that we welcomed here before really brought tears to my eyes, and thank you for having the courage to stay with us while we made things better. With that, I just want to give these 2 certificates of recognition on Denim Day and Sexual Assault Awareness Month on behalf of this entire council to you. Have those conversations throughout this day. Have them beyond this day. This is one day where people will come up to you, but as was mentioned, this is around us always. And until a day that we can say that it no longer exists, which is our ultimate goal, it is incumbent upon all of us to tell our stories, to reach out to our friends, to check in with people we know who are survivors, because it's always an ongoing healing process, and to be there with strength, to be there with power, and ultimately to be there with peace. So thank you so much, and look forward to a day of raising that awareness and putting this to an end. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate everything you've just said, and I'm delighted that you're sitting up there. But also, it was kind of alluded to, but the reality is, in the prison system, male rape happens every single day. I've toured the county prisons. Lee Baca is an evolved spirit. He's one of the amazing social worker type cops, and it's a good thing. And he gave me that opportunity about 10 years ago. And I walked through areas in the county jail where it was very clear to me that there was sexual intimacy. Part of it has to do with the macho game of who's the big shot in the cell, okay? And we've been working with condoms as a strategy among them. Because what happens is this. A guy gets raped in prison by another guy. This is jail sex. It's a different world than outside, okay? And when that person goes outside, he's back in with his girlfriend or his wife. And what does he do? He transmits sexual diseases, including AIDS. That's why, besides young kids having sex and getting AIDS, it's women of color. And that is coming in part from the criminal justice system and the prison system. So when we talk about the violence and sexual rape, it is a significant component in our prison systems in the United States. I'm ashamed of that. We need to not only have condoms there, but we need a better appreciation in the prisons that goes on all the time. And when a guy gets out of prison, that's the last thing he's going to tell anybody, that he had that kind of sex in prison. So I just wanted to raise that again, just as another point in your great campaign as you continue to bring people into a more positive spot on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, I also want to thank you as well. I was fortunate to get to understand this issue, not only about Denim Day, but about people who are labeled as victims. And the most important thing that I think that could come out of today is the fact that when somebody tells us that 1 in 6 Americans as a child were molested, and the vast majority of that happens at the hands of people that they know or family members, etc., the thing that comes to mind to me is the main message is we shouldn't wait until it happens to someone we know. Worse, we could be sitting next to somebody, we could be raising somebody, we could be a family member of somebody that it happened to, but we don't know. And the reason why we don't know is because ignorance is something that prevails far too often, and that is the biggest perpetrator in any society to sustaining bad things happening to good people. And to me, I think it's really important that today is a day of recognizing that we, if we do expect and think that we are good people, we should not wait until it affects someone we care about. Or we shouldn't wait until we find out inadvertently that it had affected somebody that we know 5 and 10 and 20 and 30 and 40 years ago. What we should do is say, is this wrong? Which it is. And then we should say, what am I doing about it? Whether I'm a council member, whether I'm a father, whether I'm a brother, whether I'm a neighbor, or even if I'm a stranger. Because to me, that's supposedly what this country stands for. We supposedly go around the world saving lives, calling to action our country and our people to help people who need us. And yet at the same time, we have issues going on right here in our own homes, in our own neighborhoods, in our own communities. Yet at the same time, we need to be asking ourselves, what am I doing about it right now? So I want to thank you for reminding us and putting the mirror in front of our face that basically says, what am I doing about it? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you so much.
congratulations again for Denim Day in LA and around the United States. Tony Cardenas.
Are we ready to take up another item?
We need to vote on this matter first.
Okay.
So on this particular matter, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Very well. Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the last president sitting in the chair about a half hour ago if we could take item 25 out of order. It will be quick.
We'll do that for you, sir. Number 25, Mr. Clerk, please bring that forward. Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, as I mentioned, this should be quick, but it is important. Item 25 is accepting a $1 million grant from the Santa Monica Conservancy, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody that's been involved. I got involved in asking the Santa Monica Conservancy to please understand that we've done wonderful things on conserving our mountain ranges around the city of Los Angeles and making sure that that conservancy has been doing tremendous work. However, hundreds of millions of dollars have gone into those efforts throughout our community, and all of that is paid for by our taxpayers. And it's good and money well spent. But one of the things that I've been trying to remind the Conservancy is that there are many, many taxpayers and many of their children who are of low income and don't have the opportunity, aren't even aware about the Santa Monica Conservancy, who will never go to see these beautiful places and these facilities. Thankfully, the charter of the Santa Monica Conservancy does allow them to actually fund and entitle communities to go ahead and have that beautiful, pristine nature right there in their backyard. And that's what this $1 million is going for. It is going toward making sure that $1 million is going to complement a 40-plus acre park where we're going to incorporate native plants, we're going to incorporate the kind of atmosphere so that we don't have to wait until one of our children from the northeast San Fernando Valley is fortunate enough to go see the beautiful, pristine land that has been conserved by the Santa Monica Conservancy, that the children can actually see that in their own neighborhood and experience it. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank John Muckery and also Susan Huntley and Mike Shaw from the Recreation and Parks Department, also from the Bureau of Engineering, Gary Lee Moore and Neil Drucker, and also Bureau of Sanitation, Enrique Zaldivar, Khalil Garrios, Javier Polanco, and Jonathan Zari. Also, I'd like to thank the letters of support that we received for urging the Conservancy to provide us with this grant is the Senator for the area, Alex Padilla, and the Speaker of the State Assembly, John Perez, and also the Assembly Member for the area, which is Felipe Fuentes. And also I'd like to give a special thanks to my staff, Macaria Flores from my office that actually had to go to a meeting on Monday night, and long agenda, and had to listen to a lot of relevant and irrelevant things, but she waited very patiently, and she very successfully made a presentation where all the questions were answered. So I would like to thank Macaria for her hard work and shepherding this along as far as we've gone, and this hopefully is just the beginning of experiencing and seeing the Santa Monica Conservancy come down into the Northeast Valley Basin and support us with tremendous projects, because quite frankly, the Conservancy does tremendous work, but it truly is in the backyards of millionaires. But at the same time, the Conservancy is not only supported, but it's funded and paid for by all the taxpayers in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange is our next speaker. After that is Mr. Reyes.
No, I wanted to rise to congratulate Mr. Cardis. There's nothing like getting land. There's nothing like making the land the people's land. And even those lands in the mountains are the people's land. So, in encouraging all people to find the public lands, to experience nature, wherever it may be. But I also want to compliment the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy that did find a roadmap, because for many, many years it was west of the San Diego Freeway and partially just west of Cahuenga. But they've gone deep into the east side. I know in working with Elmira Canyon years ago, in the Highland Park area in El Sereno, the great work that Mr. Wesson has done at Baldwin Hills and the Kenneth Hahn State Park, all that's an important component. But for your work and the work that you did today, Tony, that fingerprint on that project is a way to say congratulations to you and your constituents.
Mr. Labange, thank you. And Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
I want to join the chorus of congratulations. The Joy Evanston and the Santa Monica Conservancy, the board, it's great to see their focus widen from just the mountains and the beaches to neighborhoods like ours. In the Northeast, and right outside downtown near Belmont, they did Vista Hermosa, which is about 35 acres of park, the largest park outside of Griffin Park in the history of the city. And to hear to do 40 acres in your district is amazing. Along the river, they've done several pockets in Councilman Garcetti's district and mine. And it's been a movement that we see real tangibles in the past 15 years, which is relatively new given the history of the Conservancy. Like the way Joe describes it, the Santa Monica Mountains actually begin in the inner city, goes through our districts, and the pristine areas do happen to be in the perimeter. But now our kids can enjoy what you described. So my hats off to you and your staff, and how hard that is. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I also want to rise and thank Tony for taking care of my old neighborhood. I was raised on Wick Street. This park is the other street not mentioned in the motion is Wick Street, and I used to fly my kite at this site, but actually not exactly on this site, because it used to be a landfill. And it's directly across the street from the high school that I went to. And I want to remind you that my sister, when she was going there, she's 14 years younger than me, they had to close down the school because the methane gas that was seeping out of the landfill was going into the gym, and they were actually fearful that the gym might explode. And so I can tell you the park that is coming is a long way away from that experience. My daughter goes to school across the street at Byrd Middle School, and so I pass this almost every day of the week when I take her to school. And I was just driving the other day saying, when are we going to get this thing done? And so I want to thank Tony for putting it together. This is, when I used to represent that area as the council member, we did a study and determined that there were 35 landfills within just a couple of miles of that site. And most of them all filled, but still concerns. And so to know that they are being put to productive use, in this case, a park that is sorely needed by this very dense community, is really commendable, and I want to thank again Tony. Just to speak to the density, they just built the middle school that my daughter attends there, across the street is the high school, and next door to the middle school, they're building another middle school. That just tells you how concentrated the area is, and so there's no question this park is going to be sorely needed. A block or two away is Fernangeles Park, where I hit my first home run, so this is a very big win for people like me who grew up in the area, and I want to thank Tony for this tremendous accomplishment. Given that it was a landfill, and Tony did not mention that, that multiplies the difficulty, and so again we owe a debt of gratitude to Tony for seeing his way through this.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz is next, and then Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Cardenas as well on a new park for his district, and I know you had some concerns about working with the Conservancy, but I know that all worked out very well, and I think it's a win-win for everybody involved. Just wanted to congratulate you on your good work for your district and all the residents of Los Angeles.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you and shout out to you, Tony. That's real leadership, being able to pull something together like that. Joe Edmonston, has been running that whole situation for many, many years. Your ability to work with him and get that happening is very gratifying for all of us. All of us have the mountains, as you were saying. It starts in that end and ends up in the Palisades. And in fact, there was a mountain lion discovered 2 days ago crossing the street and jumping. That's how beautiful the pristine mountains can be. And to create a park and to make it happen for perpetuity, for everyone, forever, is something that leaves a legacy. That's a legacy of Tony Cardenas. Thank you so much.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I promised brevity, so I want to thank you all for your comments and your understanding about how important these kinds of victories are, and somehow they too do tend to be a bit difficult. But once again, I want to share my gratitude toward the Conservancy for listening and actually making the right decision of investing $1 million into my community. And you're right, Councilmember Alarcon, it used to be a former landfill. It's been capped off close to 40 years now, and now is the time for us to put it back into reuse, and it's going to be a great opportunity. We've already invested over $14 million into this park. We still have maybe another $13 to $17 million to go, because it is rehabilitating it. It'd be good for people to understand. I don't want to scare people. The collector system for the methane gas has been completely torn out and replaced with the most modern system and design that we have on the planet today. So it's really important for us to understand that we're restoring this land and then bring it back into public use. I think much better use than a landfill, where people are going to actually be able to play, people are going to actually be able to enjoy themselves, people are going to be able to go for walks and be able to enjoy the land that belongs to the people of Los Angeles. So once again, I want to thank you all for your compliments, and also understand it's not easy to get money from the Conservancy, although I greatly do appreciate it. Speaking of Joe Edmondson, Mr. Rosendahl, he does pack a revolver, but that doesn't intimidate me. My job is to represent the people and to keep trying and working hard and bringing these victories home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, and congratulations. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 7, called special for Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine?
There is a amending motion 7A, Zine Parks, that has been distributed to Council for its consideration.
Okay, Mr. Zine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this matter involves parking lots in the city of Los Angeles. Parking lots charge a 10% tax and collect that 10% tax. And what we have found is they're not paying that tax to the city of Los Angeles. They're holding on to that money. So we want to move forward with an important instruction that will allow us to properly collect what is rightfully due the city of Los Angeles that's already been collected by these parking lots. With the help of the Office of Finance, we will be amending the administrative code to allow for better communication between the Finance Department, which collects our parking occupancy tax, and the Police Commission, which permits all parking lots around the city of Los Angeles. And sadly, the Police Commission, while they issue the permit, is not aware if a person is delinquent or not in paying the tax. So there are two separate entities under the city umbrella not communicating. Brought to my attention that there's approximately $23 million, not being collected from parking lot operators.
Do you have a sign that might point that out better?
I have a sign, Mr. Garcetti. There you go.
Thank you. What's that equivalent to?
So we want to show you what $23 million pays for. It pays for 230 police officers, 230 firefighters, and 77 plus miles of street resurfacing. That's what $23 million will pay for. Who wants to take a picture?
Thank you. That's much clearer.
I don't want it to hide you, though, Mr. Wesson. Thank you.
Vanna Wesson will hold this.
All right. So now we have $23 million that's been collected, and these parking lot operators are holding that money. So it is a sad situation that they are keeping our money that they're collecting on behalf of the tax that we have applied for about 15 years. And we want to tighten the ordinance, call for additional enforcement regulations with revenue control equipment at lots which have already been revoked, but will prevent this fraudulent activity from continuing. And what they simply do is they owe us millions of dollars. They change the name of the lot. They change the family member who's operating the lot, and they go to the police commission to get a new permit, and they continue operating. So an example would be ABC parking lot. They change it to XYZ parking lot. They get another permit from the police commission. They still don't pay the money that's due. That's $23 million that is due to the taxpayers of Los Angeles. And if I can have the police department representative from the commission and Office of Finance please come forward and give us the solution to this dilemma.
Oh, you got another?
Here's another one. Mr. Wesson. It's show and tell time. Show and tell. All right, if I have a volunteer here, my colleague, Herb Wesson. Too bad we can't hold time, but I wish we could, Mr. President. So what we have is the finance department.
Yes.
You are
Good
the general
morning.
manager. Good
Yes,
morning.
I am.
And your job is to collect the money.
That is correct.
And you tell these people, give us the money, and what do they tell you?
Some pay, some don't.
Okay, and the ones that don't, we've assessed it at about $23 million.
We issue estimated assessments. We also have a parking revocation referral program that we collaborate with the Police Commission, where we identify parking lot operators who are delinquent. We also identify those who are delinquent and are not permitted, that is, they don't have a police permit. We send those revocation packages over to the Police Commission with Mr. T. Fank's staff, and they actually proceed on revoking the police permits, requiring the parking lot operators to pay the delinquent taxes. But not all of them
The taxes that they're already collecting from those people that park in the
That
lots.
is, those are taxes that they have collected on behalf of the City of Los Angeles that they're not remitting. So we believe that by instituting a number of controls up front to prevent them from even getting a police permit until they are current on their taxes, that is something that must happen, because we think that would definitely address it on the front end. And so the recommendations that are in the motion will definitely address that, so that we address it up front.
Mr. T. Fank from the Police Commission.
Yes, sir. Richard T. Fank, Executive Director of the Police Commission. As Ms. Cristobal indicated, we do have a good working relationship. Since 2008, with the Council passing an ordinance that allowed for the revocation of a permit of a parking lot operator that was in the arrears of fees, that process has now been in place since 2008. So how that would work is for a permitted lot that has not paid fees, once they've exhausted the administrative remedies through the Office of Finance, the Office of Finance then forwards that information to us. We put it before our police permit review panel, and the panel will revoke their permit to operate. We are not a collecting agency, but we can revoke their permits so they can no longer operate. And once we do that, we continue enforcement. If they are operating, we do arrest, or we cite the individuals and proceed through prosecution. There's another universe of parking lot operators who do not go through the permit process. And our enforcement folks, with the assistance of the Office of Finance, when they're out in the field doing some of their site visits, our enforcement officers will go by, identify the lots that are operating without permits. Again, we will make arrests or release from custody citations, seize their money, and shut them down because they have to get permits. What this process will help us do is, I believe, within the motion, is they're looking at a bonding. And for all parking lot operators, that they would put a bond up to ensure the city gets its tax money. I think that is a very good preventative process to ensure that those operators do make the city whole, either through a bond or through them paying the 10% tax, which they're collecting in trust for the city. Also, the motion indicates that if there is an operator who has been suspended or revoked, that they would have to install some type of electronic equipment to capture who goes into that lot, capture the amount of money that is gathered by that entity, and then to ensure the city gets its 10% parking tax. We will work with the Office of Finance, researching those pieces of equipment, the cost. They would all be installed at the cost of the operator of the lot, and that's where the motion is, and we'll work with the Office of Finance to prepare the staff report and bring that back to council, sir.
And what happens is many lots change the name, continue in business. So with the Department of Finance and the Police Commission issues the permit, what other permits are issued to operate? Do they have to get a business license or any other components of the system that they can then continue operating? I mean, are you the two entities that they have to have permits from? Or is there any other department that is required to be involved in this?
I believe obviously there's a zoning issue because the planning department would have to indicate that the site is appropriate. There's probably a building and safety component of that, possibly a fire component. Business registration tax certificate would come from the Office of Finance, and then we would issue the Police Commission permit for them to operate. So that would be that process for them to actually get a permit to operate.
Because we need to link this all together to make sure that...
And they are linked together, sir. I think that the piece that we're looking at now is twofold. One, to have such rigorous systems in place that will encourage people to pay their money when they collect their money, and then also to be very proactive with those individuals who are not paying their money in a very expedited process so we can put them out of business as quickly as possible.
And I know that the $23 million continues to mount, and then if they just leave the area, to chase these people down through a collection agency. The other question is, it's a cash business. For the most part, parking lots are a cash business. And I know that the Department of Finance actually does surveys to find out when they assess these dollars. It's just not the magic wand, but they actually go out there and they do the count. So the numbers that we're talking about have a real basis. And we just didn't create those $23 million just because it sounds good, but there's actually a process in place where you calculated the estimate value of what they owe the city.
Right, that is correct. We actually perform audits of parking lot operators. We also have an outside contractor who actually performs surveillances of the parking lot to determine and estimate what the amount that should be due to the city. Yes?
And we want to place a bond on these also, so that's all part of this.
Right. What we would like in terms of the motion for 2D is to have the bond requirement go forward. We know that the city attorney's office, we're going to be working with them, looking at the legal possibilities of doing that. But what we are asking that, assuming that it is something that we can proceed with, that we also require the city attorney's office to move forward with the ordinance so that when we come back to council, we'll have the ordinance ready to move forward, because we think it's very important to have the bonding in place. As Mr. Teefank mentioned,
yes,
if you can get ahead of the game by requiring them to have money up front in the name of the city through a bond, if they do leave, the city can collect.
So, Mr. President, I would request that we approve this with the amendment that came along with 7A that would permit the police department and also Department of Finance to collect the revenues and to keep the parking lots in line. That would be my request. Pardon me?
The city attorney to proceed with the ordinance.
To proceed with drafting the ordinance.
Contingent upon, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gritz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Councilmember Zine for rectifying so many key issues on parking and all your good work in this arena. And I fully support your efforts to hear these in Audits Committee, but I'd like to request that one item, item 3, relating to the valet parking ordinance, be heard in full council. It's been over a year since the council requested this ordinance be heard, and it's been heard and approved in committee, and I know that council members are concerned that this come back to us and be implemented as soon as possible, particularly the residents and merchants along 3rd Street, which is, if there is a spot in the city, this is the wild, wild west of valet parking problems. Are particularly interested in having this ordinance come back and be put into place as soon as possible. So with your support, I'd like to move a friendly amendment that one item come back to full council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zine supports that. Mr. Labange?
Mr. Zine, on these particular matters, what law is required on the posting of a sign into, you know where it says Joe's Parking in the rates? Are they all to be, and have they all been inspected to say 30% sale, 30% tax, or what's 10% tax? Right. They're all posted?
To 30, but it's 10.
They're all posted? And does this count, is this only lots that you pay by the hour, or is this, it's a monthly lot?
It could be actually a combination. It could be monthly or a daily lot.
Right, so that's not necessarily a cash over a day, it may be they're not there anymore, but let's say Lockheed had a facility in North Hollywood, they had a big employee parking lot, and their employees, would they have to pay, or how does it work how do we decide for the lots? Is it at every parking space, or is it only in...
No, the parking occupancy tax is applicable to public lots where there is a fee charged for parking. So if there is a business that offers parking to its employees and there is no charge to the public to park there, the parking
There's no charge.
does not apply.
If it's like an old shopping center, no charge for parking, there's no tax.
Correct.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Zine, I'm counting on you on this.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Speaking of counting on Mr. Zine, let's count him for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to close by giving the Department of Finance the tools to do the job, along with the Police Commission. And again, to answer Mr. Labange's question, you go into an employee lot, or you go into a free parking lot, it's only when that person's collecting those dollars from you that the tax is imposed at 10% tax, which again has been on the books for about 15 years. So we have $23 million that is outstanding, and this will prevent them from playing the game that they've been playing. And Mr. Koretz, with the valet parking, as you mentioned, that is a wild world because they park in residential areas, they charge people, they don't pay the tax. We need regulation on that, and we'll be working on that also. So go forward and collect the dollars in the proper fashion. Thank you. So request an aye vote?
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Thank you for moving a lot of this forward that's come out of, I know, the core commission work as well. And it's good to see this and move forward, especially in tough budget times. And thank you, Mr. Koretz, for mentioning the valet ordinance. As author of that, we've been waiting for a very long time, and so thank you, Mr. Zine, for understanding and helping that move forward as well. So please open the roll, and oh, sorry, there's an amendment to it, so that would trigger any cards. We do have one card. Mr. Sachs, if you'd like to come forward. We did have a previous hearing, but now with 7A, if you'd like to give some further comments. We've got a public speaker just right here.
No, yes? Good afternoon, thank you. Arnold Sachs. Very quickly, regarding parking lots. I believe when the Grand Avenue project, the parking lot there was proposed, the part of the proposal is that the CRA will be taking over the parking lot. So how does the CRA run parking lots? What is their collection effort when they're on the parking lots that they own? Because I believe as part of that proposal, this is not the first parking lot that CRA owns in the city. So how come we don't hear problems with the CRA-owned parking lots collecting funds? How do they work their system that they can get the funds? Do they pay the 15% tax? Who pays the tax to the city on those parking lots? Why can't you have one consistent program with these parking lots? If the CRA, and we know how corrupt they are, can do it, why can't the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That'll close our public comment again. Mr. Parks, did you have something on item 7, or after 7 is voted on? Was this about item 7 or after?
No, item 6. I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay,
Perry
one
asked-
second. Let's just take a vote. If we can please open the roll on 7 as amended, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, yes, Mr. Parks.
Yeah. Ms. Perry asked that we reconsider number 6 and continue it till Friday. There's some cosmetic things she has to do in the ordinance.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll on reconsidering number 6. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Without objection, we'll continue that to the 29th. That's this Friday. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 16, called special for Council Member Hahn.
All right, Ms. Hahn, item number 16.
Colleagues, there's just a technical amendment on 16, and you've got a copy of it, so I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Next item, please.
I recognize you.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 28, called special for cards.
Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Garcetti, number 17. Mr. Clerk, number 17 for Mr. Garcetti.
Very good, sir. Item 17.
Thank you, colleagues. Item number 17 is our memorandums of understanding for our union contracts with the Coalition of Civilian Unions. I know folks have a lot of things that are going on, but I think if I could ask folks for their attention on this, Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Labange and others. These are our civilian contracts, so I just want to make sure that nobody doesn't follow. We're going to have the CAO here as well for any questions. Let me share the news that we just got from the Coalition of City Unions on the representative bargaining units that went out for ratification on the tentative agreement that we made with them. I think 14, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of the units. Remember, they don't ratify as a single unit. This is a coalition of 19 different units. 14 of the 19 said yes to the tentative agreement, ratified it, and 5 said no. Now, that would be about 80% of the units, but in terms of the number of people represented, it's about 57% of the people represented by the coalition said yes, about 43% said no. The largest units that said no were the clerical staff represented by AFSCME, the operating engineers, the City Attorneys Association, and a unit of safety and security employees that SEIU represents. We've been pretty clear, and already some folks have said, well, what does this mean for us? How do you feel about this? We have a balanced budget no matter which path of ratification was chosen. And we've tried, I think, to communicate as clearly as possible about what those two pathways were and give people the democratic rights that they have to either ratify or not. For those units that did ratify, the end of the furloughs would continue. Furloughs would be off the table and are gone. In exchange, they also are able to buy protection of the health care benefits they have right now when they retire for themselves and a spouse. Something that right now, while the benefit is vested, the soaring cost of health care, that increase is not vested, and under this agreement, we have said in exchange for adding in 4% more in terms of your own income to your retiree benefits, that would vest. We will take care in the future when there's those increases. For those that have not, the mayor's budget right now, and we begin our budget deliberations shortly after this meeting, those units would go back to furloughs for those that are not in special funds, and although the special funds right now are also endangered with some furloughs, that's probably at least 36 furloughs that would happen for those units that are getting a raise this coming year. And all of these had previously negotiated raises. So to counterbalance that, there'll be 36 and possibly more from what I've heard from the CAO, but I think we should ask furloughs and no vesting of that health care. In fact, what we asked the city attorney to prepare, which will come back, I think, for us on Friday, I think it's going to be our strong recommendation that we move forward to make sure that we get those savings in another manner, because we simply have to get those savings across the board. There's two different paths to select, but we'll move forward with capping the retiree health care benefit for those employees of the units that did not ratify, which means future increases will not necessarily be covered by the city at all. Again, we are in better shape than we were last year. This is not a great management situation, because for managers, they're going to have some folks, again, that are furloughed and some that are not. So it would have been smoother and cleaner. But again, this was the democratic right of each one of these units. Other folks have asked, can it be revoted on? That is up to the unions themselves. But we will have a narrow window, obviously. We have about a month to put our budget together, and we're putting together with the assumption that those units do not, now that they have not ratified, will not move forward. So we need to cap that health care for retiree health care costs and reinstate at least those 36 furloughs. There could be also more layoffs in those areas as well. So in terms of service to the folks, one of the reasons I thought this was a good agreement, and for those, the majority of folks that did approve this and the overwhelming majority of individual units that approved it, I think this is a better path forward. Nobody said this was a great path forward. As we're looking at tough times, nobody wants to give up anything, but it's a responsible thing. It was negotiated through collective bargaining and ultimately ratified by a majority of folks. So I would recommend, this is partially an update. I think we have our CAO here. Folks have further questions. But instead of voting on it today, we'll prepare the paperwork for this Friday, for 2 days from now, to both move forward with the MOUs of those folks that did approve this. They deserve that. They negotiated good faith, and they approved it, so we should move forward with enacting our side of the bargain. For the others, we'll have to move forward with other ways to balance the budget, which we have been very crystal clear about here. It's in the mayor's budget. That would be the furloughs that we see, and also with the health care cap. So that is an update, and with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the council and any questions for the CAO.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, either Mr. Garcetti answer this or come on up, Miguel. I'm very disappointed to hear that 43% of the bargaining units could not go for the pension and health care. My big question is, of the 43%, how many are on special funds, so therefore they won't get furloughed?
That's exactly the analysis we will be doing in the next few days. We know of the ones that did not certify, and the letters being passed out now that I received this morning from the coalition. Let's be clear, 80% of the bargaining units themselves supported it. Of the ones that did not, they represent 43% of the workforce. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
So the ones that did not, the clerical unit obviously has a significant amount of members in the general funds, particularly in the police departments, but scattered throughout the system, including the city attorney. Obviously, the deputy city attorneys voted against it. Those are primarily general fund. The plant, equipment operations and repair, MOU 09, voted against it. They're do wastewater, and obviously in light of the pressures being put on that program, as we wrote in our mid-year report, without a rate increase, that particular bargaining unit is likely to face furloughs next year, and we're recommending that in the budget along with the mayor. Safety and security voted against it, and a significant number of those are in the general fund. But
Tell me what the logic of this. I mean, just an explanation. Obviously, if you pay 4% into health care and you go from 6% to 11% on pension, that for an employee would appear to me to be a better deal than getting a furlough situation that would mean more real time and real dollars lost. What is the explanations that you've been getting that suggest that 43% did not go for it? What was the anecdotal stories, or why couldn't they appreciate that we need to pay more in our health care, more in our pensions, to avoid layoffs? We don't want layoffs or furloughs. Furloughs mean services are denied the constituents who pay good bucks to go forward. What did they say to you?
You know, obviously everybody has their own personal reasons why. I go back to the issue that we talked about last week on retiree health care. What we try to do is find a way to maintain and protect retiree health care for our employees by asking that they contribute to it.
Correct.
our fiscal situation continues to be in a delicate place, not just for next year, but in ongoing years. And we will continue to recommend strongly that your council vote to freeze the health care benefit, irregardless of the outcome of today's vote. I think that the value of that perhaps is not shared in the same way for others than it is for some, but clearly your decisive action on the issue of retiree health care will bring light to the importance it is both financially to the city as well as to individual employees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange? Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange passes, thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, honestly, we've been putting our city employees through hell for the last several years. And today, we need to recognize the tremendous decision that they, by majority, have made. Those 14 units that voted to support this agreement deserve our kudos. These are people, many of which, by the way, librarians and sanitation workers in particular, who aren't being furloughed and are specially funded and are not going to be furloughed. And yet, they said, we've got to do this for all the city employees. This is a major give back to the city of Los Angeles and a major concession that will give us the opportunity to solve our budget crisis. And I just can't say enough for those units that supported this agreement. You have to think that every single one of these employees that voted for this had to consult with their families. And they had to ask their families, should we guarantee our medical benefits well into the future, but have to pay an additional thousands of dollars a year, which is what they are doing? And they said that all in all, that was the right thing to do. So this is not. I speak with mixed feelings here because I'm very proud of the city employees right now, but this is not necessarily a great thing for Los Angeles because it means we're cutting services and we're still in that mode. But nevertheless, we have to recognize, and particularly since we have put so much pressure on our employees, not just the ones who've been laid off or e-ripped or furloughed, but all the workers that have incredible pressure because other people have left the job and they've got double work and they're all pitching in. So this we've got to approve these 14 agreements. And the other thing I want to say is the 42%, Mr. Rosendahl, the 42% is not significant. And the reason I say it's not significant is because we're talking about 18 separate units, 18 separate agreements. And each one, the percentages of each one are what are significant. With regard to the 14, what would be more significant to me if I cared, and I don't at this point, but what would be more significant is what was the percentage of each unit that ratified this agreement, because that is more significant. And we know that's going to be well above 58%. And so again, I rise to applaud the city employees for pitching in. We call it shared sacrifice. Well, they've done it over and over again, and we're doing it again. And I want to thank them for helping us make the decisions that we have to make. And we'll continue to work with the other four, but I especially wanted to point out the employees that supported this to share the burden, and particularly those who didn't have to, because they are already they're not going to be subject to any furloughs, and we really appreciate their contributions.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I just want to briefly echo my colleagues' comments. Relations with unions tend to be adversarial, and in the case of our unions, I don't think they have. I think they've been our partners in getting through a very difficult time. In our 2009 budget, they gave back tens of millions of dollars, and that's part of how we got through our worst budget in many, many years. Faced with the same situation, we've had a number of bargaining units that have agreed to some things that are pretty dramatic. We're not happy to have to ask it of them, but we have, and they've responded. And some people avoid furloughs, and some people just recognize that this is better for their coworkers and for the city of Los Angeles. And I have to thank all of the folks that made this happen. I think this is a very positive day for the city of Los Angeles. I think it gives us a chance to get through this budget without doing the kind of damage we envisioned. It gives us a chance to get rid of many of the furloughs that have made the city less effective and have been disruptive to the lives of our employees as well. So I think this is a very positive day and a very strong first step towards getting through another very difficult budget year.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I certainly want to agree with my colleagues that the success of those agreements that have been ratified means significantly fewer cuts in services than would otherwise have to be made. And so this is definitely progress. It's definitely a big step forward. And I think all of us are reflective of our various districts. All of us are responsive in representative democracy to our constituents. And I think it needs to be said, so too are leaders of labor organizations. They need to be responsive to their members as well. And whereas we are all responsive, but sometimes have to do things that we know are right, even when they may be unpopular, it should be said that our labor leaders faced that situation with this ratification vote, and they proved to be our partners by negotiating with us, by taking a package back to their members that there was no guarantee that any of these would be ratified, and there was no guarantee that the decisions of those leaders would be supported by their members, but they did it because it was the right step to help the city get through this crisis, and also to protect their own members from further furloughs. And so I just want to say congratulations for the courage of our labor leaders in taking those agreements back to their members, and it has been largely successful. I wish it had been more successful, but it has been largely successful. And Mr. Santana, if I may, the 4 units that have not ratified, can you say, as you sit here, what the number of employees in each of those units is, just so we can have a sense of the impact that the lack of ratification and therefore the furloughs in those areas will be? I assume that the clerical and the city attorneys forms the vast majority of those employees, but I'd like to get those numbers if I could.
In aggregate, the ones who voted no represent 6,300 employees. Specifically in clerical, they represent 4,116, about 24% of the general fund payroll. Of the plant equipment operations and repair, they represent 314. Of the deputy city attorneys, they represent 435. And of the safety and security MOU 18, they represent 1,444. And like I stated, they represent about 43% of the total number of employees, full-time employees in the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. So colleagues, a couple things I'd like to say again. Just for anybody who missed it, I'm recommending that we continue this item till Friday, that we ask our CAO to work out any paperwork issues and making sure the intent is crystal clear on what our agreements were bargained in good faith with those units that have approved this. Secondly, if you could help us, one of the things maybe we did a little bit of a disservice, I would like to know what we project our retiree health care costs to be for, let's say, the next 5 years. And I know that part of that is maybe you already have that, but if not, some kind of healthy, middle-of-the-road projection, because I think for a lot of folks, they felt like, well, it's frozen right now, I don't use it all, or, I don't have a spouse right now, I don't need the two-party, whatever it is. We know that it's about $1,100 right now. We know it's not going to stay at $1,100, even with controlling some health care costs and the rise of some health care costs. If we could look at that the next 5 years, so an employee who is part of a unit that didn't ratify this can at least see what he or she is going to be looking at paying if that gets capped for the next 4 or 5 years. I think that is something that they deserve to see and should know. And then also, what number of furlough days? It's been said already, I mentioned it to you before, but are we looking at just 36? What are we going to be recommending? Because I've heard already that it may be higher, maybe 42, it may be something. I'm sure you'll be talking about that in the Budget Committee, but when this comes back here, I think that that's going to be important for folks to hear. A lot of these are from public safety-related units, and I don't want to crawl inside anybody's head and the reasons why. I went to a lot of employee meetings and really appreciated the back and forth that I was able to engage with a lot of employees. And I said, I can't make that decision for you, and I can only recommend what I think is best for the city and what will result in more take-home pay for you. There may be the calculation that we will not furlough civilians that are in the public safety realm, city attorneys, public safety professionals, etc. I think that nobody around here has suggested that we cannot furlough in those areas. And unless somebody stands up here and says something differently, while that compelling case can be made for a city attorney who will get a little bit less, as I calculated, to take home in their pocket and have less work days to get rid of that backlog, that is less safe for our public safety. So it's a very easy decision for us to continue to push and say, can we do something in which you get paid more and you work more days to make sure more criminals are off the streets, etc. How can we achieve that before this budget starts? Same thing with our security officers, our civilians who are jailers or clerical assistants who are in the police department. The operating engineers are the only unit that doesn't quite fit into that, and we'll have to talk to them and ask them, but that's the smallest, I think, of the four. But that's going to be important to resolve, and I think they should have that full information so they can be prepared for their families, their health care, their house payments, everything else of what the impact of this coming year is going to be. That door remains open. It's not a threatening door, but I think it speaks for itself, and I've said that consistently myself. And so if there's any way for us in those units, if people, once the furloughs do begin to hit, once people understand what it costs for their health care, want to, in their own process through the CAO, come back and talk to us, that door remains open for us. We know the other pathway, and we're well today moving towards it now for those who did not approve.
That's our final speaker on the queue. We do have a public speaker on this matter, Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, number 17. You have 1 minute left, Mr. Sachs. 1 minute.
2 minutes left, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. It's nice to hear the council speak up about their constituents. Oh, wait, nobody mentioned constituents, but there was a lot of talk about the workers. The constituents suffer here too. And remember, you're supposed to represent them. But more importantly, what is it going to cost the constituents? Remember the last time you negotiated? Mr. Koretz mentioned 2009, the budget deficit, but 2010 they got a 5% pay raise for the city family. So what will this negotiation cost maybe in 2012 or 2013? What is the trade-off going to be that isn't being talked about here? Because you can be sure that when the negotiations occurred for the last pay raise, nobody was mentioning, oh, by the way, if we lay anybody off, you'll get a 5% pay raise. That never came up until you had to lay people off.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Clerk, is there a vote on this matter? Continue till Friday? Okay. We will continue 17 till Friday. Thank you. Next item, please. 18? We've heard 18 already. So you want 18 forthwith?
Very good, sir.
Pardon me?
That would be fine, sir.
All right, so let's do 18 forthwith. Thank you.
Very good. Item 28 called special for cards.
Number 28. Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs out of time? Yeah. Mr. Sachs is out of time. All right, on that matter, seeing nothing, colleagues, open the roll. Pardon me? He has 1 more minute? Okay, well, I thought he used his last minute. Yeah, 1 more minute, Mr. Sachs. 1 more minute. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to items 32 through 35, today's closed session matters.
32. Mr. Parks? 32 through 35, closed session items?
Just 1 second. I would recommend on the closed session items that only item, only item 33 be in closed session. The other 3 can be in open session.
All right. Mr. Clerk?
Very good. That brings us to item 32. There is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement in the case entitled Teresa Anderson versus City of Los Angeles.
On that matter, any questions, colleagues? Seeing none, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
That brings us to item 34. There is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $175,000 in the case entitled Howard and Denise Simon versus City of Los Angeles.
Seeing no one on the queue, open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I'd like to ask for reconsideration on item 38. We were going to continue that, but it's ready now, and I'd like to ask that it be reconsidered and that we go ahead and approve the committee.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, we'll do that as soon as we finish the current items, and we'll come back to that on the reconsideration.
Oh, I thought we were done with this. Sorry.
We'll do that in a moment. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
35, there is a recommendation for judgment in the amount of $221,115.45, plus interest on that sum running at 7% per year for judgment in the case entitled Javier Morales Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles.
See no one on the queue, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please.
Very good, sir. I believe we could go to Councilmember Krikorian.
All right, and number 38, open for reconsideration. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
The matter is now for reconsideration. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Council concur with the Board of Water and Power Commissioners' action as stated in the item.
Very well. See no one on the queue, open the roll on 38. Mr. Sachs is waving his hand. Mr. Sachs does have a card. Does he have 1 minute left? I was told he has 1 minute left. Does he or doesn't he? All right, go ahead, Mr. Sachs. 1 minute on 38.
Good afternoon again. Arnold Sachs. City-owned property, not city-owned property being approved by the Water and Power Commissioners. But it's city-owned property. So why is the money going into the Water and Power Revenue Fund? But more importantly, from last May, bill takes aim at loophole in corporate property tax. When this property gets sold, we need to make sure that the property is reassessed at the new value. If it's sold to a corporation, then the property value is assessed for pennies. This is a state bill that's being considered by Sacramento, should be upheld by the city. This is why the city's general fund gets shortfalls with all these major land developments.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Mr. Koretz, number 38.
Oh, actually, I just wanted to ask if we could have item 2 go forthwith.
Item 2 forthwith. No one to speak on number 38? Number 38 is before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Very well. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 33 to be considered in closed session.
Very well. We're now going to go into closed session. We're going to do closed session here, Mr. LaBonge, right here in chambers. So if you're not here on item 30, 30 what? 33. Please leave the chambers. We're going to go into closed session for item number 33. Those individuals for 33, please come forward to the table. And we'll take that up as soon as the room is clear, number 33. All right, we're back in open session, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 33 before us. We have, you have a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $5 million in the case entitled The Estate of Devin Patelsky, etc., et al. Versus City of Los Angeles.
On that matter, colleagues, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. Parks.
It's announced Budget and Finance Committee will start at 1:30 in this chamber.
Budget and Finance will start at 1:30 in council chambers. Ms. Hahn? Okay.
Mr. President, we do have council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
There is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Wesson requests to be excused on June 3rd due to city business. That meets council policy.
That's approved.
The desk is clear.
Announcements. Announcements, Mr. Wesson.
Do is switch the 3rd to Tuesday, what is the 7th? June 7th. Switch from Friday the 3rd to Tuesday, June 7th.
Is that on an item?
No, that's
for the
okay.
request to be excused, and that would still seem to meet council policy.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wesson, for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Kirk. Any other announcements? Mr. Wesson, announcement?
The Rehabilitation Services Incorporated is inviting individuals to a community forum where it relates to services that are provided free of charge to individuals with disabilities. It is Friday the 29th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The location is La Casa de San Gabriel Community Center at 203 East Mission Road.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Announcements. Mr. LaBonge, announcement.
Brick Week, art, culture, entertainment, celebrating our friends, our British friends, Brit Week in Los Angeles, which runs well through May. It's not just a week, it's a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Any other announcements, colleagues? Adjourning motions. Ms. Hahn, please stand for adjourning motions. Ms. Hahn, adjourning motion.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of Anthony Rucavina, who was a proud lifetime resident of San Pedro, who passed away at home on Easter Sunday, surrounded by his loving family. He was born in 1925 to Croatian immigrants, the late Ivan and Winifred Rucavina, along with his late sister Catherine and brother John, who just recently passed away 11 days ago. The two brothers shared their love of the harbor and the sea, and now both their anchors have been pulled. During World War II, Anthony served in the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. Anthony was a former commercial fisherman and retired boiler engineer from an oil refinery who championed his workers' safety and rights. It was asbestos work-related exposure that led to his fatal lung disease. Anthony had many lifetime friends and numerous ties to the San Pedro community, such as he was a longtime member of the Dalmatian American Club, the Los Angeles Maritime Museum, San Pedro Bay Historical Society, and the Wednesday Club. He's survived by Stella, his wife of 61 years, along with daughters, my friend Andrea, husband Dan, daughter Janet, and husband Jim, son Anthony, wife Suzanne, 8 grandchildren, and 5 great-great-grandchildren. Thank you.
Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, members. I'd like to ask we adjourn in memory of a very special woman, Mary Ellen Cookie Day, born in New York, after World War II, Mr. Rosendahl served as a brakeman on the railroad, New York Central, and also served on Roosevelt's funeral train. came west, raised her family, was very involved in the Larchmont Village community, a wonderful woman who was an inspiration, a spark plug for all that is good in a community, in a neighborhood. She passed recently at St. John of God's. She's survived by her 3 sons. I'd ask to put all your names on my resolution of commendation in memory of Mary Ellen Cookie Day, a great woman.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Adjourning motion, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, Mr. President. Robert Wayne Muller was a respected radio executive and a founding member of St. Matthew's Church and a 70-year resident of the Pacific Palisades. Wayne was born in Royal, Nebraska on October 14, 1918. While attending Norfolk High School, he met his future bride, Mary Virginia Bodenball, on a blind date and remained together for 77 years. Financial difficulties during the Great Depression forced Wayne to leave college prematurely. He moved to St. Louis Obispo to work on a motel before reporting to the U.S. Marine Corps at Camp Pendleton. While on leave, Wayne married his high school sweetheart, Mary, on Easter morning in 1941 at St. Augustine's Church in Santa Monica. After his military service, Mary and Wayne moved to the Pacific Palisades, where they raised a beautiful family of 5 children. Wayne was a pioneer in Southern California radio. He was blessed with a resonant voice, and after taking broadcasting classes in Hollywood, he was able to find a job as an announcer on KOB in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and eventually KIEV AM radio in Glendale. As his family grew, Wayne transitioned to the advertising and sales side of the business. First at KBIG, followed by a long tenure with KPOL, now known as KZLA, in Hollywood. Wayne retired from radio in 1983 after working for Capital Cities Broadcasting as a prominent and well-respected radio advertising executive. Upon retirement, Wayne helped found St. Matthew's Church in the Pacific Palisades. It became a focal point for Wayne and Mary's lives. Wayne was the parish's first Eucharist minister and served in that role for over 50 years. In addition, Wayne served as a vestry member and was a founding member of the Chimes Ringers Guild, known as Ding-a-lings, playing the chimes for St. Matthew's services. Wayne is survived by his wife Mary and his 5 children, Stuart, Nancy, Robert, Jonathan, and Elizabeth, as well as 5 grandchildren and 1 great-granddaughter. A private memorial was held on April 6th. The family suggests any donations in Wayne's honor be sent to the Neighborhood Youth Association at 1016 Pleasant View Avenue, Venice, California, 90291. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Parks.
We have Officer Pitu Jose C. Diance, serial number 40316, who passed away Saturday, April the 23rd in Los Angeles due to a traffic collision. He was born February 1st, 1988 in Sun Valley, California. He was appointed to LAPD in September 2009. He was last assigned to Southwest area. He survived by his parents, a host of brothers and sisters, and also his girlfriend, who is also a police officer, Mirna Rodriguez, who's assigned to Olympic Station. Viewing will be Friday, April 29th at 7:30 p.m. at Mary Immaculate Church, 10390 Remick Avenue in Pacoima. The services will be at the same facility at 8 o'clock on Saturday, April the 30th, and the interment will immediately follow at the San Fernando Mission Seminary.
Thank you, Mr. All members. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Thank you, Mr. Parks. All members on that police officer. I have one adjourning motion. German Alex Romero passed away April 20th. 17-year-old German Alex Romero was riding his bicycle on DeSoto Avenue near Valerio Street in Canoga Park last Wednesday evening when he was struck from behind by a hit-and-run driver at approximately 9 p.m. A friend who was riding with Alex at the time was unhurt. Police declared Romero dead at the scene. He was a resident of Canoga Park, talented soccer player at El Camino Real High School last season, played for the Real Southern California Soccer Club, was a senior at Chatsworth High School at the time of the accident. Suspect vehicle is believed to be a gray or silver Toyota Camry or Corolla. Police are asking anyone with information regarding the crime to call Valley Traffic Division at 818-644-8034 or 818-644-8032. Viewing is Thursday, April 28th, 4 to 10 p.m., Rosary at 7 p.m., and that is at J.T. Oswald, 1001 North McClay Avenue in San Fernando. And the funeral mass is Friday, April 29th at 11 a.m., St. Catherine of Siena Catholic Church in Reseda on Sherman Way. He is survived by his parents and a sister. May he rest in peace. German Alex Romero. That concludes adjourning motions. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. This concludes this council meeting for today. Budget and Finance will begin at 1:30, and we will resume council next Friday. Have a lovely day, Los Angeles.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Hello, I'm Ellen Chang. Today is Wednesday, April 27, 2011, the first day of the hearings on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2011-2012. These hearings are being held by the Budget and Finance Committee, which is made up of 5 council members, to help the City Council and the mayor finalize a budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And for the next 2 weeks, I will be bringing you a daily briefing of the hearings to help keep you up to date. First, some background on the mayor's proposed budget, which he unveiled last week at the Central Library. With the city facing a $457 million shortfall, the mayor says there will be cuts and furloughs, but no layoffs. $100 million in cuts will come from the Los Angeles Police Department through negotiated contracts and furloughs for civilian employees. The mayor's proposed budget also calls for $54 million in cuts from the Los Angeles Fire Department. Citywide, the plan would close 4 ambulances and 18 fire companies. Just yesterday, Councilmember Janice Hahn joined members of the United Firefighters Association to call for the restoration of the Wilmington Fire Company and ambulance services that would be cut if the mayor's proposed budget is adopted. The current budget proposal would permanently close Light Force 38, a fire company in Wilmington made up of a hook and ladder truck and a pumper truck staffed by 6 firefighters. As a result, the daily staffing at that firehouse will be cut in half. There will also be cuts to the mayor's budget and council spending, but the mayor says his $6.9 billion budget plan will mean a more secure financial future for the city. Today's budget hearing in front of the Budget and Finance Committee, scheduled for this afternoon, will begin with a presentation of the proposed budget by the mayor's office. The committee will then hear an overview of the proposed budget by the city administrative officer. There will also be a presentation by neighborhood council budget advocates. The LEPD and LAFD are also scheduled to present their budgets to the committee. Administrative and support services for various city offices, including the city controller and city attorney's office,